The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this special edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, broadcasting not only on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, but also the Phantom Hooligans YouTube channel, as well as Pacific414 on Twitter, Pacific414 on Rumble, and also Baron Norman Tags, Fandom Legacy, and Baron Norman Tags Twitter. Hope you all are doing well this evening. This stream will be an open panel, and it's also to celebrate a birthday. Whose birthday is it? Well, it's not Barrett's.
Me. Give me gifts.
It's not Cash. But it is mine, and that's no joke. So, tonight we're just going to have a nice, chill stream. You know, if there is something that you want to talk about related to pop culture, of course we can do that. But I didn't select any articles for tonight except for one on April Fools. And other than that, I'm just here to have fun.
Where the hell were you guys? Where the hell were you? Yesterday, I was sitting here at noon yesterday waiting and waiting and waiting. I was waiting all day. And now finally, where were you guys? Come on, man.
You're so full of it. You are so full of it.
I was waiting.
Go back to the dinghy, man.
Yeah, you were with your family eating potato salad and just enjoying each and every bite of that potato salad.
I even had leftover potato salad.
You were thinking about what Warhammer outfit to wear the next day. So.
Yeah. I don't know if I could fit in one.
But gentlemen, did you have a nice Easter holiday?
Yeah, it went by pretty good. I'd say, yeah. Had plenty of ham, potato salad, some beans, and deviled eggs, and chocolate cake for dessert. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. Oh, buns. Can't forget the buns.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean...
Because, you know, I'm a Brady guy.
Nice dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Your baseball team wins, but your college basketball team lost. You know, 1 out of 2.
Mm-hmm. And the nuns were out there cheering your team on.
No, hopefully the
special nuns.
No, the fake nuns. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Going Cash. Join us, Cash.
No. Yikes.
And real quick, everybody, I am putting the StreamYard link into the chat, and I'll bring everybody in as soon as we finish reading the latest episode of Beverly Hills 414.
What?
Yes. And, you know, had a nice Easter with my sister, and we went and had an Easter / early birthday dinner, and Then today went out, did a few things, and enjoyed the weather. It's 75 today, and I'm loving it. Good spring day. It's not a hot, humid day, although those days are coming.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The underwear stick to the crack of your ass weather. Yep.
Yep. But before we invite everybody in, I do want to say hello to those who came in early. And I want to say hello to Lorenzo Sleestack. Good to see you, Lorenzo. Also, DJ Ronnie G. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're feeling better.
Nerd.
Turtles.
And of course, the author of Beverly Hills 414, T-Gap Steve. Let me see if anyone else has popped in since we started. Nobody yet, but it's still early.
I didn't. Yeah.
So let's go ahead and get into this episode of Beverly Hills 414. I don't even want to know what word time. I don't. But we're gonna find out.
In the land of stars and dreams, Beverly Hills 414. A tale of friendship
I gotta keep
love
myself
and
from laughing every time I hear this.
secret
Mhm.
So here we go. Previously on Beverly Hills 414. Mike was still lamenting the complete lack of coffee thanks to Mike, Mexican Iron Man, having used it all up. When he decided that staying mad at it would not make coffee appear. Again, does Mexican Iron Man even know he's part of these stories? Mike, if you're watching, yeah, T-Gap's responsible.
Mexican Iron Man, we're sorry. We're so very, very sorry.
Yeah, we are. He instead put a couple of waffles in the toaster. Why am I putting waffles in the toaster? I got a waffle maker.
Oh, you do? Oh, cool.
Toss some eggs and bacon in a pan to start cooking up and put together a tray for breakfast in bed to surprise his overnight guest. He had just about finished putting the first meal together when he felt arms slip around him from behind and someone had nibble on his ears. Oh, great. It's the burglar. Oh, crap. Seems like someone is hungry, he remarked.
It was Cash.
Absolutely ravenous. Oh, gosh, that's disgusting.
Mhm.
Absolutely ravenous, but not, I think. Hold on. I got to turn off my phone real quick. Phone.
More birthday wishes coming in for the birthday boy.
Woo-hoo!
We can't believe you survived another year. How did you do it, man? We've seen you
Come
on
on, man.
YouTube. We've seen you on YouTube. You guys, you die all the time, man.
Very, very, very funny.
He's using that resurrection spell, bro. You know
Yep.
what's going on? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's all good.
Absolutely ravenous, but not, I think. For breakfast foods, the husky voice said in his ears, and he felt himself being pulled away from the kitchen and back toward the bedroom. Wait,
Ooh,
yeah, I don't even want to know where this is going.
I don't either.
Because T-Gap has one thing in mind, while my mind's going, this is going to be bad. Of course, he said as he let himself be led. So, do you think you could ask Jace to turn the power sender on low and use a finer grade of paper? Last night was a bit too rough. What the? Yeah, see, I told you. Oh boy. She chuckled as
Xander?
they. Yeah.
Wow.
He chuckled as they heard the Norwegian cranking up the leaf blower in the bedroom. Oh, and I bet you want a safe word and all that too, she teased, and they were off. Oh,
If it's great, it'd
what the?
probably be
Oh,
smorgasbord.
I, oh, Steve, where exactly is this going, man?
I think we're taking a look at a
Uh,
psychological insight of good old Big Daddy T-Gap.
yeah.
Why am I thinking that every time we do Beverly Hills Forward 4 from now on, we have to play the music for the Twilight Zone?
Yeah.
Baron had tried all the dollar bills he had in his pocket and had resorted to trying to shake the machine to get those chips to slip free and fall. He finally obtained a hammer from a toolbox. Baron, don't you think that's taken a little bit too far?
Never.
Instead of smashing in the plexiglass front, which would give up the game, he took the hammer to give the locking mechanism a good solid whack, striking a mighty blow for snacks. Baron,
Amen.
that's rather aggressive, don't you think? I mean, they're
No.
chips, man.
No.
They're chips.
Never. Never.
With a creak noise, the front of the machine slowly opened, but instead of rows of snacks behind it was some kind of briefcase. Briefcase wasn't on the selector, but okay. Yeah, this is get weird.
Mm-hmm.
He took the case out and opened it and started reading. The Frito-Lay Utz, Pringles, World Domination Plans through control of the salt market and potatoes. Oh, wait a minute. Who's trying to control the potatoes? That's a declaration of war right there. It was all there. It was all there. Secret recipes, distribution routes, the biology reports on just how to make salt more addictive than cocaine. What in the world was he going to do with this? Right? What in the world are we going to do with the story?
I don't know.
Crypto had decided he was not going to fall for the trap. He would outsmart Phil at this game and not go. Though claiming you outsmarted Phil was like claiming you stood up and walked 3 feet. Oh, I hope you can back that up, T-Gap, because Phil's backstage.
That'll be interesting.
Phil, just so you know, this is all the work of T-Gap Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're innocent this time.
Mm-hmm.
This time.
It said Crypto set the newspaper aside and put on his shoes. Wait, you sure he wasn't chasing after somebody taking his shoes off the front porch?
No, that only happened once, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Jeez.
It was then he heard something coming from outside in the street. He went and opened the window. Why are you just peeping through the people?
I don't even know what's going on. I think we're all in the Matrix right now.
That's not the
it's
Cash
Twilight
Money
Zone.
way.
It's a Twilight Zone, like I said.
Or the Twilight Zone, yeah.
The Cash Money way is to greet at the door with a 9-iron.
That'd be an interesting way to greet, for sure, yeah.
Making a right fool of himself, down below in the street was aforementioned Phil, holding an old style boombox over his head, playing the crying game loudly for everyone to hear. Phil, I hope you're amped up as you're listening to this, brother. Crypto coin. I just can't quit yet, Phil screeched out when he saw Crypto in the window above. It was ridiculous. It was silly, and Phil was dressed like a cowboy, which made it surreal.
Please, 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 don't be the assless chaps. Please.
Go away, Phil. I'm not falling for it. Now a crowd was gathering, and some started talking about the spectacle. As Phil looked crushed, people began to get angry and wonder aloud,
What?
Huh?
oh, why is he so mean? He can be so heartless. Didn't you see this in a movie? Look at that chin. You know what they say about guys with big chins?
Hmm.
Oh, take him back, you asshole.
Yeah.
What? Sure. Where
What
is
has
this
happened to our
going?
favorite cast, and how will they possibly deal with this sudden twist? Sudden twist?
What?
I don't know. Like a bizarre
Sure.
world.
Yeah, exactly.
This whole thing is sudden twist. But hey, that's what soap operas are, huh?
Happy April Fool's Day from Beverly Hills 414. We return next time with our regular story. I thought this was part of the regular story out there, and not even we know where it's going.
That's true. That's true.
And let me go ahead and welcome in Phil McCracken.
Hmm.
Bill McCracken.
Well, hello there. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate
Oh,
it, brother.
And I see TCAP has a very creative mind, a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah.
But
We don't know.
But since
Creative
he
is
likes-
one way of putting it.
But
Yeah.
since he likes to refer to Phil, let's get a couple things straight.
Oh
I'm
boy.
a registered trademark, so I want to see some form of payment. And if you ain't got said payment, then we're going to have to discuss how you're going to financially or in other ways compensate me because I'm
Oh,
a
yeah,
registered
yeah.
trademark.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
I will take other forms of payment.
Mm.
We can discuss it later.
Does it involve a cowboy outfit and a boombox?
No. But for T-Gap Steve, he can wear chaps, bend over. It might be called for some lubrication.
Oh
There
boy.
you
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
jeez.
Wow,
Yeah.
that took a
Ooh.
turn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, yep. And there's only one clip to play after that.
Yep.
I don't know how
Wow,
many times we're
man.
going to end up playing it tonight, but this is a start.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
I really think we've got to show you that movie, Baron. I think you're going to laugh
Yeah.
your ass off. I really do. Even if you're not that much of a fan of Will Ferrell, whatever the script of that. So,
Yeah.
the second one's pretty funny too, I would say.
I'm willing to see it.
I like the first one more than the second one, to be honest with you.
The first one's the best, but
Yeah, but Christina Applegate's in it, so that's worth the price of admission right there.
oh yeah, she's funny in both of them. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say hello to Vor. Hope you're doing well.
What's up, Vor?
And I also want to say hello to Enteru87. Welcome.
What's going on? man?
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And we also have Paul of Phantomology.
Hey, Paul.
And thank you for the birthday wishes, Paul. And we also have Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody would like to join the panel, they're more than welcome to do so. But first, before we do that, I do have something that I am going to preview right now.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. What could it be, Baron? Baron, what could
I
it
know.
be?
I know. I
don't
told you
know.
guys it would be after we read the article, but I'm just itching at the gut.
It's the whole
Baron,
movie of his birth. It's the whole movie of his birth.
Oh, it's where he popped out of the cake, right? Oh no, he popped out of the present. That's what it is. Yeah.
Mm.
And then he
Happy birthday to you.
Baron, that's
Baron,
disturbing.
Baron,
Disturbing, man.
you took that to the next level. I'm proud. Of you, man.
First Phil, and now you. And also, everybody, the invite link is in the YouTube chat. It's also in the Rumble chat, and I'm put it in the comment section underneath the video on Twitter.
What?
All right.
Wow.
So, you all know that I'm a passionate fan of this franchise.
No.
And I will
What
you
franchise?
stop? Will you stop?
He's a big GoBots fan, just like Phil.
Oh, GoBots. Dun, 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 dun,
You know,
dun.
if you're a kid back in the day,
Oh
and
no,
you're
here we
playing
go
with,
again.
Here we go again.
Transformers, and you
Thanks,
weren't
Cash.
GoBots,
It's
you
a whole
didn't
hell
get
of a
to
lot.
play. You didn't get to play.
You're welcome.
No GoBots.
Oh,
you
Transformers when I was a kid
Legos
was white privilege,
and
and
you
I didn't
come
have
with-
none.
Lincoln Road, you didn't get to
Oh,
play.
jeez.
You bring the right toy to the
oh
right
my
event, or you
gosh.
don't go at all.
You
Which in
and your
some
white
cases,
privilege
Adam Warren
toys.
didn't get to
Oh,
go
my
at all.
goodness.
So it doesn't matter, you know.
Anyhow, this franchise is the foundation of my fandom. Without it, I don't get into Star Trek. I don't get into Doctor Who. I don't get into Quantum Leap. I don't get into Sequest. I don't get into Babylon 5.
Ooh.
Yes, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe introduced me to fantasy.
Ooh.
But without this franchise, I wouldn't even given Star Wars a chance.
Now I know what to blame.
And with that, I preview this video.
Ooh, so official.
Covering my ass. Autobots, transform and roll out. Honest opinions.
Honest opinions, huh?
Yeah, honest opinions.
It stinks.
Everything was fine up until you shared the image of that awful Rodimus Prime. How could you?
It was glorious.
No, nobody
It-
likes Rodimus
it-
Prime.
It,
Nobody.
it is part of G1 history. I am paying homage to G1 history.
Yeah,
Even if you guys notice,
I'm not for erasing history, but we tend to try not to mention that as much as possible.
Pacific, you've got the touch. You've got the power.
I
Rodimus
don't know
Prime,
if anybody noticed, but I even included some of the animation errors to even honor that part of the history. If I'm gonna honor it, I'm gonna honor it all.
As you should, as anyone should.
Okay, I'll prove this point since you guys are going to push me to the point. How many
Why?
people here actually had a Transformer Rodimus Prime?
Mm,
I did.
All right,
actually.
Phil. All right, Phil.
wow.
I'll be
Somebody-
right back.
We didn't buy it though. I'm trying to think if I actually bought any of my Transformers. I'm sure there was one. Oh no, I bought those cassettes. I
Mm.
came across that guy. I can't even remember. Shockwave. And
Shockwave.
so I got the tapes, although I could never find them all. You know, I had Razorbeak.
Hmm.
And I had, what was the Jaguar? Darn it, I forget.
Mm.
The
Bang?
only one that was in the movie.
I think the worst character other than Rodimus Prime was the Autobot version of what's his name that had the cassettes coming out, and they used that guy who talked really, really fast.
Soundwave?
No,
Blur.
it was an
Oh.
Autobot. They put him in
You said
Generation
cassettes,
2.
so
He
I
talked really, really fast.
Well, Blur talked really fast, but that was that guy at the time. He had the fastest, like he could speak the fastest on Earth. He had the Guinness Book World Records and all that. Because I remember him being on commercials and stuff at the time.
Oh yeah, for Micro Machine. That was his.
Yeah,
that was one of
Micro
the
Machine. Yeah, for sure, Micro Machines. Yeah.
I despise that guy. He ruined Transformers for me. Him and Rodimus Prime.
But I do remember the red. I think it was a red boombox imitation
red and gold boombox.
of Soundwave. Yeah.
And he talked really fast. Oh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Prime? What are we gonna do? And he talked so fast that you couldn't even. Your mind just got a headache just hearing it.
We should play that for you all the time, Phil.
No.
And a little Rodimus Prime action. Rodimus Prime, more than meets the eye. Hero of the Autobots.
So, Phil,
Rodimus Prime.
you want to know how many actually had a Rodimus Prime toy? Well, looky here.
Oh my God! Someone in this world did actually buy a Rodimus Prime Transformer.
He's not the only one, dude.
No,
Yeah,
I didn't
have the
buy it.
trailer.
I didn't buy it. I received it as a birthday gift.
He's
Well,
not
in
the
that
only
case,
one who
you
asked
can't
that.
quite say take it back,
Well,
but yeah.
Look
Again.
how cool that thing is. Look how
Yeah,
Again,
it does look
that-
badass.
That white privilege, you got to take it out of a box. Yay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my word.
Really, Padawan?
I
Really?
tease you so bad. I tease
Oh
so
my
bad.
goodness, Padawan.
Well, you know, and for Cash Money.
Well, I did wear pro wings as a kid.
Mr. Trailer Trash here. Paddle wannabe. You know?
I wouldn't say trailer trash. I would have been a
Oh,
military.
that's to move up in the world?
Is it military rat? I would have been a military rat if my.
Oh, you're a military brat?
Fathers.
Okay.
I would have been. I would have been.
Mm.
So
I
I'm
mean,
not sure.
unfortunately, I don't have all the accessories anymore, but there you go, Phil.
It just makes my stomach just squeak.
And that makes
Autobots, roll out.
Rodimus Prime.
Just
in
remember, within the same year, they realized their mistake and they brought Optimus back. Major.
And-
Oh,
mistake.
it wasn't that they realized their mistake. It was because of a letter campaign. Because there are a lot of upset kids after seeing Transformers the movie that were upset about the death of Optimus Prime.
And
There
no,
were
everybody,
kids
we're
at
not
movie
talking
theaters
about an
tonight.
alphabet. We're talking
were-
about actual letters that got wrote by hand.
There were kids at the movie theater leaving that movie crying because Optimus Prime died.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I cried when Boba Fett died. So, but he didn't die. But I didn't
Did
find
you?
that out.
You
I didn't
don't
find that out.
cry,
Well, I was
Padawan.
like,
Man.
well, how old would I have been? I saw
Oh.
Return of the Jedi in the theater, so 83. So I was like 7.
Oh, that
Oh,
really.
But before we get too deep here, happy birthday to my fellow Aries Pacific, Mike. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
One
Appreciate
more
it,
on
brother.
the tally, right?
Yes, another year older.
Yeah, he's
Another year
finally
wiser. That's questionable.
he finally can drink.
I was gonna
Padawan.
say he
It's
can drink
awesome.
now, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy for him, dude.
That
Drinking
cold-
all 50 states.
That's right. That's right. Finally.
all 57
Uh,
states. Yep.
I think we're closer to like retirement cards than we are.
Mm-hmm.
That cold, clammy hand of Charon is wrapping around us every day, every year, as we're prepared to take that boat ride down the river Styx.
Oh boy, so dramatic.
Wow.
I like Tony.
And we're on board. We're on board going,
Yeah.
come sail away. Now come sail
We're
away.
gonna-
Come sail away with me. Because it sticks, man. Come
gonna-
sail away. Join in. Come sail away. Won't you sail away with me?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Uh,
What?
I didn't know this was
What?
going to be a
Great song.
karaoke stream all of a sudden.
Great song, man. It's a great song. Come on, man. It's a good song, man.
Come on, man.
Okay, I want to call
Well, especially
shenanigans.
the Cartman version. And I do want to say hello to Kathy Skywalker. It's good to see you, Kathy.
Yeah, good to see you.
Hey, Kathy.
Hello.
Mhm.
Is there anybody in here? Here.
Okay, I want to bring attention. I want to call shenanigans on an Easter candy that I received this Easter. We're all familiar with warheads, correct?
Yeah.
I guess.
What they are?
Kinda,
They're like
yeah.
it's like a super sour jawbreaker, more or less. They have a
Right.
different. They have a different shape, but they're really sour. Like
Yeah. They
they've
look like
been.
little Saturn's, little planet Saturn.
So, I received some Warheads sour popping candy. So it's not actually hard candy like Warheads are normally.
Mm-hmm.
This is Pop Rocks.
Ooh.
This is exactly like Pop Rocks.
Or is it like nerds?
No, they do the pop in your mouth.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. I'll do one real quick because we don't have any article. Although I'll talk about X-Men.
Oh,
The new
I put that stuff in the cat box.
Yeah, I can hear it. Just like Pop Rocks.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as strong as Pop Rocks. They're way more sour like a Warhead. But yeah, that's Pop Rocks, man. Did
But-
Pop
well,
Rocks go out of business?
Pop Rocks is still around.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're still
Still around, yeah.
Kind of made me
Yeah.
worry.
The
Oh man, you
I
got,
here, I
man.
thought he was going to say he got the new Peeps Dr. Pepper. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but
I might try a Dr. Peep or a Dr. Pepper Peep. A Dr. Peeper.
Yeah, Dr. Peeper. That's what you should.
Dr.
Dr. Peeper.
It sounds like a campaign for pedos.
Yeah, Pop Rock.
But modern Pop Rocks are not as potent as the originals back in the '70s Pop Rocks.
Yeah, I think that's that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
they're
weren't
not
they
at
mixed
all.
because
with some kind of
Yeah, someone mixed it with their Coke and they got their head blown off, so they had to reformulate the formula because
That's so
it doesn't
funny.
look good when some kids heads explode, and
Because the original Pop Rocks, man, they would pop in your mouth for a good like 5-10 minutes, and your mouth would actually hurt from all the popping it did. Modern Pop Rocks, they only go for like maybe 20 seconds. That's it, 20 seconds.
Well, wasn't it that
I
movie?
was gonna say because
Uh-huh.
I remember eating Pop Rocks and putting them on my tongue, and because you put them on your tongue, that's where they would start popping. It's like, Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
But you would, like, if you bit them, they actually popped hard enough, you would get that little shrapnel explosion in your cheek. You're like, oh, it doesn't hurt, but
Yeah,
you're like,
they,
dang, that's pretty sharp.
There was something they did with Pop Rocks. If you guys ever saw that movie Urban Legend, the first one, I think it was called Urban Legend. Yeah. They what happens is with the Pop Rocks, you put them in, then you like somewhat explode. You guys never saw Urban Legend, that movie? I remember
I've
they
never
That's
heard
the
it.
one that had like the alligators in the sewer and that kind of thing. I remember this name. I know I saw it, but that's
Urban
it. Didn't
Legend
I don't
Pop
think
Rock.
it actually had those in it, but I remember
Well-
a movie called Urban Legend about that kind of stuff. But maybe I was looking.
Right,
Did it
yeah, no,
actually? Was
there's
it
a-
actually in the theater?
Yeah, it was in the
Okay.
theater. It says, yeah, who was falsely rumored to have died after consuming excessive amounts of Pop Rocks and Coca-Cola. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Some kid, Little Mikey is called. This
yeah,
is what
the
he's
guy
called.
from
Yeah,
Life. No, that
Yeah,
didn't happen to him.
that,
No.
Yeah.
no, that's crazy though. From
And
the
and
Life
by the way,
serial
they did
television.
prove
What
the fact that there are alligators in the
gosh.
sewer up in New York.
Yeah.
They actually
Mhm.
found a pair of alligators in the sewer. So
I
yeah.
I could actually see that possibly happening. Yes.
Yeah, they're called lawyers.
Sharks in the
But
water.
remember,
in the
but
sewer.
remember, they pop in your mouth, not in your ass. Pop Rocks, you know.
Uh-huh.
Don't be giving people ideas, Baron.
Unfortunately, we want to give people ideas, but it's not always good ideas.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
we're on
this is
Urban
how I-
Legends. It's kind of similar. I don't
There
know.
was a few of them, right?
Well,
Yeah, there
there's.
was a few of them.
I don't know.
The
every-
movies. The movies.
You all have probably heard of it, but like water poisoning, like H2O poisoning.
Oh yeah. Well, that's actually
Yeah.
it's
That's
rare,
for real.
but it can.
Well,
that
that's
can
what I was
actually
gonna.
happen. Yeah,
There
that
was
actually
when the
happened.
when the Wii came out, a radio
Yeah, I know.
station.
I know. 'Cause
Oh,
we're
you
talking
know
about
this
Urban
story?
Legend. Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
So
That
there was a
actually
radio station that did a contest
Mhm.
called "Hold Your Wii for a Wii,"
Right. Right.
where they had to drink an amount of water every so often, and whoever was the last one to go to the bathroom got the Wii. But there was actually a fatality on it, so there was questioning if the DJ should suffer, all that stuff. But yeah, I remember that, and it's like
Yeah,
that
that
easily could be something that people are like, that's not real. That's real.
I can hear the bladder popping right now.
Well,
And real quick, I want to say hello to Jed Sparks and also Kathy Skywalker. I just want to say hello to you again because it's been a while, so it's
she's
great to see you.
back.
Yay.
But I also want to say hello to Jace.
Hello.
And he's probably referring to Baron's comment, Pop Rocks in the ass.
Oh no, not from personal experience. I saw it in Faces
Okay.
of Death 5. Faces of Death 5.
Okay, Baron, I'm gonna stop you right there because I don't believe you for a second,
What?
and I'm calling this on you.
Bullshit.
I don't believe you for a second, Baron. But I actually do have one article
What you got?
related to today. And it's not a pop culture article. It's an article from history.com. And it's on the origins of April Fool's Day.
No, we're not the Fruit Loops, man. Yeah, we're not gonna go into that story, Vor. Oh God.
Is it a uniquely American holiday? Let's see.
Let's find out, shall we? Some historians speculate that April Fool's Day dates back to 1582. Phil, you were around back then.
I was there when they created dirt, and I was thankful for the dirt. I played in dirt. I
Played
ate
in dirt. He threw
walked
dirt.
in dirt, threw it
Phil,
around.
Phil was
He
the
ate-
original inspiration for dirt.
He
love
ate the
dirt.
first mud pie. He ate
There
the
you
first
go.
Mud pie, yeah.
That's how old I am.
Just
know,
like
we
he
should
was
make-
in that-
Older, first Joe
older,
Dirt.
old and wiser.
He's like, you know what we should make? Something that can be super big and super small and gets everywhere. and really bugs people.
I was there when they created the wheel.
Mhm.
That
The square wheel.
He helped create the Matrix too.
I was Mr. Anderson.
It was because the film
He planted the seed of the tree that bare the fruit that Eve ate.
Well, he is a serpent. But, the thing is he was the inspiration for George Lucas writing those lines about sand getting into everywhere because he was there when it was, So.
Just like that line.
Have you ever gone to the beach and played with sand? It does tend to get everywhere. Especially in between your toes and you want to, feel it. It's kind of itchy.
Mm-hmm.
And on a hot summer day and you're running through sand, it burns.
It's not always, and if you're in certain places and you're lying down and you're like, what happened? And it's like, oh crap, something bit me. It's not fun either. Yeah.
No,
it's not. It's really not.
Well, I mean, it's better than Phil when he was running around the beach all the time screaming, I got stung by a jellyfish. Someone quick, pee on my leg, pee on my leg. Ha ha, fooled you. I didn't get stung. Ha ha ha.
I was at the beach many times and never got stung by a jellyfish.
Well, that's good.
Then again, I wasn't stupid enough to say,
right.
Look at this clear jelly. Let me step into it. No.
Yeah, don't do
hey,
that.
Pacific.
But
by chance, do you know where April Fool's Day came from?
Well, we're going to find out here. We're going to find out here.
I like that.
Wow. Padawan.
April Fool's Day dates back to 1582, a time when Phil was around. When France switched from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, as called for by the Council of Trent in 1563. In the Julian calendar, as in the Hindu calendar, the new year began with the spring equinox around April 1st. People who were slow to get the news or failed to recognize that the start of the new year had moved to January 1st and continued to celebrate it during the last week of March through April 1st, became the butt of jokes and hoaxes and were called April Fools. These pranks included having paper fish placed on their backs and being referred to as Poisson Darville. I probably mispronounced that. But in other words, April fish. Said to symbolize a young, easily caught fish and a gullible person. I'm a Cub fan, and there were time. Ooh, look, we got a good team. Okay, season starts. Oh, look, we don't have a good team.
You should have heard them before their show. It's like the Cubs win. We're on our way to the World Series. Yeah, we're in the lead.
He did not say that, Baron.
I did not say that, Baron.
I'm not.
I was happy for the fact that they won their home opener today, beating the Rockies 5-0.
It's good.
A win on my birthday is always good.
Yep.
He's going, hey, at least our pitcher's not being looked at for illegal gambling. But back to you, Mike.
Hilaria in ancient Rome. Historians have also linked April Fool's Day to festivals such as Hilaria, Latin for joyful, which was celebrated in ancient Rome at the end of March by followers of the cult Cybele. It involved people dressing up in disguises and mocking fellow citizens and even magistrates, and was said to be inspired by the Egyptian legend of Isis, Osiris, and Seth.
Seth MacFarlane?
There's also
no,
not Seth MacFarlane, Baron.
Oh, okay.
There's also speculation that April Fool's Day was tied to the vernal equinox, or the first day of spring in the northern hemisphere, when Mother Nature fooled people with changing, unpredictable weather. It still happens today. Today it's 70, and later in the week it goes back to the 40s.
So it sounds like April Fool's Day is like a celestial or Mother Nature's like Groundhog's Day. Might happen, might not. We'll see. Just
did
kidding. I was just
Did
kidding.
you enjoy that 70-degree day? Well, good, because guess what? Tomorrow it's going to be in the 40s.
That's funny. So it really has nothing to do with April 1st. I mean, if the calendar was even the same as it was.
Very true.
That makes me think immediately. It's like, what was the calendar like when they're talking about these times way back then? How many months were on that calendar? What date was it back then?
I'd have to look it up because I don't remember what
I
it
mean,
was.
that's.
And
You'll have to learn Latin probably to find the true origin of some of these things.
I wonder what
Sometimes
the setup
the
looks like.
History Channel gets their information wrong because
No.
March
I don't.
1st is the traditional New Year's before it was changed. Had nothing to do with April 1st. March 1st. And our founding fathers sometimes honored that because originally a president was sworn in March 1st. They changed that. You know, presidents now get sworn in, what is it, January 23rd, I think? But yeah, it used to be March 1st. So, but a holiday.
They used to get sworn in up in New York.
You know, I mean, for New Year's, yes. Originally, it was March 1st, not April 1st, not 2 weeks later. No, it was always back in the day, it was March 1st. From Roman times up until like 1600, had nothing to do with changing the calendar. Have nothing to do with changing the calendar.
Well, again, this is according to history.com.
Yeah,
So.
sometimes they get their information wrong. But I'm just saying, March 1st was the traditional New Year's. Because in a Roman calendar, in their year, March was the first month.
Well, this makes me think, when you look at the astrologicals on it, doesn't Pisces start the calendar? And that's like the beginning of March, isn't it?
Well, look at your
I may be
calendar.
remembering. I don't know.
Look at your calendar. If you counted out March and you count to what they call October, October is 8 in Roman and Italian. 8. Okay, so March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. November is 9th, December is 10. Now, when the Romans decided to change the calendar further, they took January and what we call February and inserted them. But they were not supposed to be, January was not supposed to be month 1. March 1st is the start of the calendar. That, like I said, got changed over time.
But that makes sense why February would be shorter. It's like, why is there a short month just in the middle
February
of the year?
used to have 29 days.
If February was the last day of the year, they're like, well, how many days are left? That's how many this one has.
Technically, February used to have 29 days. Leap year had 30. But when they gave a month to Julius Caesar, Augustus wanted 31 days. So he took that extra day from February and moved it to August. And that's why modern times your February has 28 days, 29 on leap year, but originally it was 29, 30 on leap year. History. You read it, you figure it out. But yeah, well, you count your month. Start from March, 8 October, that's 8, November, 9, December, 10. Because they were
nice.
Whoever came up with that back in the day, that was awesome.
It finishes off the article by saying April Fool's Day spread throughout Britain during the 18th century. In Scotland, the tradition became a 2-day event, starting with hunting the gawk, in which people were sent on phony errands. Gawk is a word for cuckoo bird, a symbol for fool. Some might even say that about Pop Talk.
Oh, yeah.
And followed by Tally Day, which involved pranks played on people's derrieres. such as pinning fake tails or kick me signs on them. I hear Phil still does that.
I would
Kicketh me.
I would never put a kick me sign on you, Mike. I would never do that.
I didn't say me.
Oh, Cash Money, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, Cash.
What do you goobers want?
I'm going to sit this time.
I might even put a sign on them that says, "Please give me a wedgie."
No. I'll put that sign on Phil's head. Yes.
Because Cash Money loves wedgies.
No, I don't.
Well, that's why he doesn't wear underwear no more.
The funny
There you
thing
go,
is,
Karen. He doesn't
I
wear
don't know
underwear
about you
because
guys,
he
but
gets
like,
traumatized.
I know some people did, but dude, I never got a wedgie in high school. I never did.
Anyone
Just,
believe that Cash Money never got a wedgie?
I never did.
Speak up now.
I believe it. I can believe
You know what? You know what? I played it for Barrett. I played it for Cash because I don't believe it. I really don't.
You can believe what you want. It's true.
Yeah, well,
it's
have
true.
you ever not have? You've gotten a flat tire before, right?
I call bullshit.
You can call bullshit all you want, but it's true.
I think you had one super wedgie, and that's when your chin popped out.
No wedgies.
And that was the day you became a man.
I don't think so. No, we didn't.
That what happened?
That wasn't.
Sure don't
that
feel
wasn't
like
really.
it.
That wasn't really a thing much going on in my high school for some reason. So.
Oh, jeez.
I think the truth is coming out.
no. You know what?
Homeschooled.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cash. I don't believe you for one bit.
I'm serious.
No.
Thing
I'm
much,
calling April Fools on you. I'm calling April Fools on you.
I'm not
Mike, remember, he did go to that fancy Beverly Hill High School, so they did other things there.
No, I actually
like
didn't.
Mean Girls.
No. We had other problems, but not that. That was not an issue much at the school, if there was any.
Were you picking on other people for their insignificant chins or something?
No,
Yeah.
I mean, well, the first year of high school, I was mean to some people. I will admit that. But
Yeah, he had his own gang of people. Basically, you had to have a prominent chin. They call themselves the Linos.
no. Yeah, the Linos, right? No. I went to what you guys actually would consider. I don't know what kind of high school you guys went to, but I went to a high school that would be considered a poor high school. Yeah.
Oh, public.
Yeah. Yes.
Public. Okay.
Yeah,
in Beverly Hills, a public high school.
I don't believe that either,
So-
Cash. I believe you went to a private school
No.
where you wore your uniform and you made sure that your chin was polished and
Polished chin.
Hey, remember, Mike? He went to the Beverly Hills High School. Even the public school, he served caviar.
What is this? An episode of Frasier?
That's awesome.
Don't worry, Cash.
So-
I have been given wedgies by my spiteful sisters before.
Did I find Lombard? Yeah. What's that?
Okay,
character's
so
Lumber.
Mike,
Lumberg, right?
yes,
I got
if I
something
want to be.
current we can talk about. Some
Not-
people might ugh it, but I got a few comments for the new X-Men show.
Oh.
Let me guess. It's crap.
No, it's if there was a bleep, you need to use it now because it's effing
When have I
awesome.
ever
It's
censored anybody?
awesome.
When
It
have
is
I ever
so
censored
good.
anybody?
It's so,
It stinks.
it's so fucking good. Cyclops is finally getting his due. Cyclops is a boss in this series. And I love the old series. We just watched it all the way through season 5.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, I'm sorry. Padawan, I want to ask you a question. Do you have a gun to your head while you're saying
Nope. Nope. I don't even understand the criticism everybody's giving it because what I've heard, I'm like, you are literally talking about a scene that takes 3 seconds. And it's and it's one
Dude.
or two lines of dialogue taken out of context. Because I didn't see anything what I've heard about. I didn't go too deep, but I watched all 3 episodes. I'm an old X-Men fan. I understood all the storylines. But what I was going to say, I've watched the old X-Men series, season 1 through 5. Season 1, 2, 3, 4 get better and better. The artistic style changes a bit. There's a few times when we were kind of questioning, it's not bad. It's just interesting. Some of the shadows that they decided to use from season 5, from episode 3 and 4 on, that show is trash. The animation is garbage. The storylines are not one good episode after that. Every episode, as a fan of the series, up until that point, I literally was like, how much longer is this episode?
So these newer episodes drag on.
No, I'm saying the final 8 episodes of season 5 of the original series are garbage. These first 3 episodes destroy season 5 of the animated series. And I know the animation's different, but I dig it.
Cash and I were making a comparison to the original intro to the new one, and you could definitely tell which one's cell animation, which one is not cell animation.
It was hard. It was hard. I mentioned it a few times while watching this. It's hard to put my finger on it. At first glance, when you're watching this, it's like the animation seems simpler. But there's a level of detail there that brings it up a lot. Because I was really, if anybody has ever watched Teen Titans, when they made Teen Titans Go, everything got very kid-like.
Right. Yeah, it used the cow.
It doesn't.
The characters.
It doesn't look as good. They did the same thing with superhero girls too.
But even like the writing got geared down. Everything about that show geared down. Because I was not interested in the stories anymore. I was not interested in the animation anymore.
Of course.
It was close, but it wasn't what it was. Okay. This new show, that, like I said, the animation looks simpler, but it actually has way more detail in it than you'd think. And but watching the full season, there's a few renditions of the original X-Men theme song. They tried to do like a live version with, they probably use guitar, but it almost sounds like a keyboard, the original version, Well, sounds very electronic.
Even comparing the intro, as far as the animation was concerned, I was comparing it from the music point of view. You can hear a difference in the theme from the original theme to now.
I've been watching with Appion over the past few weeks, and this was the best rendition we've heard. This is the most acceptable version. We heard it in the original series. We noticed it immediately. We're like, this is not the original version. And we're like, we don't like this. This new one,
I didn't like it when I heard it.
The new one, I enjoy. And I can separate them. But it is a continuation. I wouldn't say exactly, but they're doing comic book justice to this because everybody's tied in a storyline almost immediately. Whether we're dealing with it in the next episode or you can see some seeds planting along the way, they're doing it for everybody. And that's what I'm liking. And the teamwork, I haven't seen a fight yet where they haven't used teamwork. Like they're constantly doing double up moves and catching something like I said, Cyclops, the moves he's got, oh my God, it's so awesome. They even have some new stuff that I never really thought about. I was like, whoa, that's a cool Those are some cool new additions to that. They don't change his power. He uses it a couple ways different, but it works. I enjoyed the hell out of the episodes, all 3 of them.
So
I can't wait for next week.
Was that the one you showed me? The X-Men 97?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. And that's staying to the traditional X-Men, you say?
I'd say way more than any of these other X shows.
Okay.
Way more than any of them. Way more.
No. What planet does Rogue have any type of romantic feeling for Magneto?
Okay. She does in the comic books. She does though. She does though.
In the comics, she does. But
and that was something
people didn't like it. People didn't like it then either.
Even then, in the comic books, we noticed because when the X-Men animated show came out, they actually started another comic book series after the X-Men Adventures. It was garbage compared to the rest of them.
Like a message when you find it, the comic book number and the series.
So you're gonna make me pull all that crap out
because
I
have read X-Men. I have watched X-Men. Her romantic interest has always been Gambit.
You don't remember her and Iceman having a thing?
I won't even go to whatever that shower scene with Wolverine and.
Well, no, she ran away with Iceman. She left with Magneto. She was on I'll pull him out. I think I remember the cover, but man, you're making me do homework. But regardless,
if you're bring something up that you said is in the comic book, you should know it. And
well, I mean, I read them in the 90s. I haven't pulled them out since then because I've been moving.
Well, the only thing I get out of this is that Padawannabe likes Rogue having the Brie Larson ass. That's the one.
But what I was gonna say real quick was, when we watched the original series, it was like, okay, like the movie did. It's almost like you could see the movie took from the animated show. The animated took a little bit from the original comics because they had to adapt it a little bit. Anybody that knows the original stories knows it's different. But and if anybody has anything to say about like anybody's non-sexuality look, you have to watch the episodes. Madeline Pryor is the sexiest thing I've seen by far. This cartoon is not for children. The story, there is nightmare fuel in these episodes. This is hardcore stuff. And it sounds funny. Mr. Sinister, that's going to be the only spoiler I'm giving. Comes in and Madeline Pryor, well, if you've seen the episodes, you kind of, if you're an X-Men fan, you know Madeline Pryor is involved. So, but it is some really creepy. There's horror aspects, super high action, sci-fi. You got the comic books in there, but they don't take them page for page. It's like they're taking a little out here. It's like, oh, they're putting this storyline in with this storyline, and everything that I had a problem with, the old Dark Phoenix and Phoenix sagas, I'm already thinking it's getting fixed with this addition of Madeline Pryor. So I don't want to give too much away. I'll say, man, if you guys like the first series, watch this show. Watch it. I am excited. We didn't know what we were going to do, but we're going to do this every week now. We were thinking maybe wait a few weeks so we have a few more episodes to do it, but we're like, nope. I don't know if we can wait 3 weeks and then talk about it again. So we're just going to review each episode as it comes. There's going to be 10 episodes. I'm excited. I'm really excited.
I'm happy that you're excited.
And he's about to lose control and he thinks he likes it.
Like I said, the last 8 episodes of season 5, story and animation are trash. I'll say this. Anybody who watched our watch parties, I have never been a fan of the movie Logan. Not one bit. Okay? Crappy deaths for the entire X-Men family. Ridiculous. If I don't want to say anything about what happens with Xavier, but it's the one in the how season 5 ends is worse. Makes Logan look better, and I still hate Logan. That's all I have to say. The end of season 5 is garbage. It looks like a junior did it without a full year of schooling animation. The hair that looks so good on Rogue and Storm and Jean Grey, they all turn into bad, like, Sunday comics mops. They are horrible. There's no detail to it. The stories drag for 8 episodes. There's no action. I mean, I love the series up to that point. I haven't talked to anybody that has really talked about the last season. Like, I want to hear, it's like, did you like that like the rest of it? Because it's nothing compared to the rest of that series. And I'm like I said, if I compare the new 3 episodes to what they gave us in the final season with the new animation team and whatever happened, I don't know. This is a 10. All 3 episodes were a 10 out of 10.
Well, if it's anything what Cash Money showed me, and I believe it's X-Men 97 that he showed me, that animation was awful. Some of the character space was
and that's what I will totally admit. Like, the color, I was like, why do all the white people look super pasty? Like, they look like vampires.
Because the animation is cheap, man. That's why. Like,
that's what I thought too. That's what I thought too.
10 out of 10, and now you're agreeing that there is something wrong.
No, it looks white, but I still give it a 10. I'd buy these episodes.
No,
I'd tell people to watch these.
Like somebody from my high
Have you watched season 5 of the old series? No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Let me interject here.
Hold on.
What he showed.
It could be where the art style may not be up to snuff, but the story involved actually makes up for it.
That story, what I've seen, where Wolverine's in the shower and that comes.
Dude,
no.
Everybody talks about that. That is one sentence. If you guys are looking at that, at that kind of scene, I don't know what to tell you. Because that was a nightmare.
No.
That's the beginning of the end. That is the creepiest
I don't like what
scene.
they've done to Morph compared to the original. I just don't. And
I can understand that too.
I have a problem with that. I'm going to nitpick the hell out of that show, and that's why I'm staying away from it, Padawan, because I know.
Well, that's the thing, is I won't nitpick. I can nitpick all the movies that I've just given 10 out of 10s out. I can nitpick Ace Ventura and Who Messed with the Zoo. I can tell you, don't buy them. They're garbage. All this is trash, but they're funny. I like it. If I can nitpick, there's
Larson ass.
Honestly, you're talking about nitpick. We are Star Wars fans, and you can't even talk about nitpicking. Are you still a fan of the movie? You think they meant for that guy to hit his head on the door? You know,
it's that's what I'm saying. Star Wars, but even Star Trek fans, like all of us,
that's what I'm saying. If you want to nitpick everything. Hate the stuff you love, because you will.
Of course, man.
Well, look, I got a collection of books that's the Nitpicker's Guide to Star Trek Next Generation.
Right,
Star Trek
exactly.
They're fun to read. It's like, I mean, it's always fun to nitpick.
Because I can totally, I totally understand what you're saying. Because like the Kelvin timeline, I can go, okay, Star Trek fans may not like that. And I totally get that. But that's why I say, hey, if you like sci-fi, you might like it. Like, even if you don't like Star Trek, you might still like it. It's fun and energetic. And I said this in a stream before. I hate to say it. I love the original series. I love all those guys. But, man, how many times have we seen all those dudes run? Like, really sprint. You don't think they didn't have to run ever on any mission? That's all I'm saying. Like, we want to nitpick. It's like, well, yeah, there was no real action scenes in any of the old Star Trek, but I still love them. You know, but that's why I love the new ones, because they have action scenes that I always wanted to see Kirk get in. And I picture Shatner doing that, but I'm like, God, he can't do that.
Well, because
I just
Star
have
Trek
fun
wasn't-
with it, you know.
Yeah, well, Star Trek wasn't an action show. That's the
No,
thing.
That's
I
not
know.
what it was meant
But-
to be.
But my big
It was meant to
question
be
for,
more philosophical.
for anybody that has watched the old X-Men show, have you watched season 5? Do you
Back when
know?
it first aired,
Do you
I haven't
know
watched it
what
since
happens
then.
at the end of that series? And do you know how ridiculous it is?
If it's the Sinister final season that
Nope.
had Sinister,
Doesn't
then
have anything to do with Sinister.
Well, then I didn't see it, and probably wasn't aired in my area.
Is this
was
old
the
enough that I
season
can
that I
spoil
watched
the hell out of this?
animated
Doesn't matter,
X-Men
man.
series.
I'll let
I
Mike.
just-
I'll let
I'm
Mike
just-
make the call.
I'm just shocked, man. You
I
don't
got the
like
card up.
Logan, dude.
I got the
Logan
card
is
up.
so
I don't
good.
like Logan. The Reavers are garbage. He
I
dies.
don't agree with that.
Like, well, I read the comment. They don't look anything like they should. Not even close. Not even close. So they look like humans that have augments, and they're not. They're cybernetic dudes that are almost really not human anymore. One guy's got tank treads for legs.
Cool.
You know, they
But-
just
But
look
I'm
like
gonna
any
say this
other
to you to make
cyborg
you
kind
happy,
of,
Pat,
you
I
know.
want to be. I'm gonna make you happy.
Well-
If you ever want to see William Shatner doing action and moving, watch his cop show.
Oh,
I
yeah.
watched
TJ
that
Hooker.
too.
TJ
I watched
Hooker.
that too.
Yeah,
There-
that's
there's
right, he
not-
does.
You even
I
see it
understand
right
what you're
across the
saying,
car.
but
There
that's
you
not
go.
Kirk.
William
And-
Shatner doing action.
And if Mike gives me permission, I'll spoil season 5.
The spoiler card is up. So
Okay.
if you want to
At the
What
end
about
of
the fight
season
with the
5,
Born?
in the end of season 5, Xavier dies with a machine that the head of the Brotherhood, the wannabe KK group, he activates a machine, makes Xavier have a seizure, and Xavier dies.
Wait a
There
minute.
is no fight for 8. There is no enemy for 8 episodes.
Are you trying to tell me that Kathleen Kennedy was involved with that even back then? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
And
You might think
Logan,
everything is okay, but Disney, he's gonna get you. Kathleen Kennedy's gonna get you. Disney and Kathleen Kennedy are gonna get you.
We have to enter the range.
you know, I just want to interject one more time.
Mhm.
You know, Pat Wannabe, you would enjoy it. Jace
Mhm.
isn't enjoying it. But
Mm-mm.
here's how I look at it.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
nope,
Man.
I'm
that's
just-
how I look at it too. But
Right.
if you're not gonna watch even a full episode, I don't know what to say. You're just gonna go off somebody else's. I'll watch it all. I've watched everything.
Hey,
You know?
I'm just.
I think Aquaman is worse than the Marvels.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying.
I didn't
I'm just
see it.
saying. I've watched
the
them all.
original
You know,
Aquaman.
I loved the original series. I can't believe what happened at the end of that season 5. From what I understand, they got a full new animation team and everything changed. But the last season, like, they didn't have the same intro. They didn't have anything the same.
Padawan put himself
And
there.
Gambit's
I'm gonna
voice was
put him
so
there,
bad.
fellas, and I have to do this. Since you like watching stuff, and you say you watch stuff, even if they're bad, I'm putting
I see if
together
it's
a
bad.
watch party.
Oh
What
God!
do you got?
Yeah,
I'm not watching that movie again.
No, Caddyshack 2.
Never watched it. And you
Whatever
can
I have
anybody
watched
does,
it. I have watched it.
movie.
I've
Whatever
watched it a few
anybody
times
does,
when I was a
don't
kid.
listen to Phil. Do not watch Caddyshack 2.
And who's not in that? Chevy Chase or whoever it is?
No,
Oh,
Chevy's
he's
in
in
there.
there.
It's a cameo.
No, there's
Yeah.
somebody. There's who's what's the
Talking
big
about Rodney
character that's just not?
Dangerfield and
Maybe that's
Midnight.
it.
Midnight
But there's
and
somebody
Rodney
that's major that wasn't in the second
Bad
one.
movie.
Right, right.
Well, yeah, Bill Murray wasn't in it. They had basically
Bill Murray's
Dan
not in.
Aykroyd took over for that. Dead
Right.
Knight was dead, so Robert Stack kind of played.
that's right.
Oh,
He
did
had
he
already
pass
passed
by
away.
then?
That's
Oh,
right.
Yeah,
That's
he was
right.
dead by then, sadly.
That's right.
And then they had Jackie Mason doing the kind of the part that was Rodney.
Doesn't work.
No. But they
I'll
did
tell
have
you-
Kevin Case, so give it a little credit.
And when it comes to Caddyshack 2, this is my thoughts on it.
How about new?
There are people that will be
Yeah.
coming.
it's funny.
Pacific. Jason's going to come watch it. Even
No, I'm-
Jason's going to come watch it.
I've watched
Well,
it, and
Jason's
growing
a
up,
masochist.
I taught myself with Caddyshack 2. Said this is one of those movies. Why everybody says sequels aren't as good as the first one right now. Because there
Well, you
still
can go
were
down
some
the
second
line.
sequels that were good, but then the things started changing in the '90s. I was actually those were my movie going years. Like I remember, we would and the way we did it, we would movie hop, Google it. You know, so we didn't always have a choice
know
of
what
what
that
we
is.
saw, but we could count on a 98 minute runtime. You know, if you give like 100 minutes in between movies, that gives you enough time to do your bathroom break, you know, buy something from the guy that sells the posters and all the knickknacks. Because that dude is the only one that's there all day. Everybody else shift ends in like 4 hours. You'll be totally fine.
Well,
but we couldn't
I used
schedule.
to do that when I went to the movies. When
So
could
you
actually
understand,
afford to do that.
we would do it once a month because there were so many movies that come out. To be honest, we would go open to close, and we still wouldn't see all the new movies. You know, I mean, and we would watch everything. I mean, this was like what? It's like Ski Patrol came out, T2 was coming out.
God.
You know, like all these movies in the right around like 88 to 91 were my prime years of the movie hopping.
And
Like
I
an
didn't
8
trick-
theater.
I didn't trick Paul. Paul willingly went. You know, willingly. You could have said no, but you didn't.
I was in that watch party just to hear the pain that Paul was going through because I remember how bad that movie was.
But there was one
It's like-
person that was happy during that whole entire movie.
You.
Laughing every minute of it.
Oh,
I
you were
remember
cackling,
that.
man.
I remember that live stream. You
Mhm.
started cackling, and
Yeah.
He did.
You know,
he
I
cackled, man. He cackled.
might have been in like might have been like the summer of 6th grade, and this guy I knew from elementary school for years calls me up to go see Spaceballs. I was like, wow, I don't know this guy very well. After years of thinking about him, like, oh, he probably called all his best friends. And they were like, sorry, man, can't. Mom says I got to stay home or I'm going to see grandma. I was probably 7 or 8 on the list. How he got my number, I don't know. But
It's a
so he
phone
calls
book.
me up. We go to
Phone book.
Spaceballs.
Remember those things?
And my mother paid extra to be unlisted.
Oh, I don't blame her.
My mom was that mom.
I don't blame her.
So, but we went and saw Spaceballs, and we sat first row center. And the opening flyby, I guess you would call it. I think it lasts like literally 30 or 40 seconds, right?
Yeah,
After just a few, after when you already realize, you're like, wow, they are still showing this thing flying by. This lady off to the right is laughing hysterically the whole time through the rest of the pass by. Years later, you know, in my 20s, I'm like, I bet that lady was high. I'm just saying, it's something you watch and years later, but that was those were my prime years.
So Pat Wannabe got toasted one night and watched Spaceballs, and he was laughing the whole thing also.
No.
If it was with the
And the
Bulls,
she shed.
you would have
And the
a
she shed.
doubleheader of Spaceballs and Ice Pirates.
Oh, Ice Pirates. When I was a kid, this is a silly memory, sorry, but my mom just remember, like, and I remember it too because she told me years later. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I did. I saw the commercial on TV, and I ran in and did like the kung fu kick and a couple karate chops, and I said, "Kung fu robots!" and I ran out of the room.
I think it does that to the Mystery Channel wannabe still today. In the she shed.
It was
You were
just
telling that
so
with
funny.
such intensity, Padawannabe. I feel like I was there.
Well, you got to think. Okay, what year was that? Probably like 87.
Something like
So I'm like, I'm like in 4th grade. So think you're like 8 or 9, and you see Kung Fu Cylons. Are you kidding me?
So when did you get your first case of space herpes?
That's so funny. Like what was it? Police Academy. Michael Winslow was the funniest thing. The scene when he does the dubbing, that still is one of my favorite scenes. I laughed so hard when I was a kid at that stuff. Yeah, but he did it.
I wanted to rent the Police Academy movies.
I mean, yeah, those first few are worth.
Even though there's
for sure.
6 of them, yeah. I mean, the first 3, 4 is pretty good. Then
I was
5
gonna
and
say
6.
I would say the first 4, but then after that,
It got watered down. But
There's still
doesn't-
some good jokes in there, but
Doesn't like Steve Gutenberg and a few of them leave?
yeah, he left after 3 or 4. I think 3.
I think 3.
He was probably doing his 3 Men and a Baby.
The best movie series in the
I like
80s,
the first one.
Classic for the 80s is Porky's. Period.
The first one was good, but it didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Porky's
by
would
the
get
way-
you arrested, dude.
Speaking of Porky's, Phil, when are we watching that again?
When you're able to,
Oh,
man.
hey, Paul.
When you're able to.
Hey, Padawan.
You know,
what's up?
I want you to experience Miss Ballbreaker.
Oh God, Ballbreaker.
She's so funny.
Just say the word, man. I'll host it.
That's basically Lunch Lady from the Lunch Lady Land.
And you know, Meat. I just saw the other day. Meat died.
So
no,
You
they
have to
actually
watch the
played Meat.
movie and understand what Baron just said.
Yeah, Meat died. So yeah.
Oh no.
So,
but we
so-
still have Lassie.
So that will be my challenge to you all. If you haven't watched the final season of the original X-Men series, watch it.
I mean, I ain't watched the original show, period. So there you go.
And watch the first 3 episodes of the new one and tell me season 5 is better. I dare you to tell me. I'll find something, and you can't do it out of spite. But if you think season 5 of the original series is better than what we're getting now,
I have no desire to after Cash when he showed me that.
Wasn't it Crit?
Horrible.
Didn't Crit show that?
Well, you like the old
Crit.
series, right?
But
Finish it. Finish the old series.
Right now, the series that Cash Money has showed me the last 2 months, the 2 series from Japan, they couldn't touch it.
Oh, that one was pretty cool.
Anime stuff.
That one was pretty cool. I saw that one. That one was pretty cool.
Sword Art Online.
Where's my Sword Art Online?
Is that the one that looks? Is that the one that looks total anime style, and they have to go after some kidnap? Well, it's but their voices are very American, right?
Oh well, yeah, of course.
Okay,
But, I mean,
I'm making sure.
they dub it.
Because the series
And they have to and
Right,
they
but
have
they
to go
find-
after the kidnapped one, the
Right,
kidnapped
right.
girl, right? Okay.
Well,
I just wanted to make sure I was thinking of the right one.
That's
That one's awesome.
The game.
Well,
It's stuck in the game.
thing is,
That one was
right.
so
Well,
good.
they're all those real life situations. These are things that actually
Mhm.
happen in real life. So.
No, I that's the only one I like. Like people are like, "Oh, X-Men or Wolverine and the X-Men is so good." And then the one where they're in high school, whatever that one's called. I was like, "But they're in high school. They didn't go to high school. What do you think Xavier's school was?"
That was one. Yeah, that was the thing that didn't make sense about
just
about
making
X-Men
crap up now
about X-Men Evolution. That did not make any sense. The Xavier Mansion was basically was basically a school for them, and some of the teachers and some of the X-Men were teenagers. Some of them, most of
I
them
just
were
didn't
adults.
get that. I didn't get that.
Yeah, the
But-
only X-Men characters that were adults were Storm, Beast, and Wolverine, and the rest, were teenagers. Kitty Pryde was a teenager. Nightcrawler was a teenager.
And can we
It's not-
admit that any
Jean Grey
relationship
and
that
Cyclops.
Wolverine had with any woman at any time was just like him? He was like 100 years older than she was.
So, wait a moment. Are you trying to tell me that Sword Art Online was based on reality? Wow.
But I'll agree
real
that
life
Japanese,
situation.
that anime style X-Men is that's the best one.
I don't know
like,
that.
of
You
the
mean
other
like
ones.
the Cowboy Bebop stuff? I don't know, man.
Oh no,
The
I mean,
Oh,
I'm saying that
I don't know if you
X-Men
saw that
of the
one,
other X-Men series.
all right.
Like
The
X-Men and the
Evolution?
Wolverine.
Oh,
I like,
okay.
or is it X-Men Evolution? Is that where they're in high school? Don't
Yeah,
like that one at all.
That's
Right.
X-Men Evolution. Yeah.
Right.
Wolverine and the X-Men, I can take a little more, but it's not X-Men
What about-
97 series. It's not
What about
the original.
Slimer in the X-Men? Slimer in the X-Men wasn't so bad.
What? What in the X-Men?
Slimer.
He said
Slimer. Give me here.
Slimer in the X-Men. That was a pretty good show.
Don't cross the beams. Don't cross the claws, bub.
Wolverine, look, I can't speak that much. Only stuff that I've seen from the animation point, which, I can tell they went cheaper with what they did before. And I know they changed the animation. We had to talk about this before, Padawannabe. But I know they changed it in later seasons of the original. And, but I would still say there's more detail than this series. But I don't like what they did to Morph. Because I've seen what they've done to Morph, and I don't like that, man.
The only thing I can
bothers
say,
me a lot.
The only thing I can say, because that kind of bothers me too. I know where they got the original design. I get it. Because they tied Morph in because he was a popular character in the animation. So when they made this alternate timeline, they were like, "Oh, we'll put him in the story." So I see where they got him, but he's not in that form hardly at all, man. Like, if I had to time it, maybe 5 seconds. And
Well,
the
it's just-
flashes, he actually plays,
Sounds like my
he
love life.
ends up being all these other cameos. You're like,
It's
oh, he's this, oh my God, he's this person. Oh my God, he's this person.
It's
So it was
just
kind of cool.
It's
I
the
get what
voice,
you're
man,
saying,
and
though.
then
Yeah.
they brought back
Oh, dude, the
Wolverine
voice.
too. Wolverine, and
Okay.
he sounds like he's been a chain smoker for things. He sounds horrible.
Well,
I know
yeah.
he's older. I know he's
Yeah,
older,
yeah.
but I just
That's
can't.
it is kind of
I
what
can't get
happens.
used to it,
Because
man.
people didn't like Rogue, and I was like, dude, the lady's.
No.
Have you seen her? She's like
Her
60,
voice
dude.
her voice is a little off, man. Too.
But it gets that.
Well, I mean,
it
think
gets
about
that.
it.
She
She's
still
not
has.
older now.
She
They-
still
Right,
got.
one at a time, guys. You go first.
Everybody go ahead. Everybody go
Think
ahead.
about it. They're older now, and if they haven't performed the voices of these characters in a long while, then it's not going to sound exactly the same. I'll give you an example.
Exactly.
Frank
I'll
Welker
give it
didn't
to him.
voice Megatron in the Transformers 2007 live action movie, but he did voice Megatron for the game. And when you're hearing Megatron in the game, it doesn't sound quite right. But the more work that Frank Welker has done on it, he's back to how it originally sounded.
Yeah, I
Rogue?
mean, again, Megatron in the movie was voiced by Hugo Weaving, aka Agent Smith.
Which I didn't think was bad, but I understand what Mike's talking about. If they got the original voice actor.
Rogue does sound a little bit different.
I'm
Rogue. Rogue does sound a little different, but
I
she's
was
still
a chain smoker for
the only
30,000.
the only way I can accurately describe it. She still has that prepubescent crack in her voice.
Okay.
Like when some of the stuff goes flat and she can't hit that note, she almost goes into a whisper rasp. She sounds like Reba McEntire, to be honest with you. I mean, she has this squeak, and every once in a while, it's a real grit. There's no note there. When you really listen to Rogue, there's some notes she just doesn't hit. And it's just a syllable of a word, and it's like, oh, but that's what I like.
But it's right. That's what I like in the original. It's the same with Wolverine. I know they're older now.
She does all that. She does do all that. The biggest thing with Wolverine that bothered me is he's chewing a freaking toothpick. I know we never saw a cigar in the original show, but with how they're gearing this show, he should be chewing on a cigar. This is not a child. This is PG-13, where the other one was G, maybe. I wouldn't even say it was PG because they used lasers the whole time. So they have this thing, that's why Lego went with lasers because they're not bullets,
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
Transformers and G.I. Joe will lasers because they're not bullets.
Right.
And all I want to say,
this laser rod is full of bullets. Amateur hour, guys.
I won't even say you have to watch the new series. If you were a fan of the old series, watch season 5. Then we can talk. If you haven't watched season 5,
that doesn't mean we're going to agree.
No, you got to tell me that you like it.
Pat on.
That's what I want to hear. Is you like the animation?
You might want to hear,
like this?
But when other people watch it, look, I love X-Men. I love traditional Marvel. There are some series of Marvel that towards the 80s and 90s they veered into outer space. I didn't care about it. I grew up. Well, biggest thing Marvel did in the 70s was Thing versus Hulk. That was big. That was huge. Wasn't crazy about it. All right. And that was probably one of the most popular comic books that they had going in 20 years at that time in the 80s. People were still to that day trying to find copies of that. Thing versus Hulk.
I guess this is where it ends up being. If you're not willing to try to watch
it doesn't
the end
have to be willing.
Okay, can I say this real quick?
All right, guys.
Just go. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, go ahead.
I liked it too, but it seems like I'm the only one that watched the whole series.
I haven't watched it since it aired.
Yeah.
We're talking 30 years ago.
I'll give you this, Pat on one.
So that's all I'm saying.
Hear me out.
No, because I'm just gonna drop. I drop it. I drop the microphone for you.
No, Pat,
and you're not gonna watch it. I get that. I'm not gonna force you.
You said there that people should watch it and then talk to you. So I'll give you a little.
No, I wanted this challenge went out to you guys because we all liked it. I thought.
Look, just a couple years ago, they had a series of TV shows called Batwoman. Watch all Batwoman.
I did. I watched it all.
Oh, God bless. We can't talk.
You watched all of it, Padawan?
No.
I can see exactly why. I can see exactly why it was canceled. I can see exactly why it was canceled.
Well, it was a mess, and they changed.
It was a mess. It was a mess. But yes, I watched it. All of it.
Wow, man.
Excuse me. I got a question here, though. Excuse me. Wasn't yesterday X-Men Day?
But that's my room. I mean, X-Men, that's all I really want to know. If you were a fan of the original series, watch season 5 and tell me if you still liked season 5 as much as the rest of the series. If you like a show, wouldn't you want to watch the end of it?
People like MASH,
I did back when it went back.
No, I know Pacific,
but I haven't watched it since.
I know, I understand.
But Padawan, I want to ask you something since you brought up Batwoman. Did you feel?
I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, you did.
No, he asked.
Phil did.
Well,
I admitted it. I admitted it.
What I was wondering, What I was wondering is, did you notice that in the first season? Because if you watch all the first season, because I watched,
might be a little hard to. I did watch it all, but I watched it right through.
Right. Did you notice that the supporting characters, the two main the supporting characters in it, Lucius Fox's son and also Kate Kane's father, were better than pretty much the whole season.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they were. Yeah. And that's not good. They all should be better, but
I fully understand. I see Kristen Stewart that exact same way for the entire Twilight series. I was like, wow, she really drags down
she does.
Scene.
She does. Yeah, because
every scene,
right,
every scene.
Yeah, because with Twilight, it's always the vampire, the Cohen, the vampire family is the most interesting thing about Twilight. I don't want to be.
Wait a moment, Cash. You watch Twilight? Okay, come on. There are man cards that need to be.
I've watched Twilight a few times. Several times.
Twilight.
Your man card saying Cash's man card is
I was dating a white progressive woman.
Right.
Cash, you watched the Twilight series. I'm sorry.
Not on
theater.
All right, youngster, out you go. Don't come back. Ever.
Dang, Cash. I think I did see them all in the theater.
No, all chin, no testicles. That's what.
Wait, what's going on here? Wait, there's a thing. Oh, hold on. No, but what I'm getting at is, all jokes aside, what I'm getting at is the whole thing that these shows, even stuff like Twilight, and I would never recommend anybody watching the theaters. If you're ever going to watch it on cable. You're interested. Oh, what's this? Oh God. But really, what it comes down to, just like Batwoman,
Twilight pretty much took over everything. Now everybody wants a dude who looks like Edward Cullen. It's weird.
What I'm pointing out is that, number one, vampires should never sparkle ever. Okay,
of course they shouldn't. Seriously, they should turn to ash immediately.
They should. Well, maybe glisten in the moonlight a little bit. They are pretty pale.
Yeah, I can understand being in the moonlight, but seriously, in sunlight they should be extremely weakened, or they should outright just burn to ash in sunlight.
Oh man!
At least I did like that idea in Blade. That in order to prevent frost, to make himself not burn, he just put sunblock on. Smart move for a vampire.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there is stuff out there, and Twilight is definitely one of them. That's just
I know.
Overall,
Frozen Empire. I actually did like it. There were a couple things that I found were just cringeworthy, but only if they went full on with one of these things, it would have been a hell of a lot worse.
Right. Well,
my rating for it was,
excuse me.
Go
ahead.
7.5 after I initially saw it. Then thinking about it a couple days later, it dropped to 6.5.
Well, I kept it at an 8. I know my initial review, and I think now it's sitting kind of at like a 7, at a solid 7 now, 7.0.
I had my issues with it.
But
when it came to Phoebe's development, I felt it was a step down.
Yeah, it was. It was a step down. It was. They benched her, and of course, she finds comfort. She finds some small thing of feeling alienated, but she feels more she relates more to a dang ghost. At first, I kind of thought it was just Egon just somehow came back and just wanted to just give her some words of wisdom. That would have been a little more interesting. But no, they got the. But the chick who played played that ghost girl. At first, when I see her name, she's not really credited for a name. But now I think we know her as Melody. I think it's just
yeah, that was the name of her character.
Okay, yeah.
Here's the big question for all that have seen that: will you think I will like it?
It's a matter of perspective. I'm just going to repeat what I said in my review. Watch it for yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Watch it for yourself.
That doesn't help me, man.
And if
I
you
know it
also
doesn't
don't
help you, but everybody's standards for entertainment are different. What I expect to see in a movie or a TV show is different than what everybody here watching right now expects to see.
Well, that's the whole thing, though. For Ghostbusters was packed when I went to go see it. Every showing, at least I've seen it, 2 times I've seen it, it was packed.
There's some of us that like watching those manly movies, and there's those of us who turn our man cards and watch the Twilight stuff.
You've got to. Well, I gotta. Well,
wait, what?
I would say that. So you said you saw Twilight in the theaters, Padawanami. I couldn't do
Yes.
that, man. It was on.
Well, I was
oh
with
my God,
I was
dude.
with a girl for like over 10 years, but she was the girl like we saw Matrix. Jurassic Park, I remember being the first time seeing a line, and it was to purchase tickets. But these were the movies that we saw together. You know, like we would see Twilight, but we'd see all the Harry Potter. We read all the Harry Potter books. You know, so I mean, I did very active white person stuff, I guess. You know, like Da Vinci Code came out. We went and saw that. We got the book. We read it.
Yeah, that was different than
I'm not
the
trying
book.
to make it all about this.
the-
It's all about race things. Like,
And for
yeah,
what it's worth, the Da Vinci Code books, I really enjoy that. I enjoy that author. Like this was an author I bought all the books. I enjoy that character. So
comparing that, of course, to the books, you know, like Tom Hanks's character.
No thanks,
of
Tom
course,
Hanks.
Is wooden in that compared to when you read the
books
Da
were
Vinci
so
Code.
good. God, that real time writing really sucked me in. It's like this is happening like it's faster than I can read it.
Right.
So the big question is going to see those movies with this lady, do you get lucky?
Oh, well, we lived together for like the whole time. We were the high school sweetheart story and all that stuff. Oh, yeah, all the time.
I mean, I've been married.
She was in literally like one of those Sex in the City groups, like that show that all her girlfriends loved that, and it was no joke. Like, oh, you all are this group. Not it really into fashion, not New York, but like my town's version. There was the super slutty one. There was the smart one. There was the one that worked hard but didn't really get ahead. There was the one that had money and just fucked around. You know, I mean, they were literally these girls. So like, and when I say, and it's funny, I have weird memories of like some of these things. I just remember we went to an 80s themed dance club one night, and like just imagine, I can't remember her character, she's got another show now, but the redhead on that show, she was the one who
Cynthia Nixon. I don't know.
she experimented quite often, I guess we could say. But there was a girl in their group, I was like, oh, that's her for sure. And I've never actually seen anybody dance like a stripper in a dance club until this night. Like, the hair flip's real and the positions are real. But what happened is this 6.5 foot dude came up behind her within 4 feet, just stood there and started staring. And I was like, okay, I just talked about, I was like, you need to get a bouncer over here right now, because what that dude is doing is very creepy. But like, you think it's in the movies, some of that stuff, like, oh, they're dancing for the cameras. No, some people actually do that.
And then Padawanami started the myth that he was Mr. Big of the town.
Somebody did that kind of crap to a duck recently.
But I'll tell you, that would be what they'd call white privilege. They're like, well, yeah, how do you expect to dance like that in a club where people can touch you?
Real quick, I do want to say thank you to the 70 folks who are watching us right now on all platforms, that being YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, and Facebook.
Yeah, they just wanted to see me and Phil's fight.
Right,
and that's all.
It wouldn't last
and that's
long.
and that's all.
That's
all I asked. That's all it asked. But Phil's not gonna watch what he's not gonna watch, so I get it.
You come watch Caddyshack 2.
I've watched it, man. I've watched it.
He's watched it
again. I like people.
Okay, and if I watch that, you still won't watch anything.
I watch.
So what's that do? You won't watch any of the stuff I asked you to watch.
Cash. You can.
All right, guys. All right.
One at a time. One at a time.
Oh, this is fun.
Am I not reasonable?
Hey.
Let's watch.
Okay, Phil, I'll do your Caddyshack watch. Watch the rest of your favorite X-Men series.
So, okay.
I'll do
That's
No,
the
I'm having
deal.
fun. I don't want anybody to think I'm like mad. I'm totally played. I'm having a good time. And I don't feel that Phil is taking anything seriously either. I mean, I hope he's not. I hope he's not. I'm just having fun. I don't want anybody to think
never
it's
take
uptight
anything
or
seriously. You can ask the guys here.
even his taxes. No.
The only time I take something seriously, the only time I really take something seriously is somebody tries to mention how good Batwoman was.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything like that. And for what it is worth,
ever tries to mention Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I throw them out head first.
Which one?
So Phil likes GoBots, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and the last season of Batwoman.
I never liked GoBots. Never played with GoBots. And when we got together to play with Transformers, the kid that came over with GoBots didn't get to play.
And for what it's worth,
it's the same kid that come along when we're playing with Legos to try to play with Lincoln Logs. No.
Come on, toys, boy. Chicken toys. And for what it's worth, Ruby Rose was way better than the second actress.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's not saying much. It's just...
I know. Like I said, I see why it got canceled, and if they were legit making a movie,
but
I see why that got canceled.
Seasons, man. It's
I
just
know.
Like
well, hey, a lot of that other stuff went many seasons. Hey. The reality stuff my wife watches goes 15 and 20 seasons, and I can't watch it. I literally can't watch it for 30. I passed through the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on just a moment here. Just a moment. Mike is putting up what he wants for his birthday right now.
Okay.
What's TFW? I can't see it all. Sorry, you guys. I'm only on an 18-inch laptop or whatever that size is.
Win.
Listen to him brag. It's only 18 inches. Yeah.
Well, it's like 8 years old, so I'm not bragging. Trust me.
I'm just gonna stop right there before we get in trouble.
Let me get my glasses here real quick.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need glasses soon. Actually, I just need a better monitor.
This might be a reason for me to buy a record player. I mean, I've seen some records I'd like to have anyway, but this is another reason to actually buy a record player, because it's been announced that the original series music is going to be re-released on vinyl. This will actually be the second release. A few years ago, they had a release of some of the music on vinyl, and now they're bringing it back again. It says, attention G1 collectors, Amazon pre-orders for the new Transformers music from the original animated series vinyl are live. This is a new and improved release of the first G1 score vinyl released in 2018. Now it's a double vinyl with 42 tracks from seasons 1, 2, and 3, plus 2 new tracks.
Ooh.
We also have our first look at the new front and back cover art by artist Matt Ferguson. You can pre-order this double vinyl via Amazon for $39.98, due to be released in July 26th to be exact. And it says, see the promotional images, which we're going to take a look at, but it has the premium thick spine gatefold packaging, thick board inner sleeves, limited edition color vinyl. Disc 1.
Oh, what? I was going to ask about that. What color vinyl does it say? I just can't see. Because I was going to ask if it's colored or printed or anything, because that's kind of the new thing.
It looks like it looks like they're colored. I'm gonna go ahead and click on the image.
Look like
well, they're definitely
like
not black. Yeah, it looks like a laser disc reflection almost.
Yeah.
Huh. Cool. Or it looks like one of those like oil or those sand things that where you flipped it over and it would change, you know, it would all leak into it. That's
that
wow,
cool
that's interesting.
Looking, man. I like that.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
And they have Autobot and Decepticon. Is that what I'm seeing?
And we all, and we all know that Decepticon is the one that's more important.
Now, if they sold a boombox with the cassette version of this,
I mean, yeah, they could sell a boombox or a mini tape deck that looked like Soundwave, or if you wanted to sell a boombox, make it look like Blaster, tie it in to the characters.
Okay. Now, anybody, if you bought this thing, would you actually play it? Or is it just going away?
2 copies. 2 copies.
I'd want to play.
Are you gonna play it like you want to play you want to hear the vinyl version, like having it on Spotify or YouTube Music or whatever wouldn't be good? I'm just curious.
I don't even know if they're gonna release this onto iTunes, because they didn't even release it the first time around on iTunes.
I'll tell you, iTunes has a lot of music, and then there's a lot of stuff. I'm like, how can they not have this? And they don't have hold, and it blows me away because it's Apple. They're dealing with some other thing, yeah. But like I don't have Apple, and I end up getting. I haven't really ran into any problems on the platform I'm on. Things keep getting released it's like, whoa, they're on here now. That's awesome. Whoa, I didn't think they were on anything. They're on here now. I mean, they just keep showing up. So I'm not sure.
He gets excited for every Bare Naked Lady, album that comes out.
It's been 1 week. No.
He plays that song over and over and over again. When it's time to get funky with the wife, he puts that on. It's like that gets him into the mood.
I do wish I could sing that for karaoke, though. It's just, it's a little too fast, man. I like the lyrics. I like this album. That's why I was asking. Is this going to go straight collector's item for you guys, or is this something?
It's one of those things where I'd love to have it in my collection, but I would love to also have one where I can actually play it and listen to it.
Well, you can get one of those new digital turntables and download it to your computer and all that good stuff now. They do that for tapes too. So, okay, honestly, if you all might remember, you might have been around the prime music. I don't know how many of you were buying music. When I was buying music, it was like, give my allowance and I'm walking down to the warehouse every week. Get some singles, or if there's a cassette I want, but I would get something every single week. Friday and Saturday night videos, you got to get that stuff, So
MTV.
Is it really vinyl or tape? Because in vinyl, we get the pops. Sometimes it can skip. But if anybody's listened to tapes for any amount of time, especially through a Walkman, you understand that there's a...
Well, not only that, with the tape, if you play it too often, you actually start getting...
Well, you warp it out, yeah. You need to play it beginning to end. You need to play it beginning to end. You can't stop it too much. You can't,
When
I got lots of tapes.
And I own a lot of records, believe it or not.
I believe that.
Records first of all, you got to know how to take care of your record. All right? Even if you have a record that's been sealed and you never open it, it's important how you store it because it will warp. It will warp. Second of all, if you're playing it on a record player and you're setting it down, you have to be careful with your needle. But if you have somebody that has a little bit of movement that's kind of foolish doing it near a record player, the trick of the trade is you take a quarter, you set it on top of the head, and while you're playing your record, it will keep the needle onto the record.
I always did with a penny.
Yeah. These people, you have to be careful nowadays, Baron. Canada don't have pennies anymore, so. And kids don't like keeping change, so you're more likely able to get them with a quarter.
Now I want to say what.
But I still have 78s.
I probably still have some somewhere. I have a lot of quarters in one area, and
I guarantee only 3 of us know what a 78 is.
I know what a 78 is.
A Let me explain something. I'll tell people. A 78 is an earlier record. Say, what is it, 50s? Maybe pre-50s?
Oh, before the 50s.
Yeah. But I mean, it probably stopped making them after the 50s.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. You might have had. You still had turntables that took them for the longest time.
A 78.
Yeah, because my parents had them. That's how I know what they are.
They were twice as heavy as a modern record. Twice as heavy. And more durable.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, that's a 78. They're really super heavy, and they're less likely to warp if you properly take care of it. Now, your modern 50s on records, yeah, they were kind of I don't want to call them frisbee like, but they're not that hard to actually break, warp, or scratch. Sadly.
Well, that's because those 78s, and even when you started going into the others, were actually made out of wax.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you talk about the stack of wax. And even when you started getting the other, the 45s, they still had some that were that way, but then they started going to the vinyl, which of course was flimsier, could warp easier, all that fun stuff.
And I will tell you that there is a difference, especially in the 80s records, between American records and European records. European records were not that durable.
Yeah, they were metric.
Yeah, God bless. But I would tend to never play. If I do have copies of records that were from Europe, I tend to. What I did as a kid, I would play it on the record and record it with a blank tape.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we did.
The European records, if you played it 50 times, even if you took care of it and everything, they worn out. They'll wear out. And for a record to wear out, that means that whatever they were putting into the record itself wasn't that good.
Yeah. Well, we put them on the cassette for one important thing. Also, we listened to it in the car.
Yep.
So you want to take your albums with you. Well, put it onto the cassette, and then you can plug it in the cassette deck.
Don't forget, in the car, I tend to
remember listening to the radio and having blank cassette tapes and actually waiting until they played the song that you wanted to hear.
Can the DJ stop talking over the song? Jeez.
That's why the DJ did talk over the song.
I know, because 30-second intro and stuff like that. No, you guys are talking about exactly. I used to do this all the time, man. We had one of those. I was always a component person. As I grew up, I learned components were the way to go for stereo equipment. You want your own CD player, you want your own tuner, you want your own equalizer, you want your own turntable, this, that, whatever. But as I was growing up, I got one of those all-in-ones. It actually had a 8-track on the bottom that I never used. There were 8 tracks around, but when this unit was around, there weren't any 8 tracks around. But my mother still had all of her records. So now this would be known as classic rock, maybe ancient rock by now. I'm not sure how the qualification goes there, but so all the early Doors stuff, Steve Miller,
why not just call it the
Eagles,
golden age of rock?
Well, that's a great one. But old Elton John, all the stuff from the 70s and 80s they had on record. So of course,
don't forget track.
Well, that's I had one, but I didn't get to use it at the time. God, excuse me. Sorry, allergies are so bad. I keep sneezing and anyway. So at this time, no 8 tracks available, but all my mom's records. She kept them in those old crates. I don't know if you call them milk crates, just the long ones. Yeah. They were almost like the old wood version of a comic box for albums. Yeah. And she would keep them in there. So I would just go through. I would kind of remember by what the album cover was. Oh, I remember this. I remember them playing this one a lot. So what I would do, since I had the all-in-one unit, I could record the records. So my mom had she had the really good turntable that I actually was able to hook a component up to the back of this thing. Because she had the little turntable that had the little prism light on it. and you knew it was spinning the right speed because you adjusted the speed, and the squares on the side of the turntable would all of a sudden hold still. And they're like, that's the perfect speed for the weight of that record. That's how you want it to spin. I always thought that was so cool. Screw electronics. That was some cool stuff we had as kids.
As a kid, we had to learn how to change the needle.
Yes, my mother.
Didn't know how to change.
When you mentioned that, my mother always kept a few needles on hand in case it.
That was in the same store as when you had color TV. You had to change the tube from the color one.
Yes. So
black and white too.
I would do the turntable, and my mom had the little velvet brush, right? The dust brush. So you put that on there, and you take all the dust off. You let it spin as the record spins, and you let it kind of take the brush off of itself. And then, so I would play the songs that I want to record. So I would record them, record pause on the tape. Make sure it got past that little clear spot on the cassette at first. And then make sure it lines up in the blank spot on the album, lay it down, hit record, and have it go through. And if there was any spot because I cleaned everything, so my mom loved this. I cleaned all of her records. If there was any spot that was like a bad skip, even after I cleaned it, I would use a wet chamois cloth, like a damp chamois cloth, and clean it. And the dampness...
He's the ShamWow guy.
Most of the time, that dampness would hold that needle on the record. So you would hear a pop, but it would not skip. So I kind of cheated it because I had to have all the music because I was the guy that made all the mixtapes for my friends. So if you make mixtapes, you have to have all the music.
Yeah.
Easier way to clean it was you let it play on the record player without putting the needle down, and as it was spinning, you put your lint-free cloth, or there was a special, I want to call it a brush, but it wasn't a brush, more like a pad, and you would put it down,
velvet pad,
and it would, as the record's playing, you just hold it still, and it will clean the record.
I would play a game like I would hold my like I wouldn't even hold the brush, I would just hold my finger out so that you guide the brush and it just works its way off the record. It was kind of cool,
Well,
little pleasures.
You know how radio shows got sent to stations, don't you?
Through tape? Didn't they have people transport?
Yeah. They went in the mail, but they were on the LP, and I have several radio programs from when I was when I was doing radio. They had all these leftover shows, not the like Casey Kasem, but something similar to Casey Kasem hit ones, and then there one about like Trucker, where you have all the country western trucker songs series. I even got a couple of the Elvis Presley's 50th birthday anniversary program, one that was aired and used on the air, and one that was never played. That's how it went through, and you throw that on the turntable, and they even have the commercials on them, at least the national commercials, and then of course you could throw in your commercials.
Yeah, I remember discovering like, oh, they make like Carlins on an album.
Yeah,
like as we all grow up, it's like, oh, the new things happen right now. The fortunate thing is some of us actually were alive during the first rendition of whatever it is we're talking about. So it's like you come out like Carla. Not everybody had albums. When I was growing up, CDs kind of had just hit. I think I had a CD player maybe what's junior high, 7th, 8th, so like maybe like right around that junior high years, 7th, 8th grade. So I'm 12, 13ish. And that was when CDs first came out in those huge, stupid plastic frames that were 3 times as big as the case to keep you from stealing them. But yeah,
right.
So, and that was another reason why I did that. Why I'd go up to warehouse every week because you could get the new stuff on sale. Once it was past that first week, or once it was off the top 10 sell list, you'd go in there and you see the top 10, what's most popular, and you're like, oh, I'll take this, I'll take that. What's top 10? That was the 10 most popular songs, and the people at the record store would pay attention to the radio, and they would make up this thing that was the same as what they picked, all on their own. Like,
a lot of that was construed because the record companies, depending on who was the person putting the album out. Let's say, for example, say you wanted a new Rolling Stones. Well, the record company will make a deal with certain radio stations, and they make a deal with certain record stores, and their record might be in the front of the store.
That's awesome.
You might be able to get it on sale for a discount when it first come out. They normally would drop it down a couple dollars. So if your record was, or your cassette was $10, since it was a new release, you might be able to get it for $8 or $9. And if you were quick on day one, certain records would have the picture disc. You remember the picture disc? Picture disc is where they take the album cover and they put the print onto the record. Now, people would make the mistake of playing the record, and you can, but it's worth a lot more if you never touch it. I own quite a few picture discs, but you had to remember when they went to the radios, they didn't get the album. They were never sent. Remember, it's sent by the record company. The record company would send certain radio stations. Okay, let me think of somebody. Heart, for example. Whenever the release of a song, it was a single, and you would have the main song on they call it the A side, and on the B side would be a throwaway track. And on there, it would tell you not for resale, and it would be printed on there. And the record company would demand after so long that single back, and they would have to destroy it. But if you were smart, knew some people, sometimes they didn't destroy it, and if it had that print on there, not for resale, you got something there. 45s. They call them singles.
I got to feel them.
And sometimes some bands and some people that release a single, they would count the sales. But you see the difference between now and then, you have the auto scan. Back then, you didn't have the auto scan, and you were let's just say certain people in the music industry, they would make deals with these Sam Goodies, wall-to-wall sound. Make deals and say, okay, you do this for my band that's releasing this song, and you make out, we make out. So it wasn't really legit. There's still to this day some bands that didn't get proper payment because the scan disc wasn't there in the 70s and early 80s.
Well, that was called payola. And you think payola died out in the 50s? It didn't. It's still, they still found
What's that noise in the back row?
Oh, don't gotta worry about it no more.
Not me. But no, I mean, I think payola ever went away. They made sure that hey, play the album here, and we'll give you some, here's some coke, this, whatever. I mean, a lot of radio stations were so full of coke heads. And,
and you know who was big on that? MTV. They were very heavy into, if they promoted you, you're guaranteed on MTV your record would go platinum if they promoted you. But if they didn't promote you, and there was a lot of times certain bands didn't get promoted, they were lucky they even went gold.
But I mean, as it goes back then, the 45s, those were the kings. That's what a lot of them, what they were basing a lot of sales off more was the 45s because, and that's where you got people saying about the A side, B side. And oddly enough, the times that the B side became the hit and the A side wasn't the hit.
That happened.
And why?
Beth was the B side, and Detroit Rock City was the A side, but so many people kept calling the radio station to play the B side that they actually, the record company at the time, Casablanca, had to do another release with Beth as the A side.
Yep.
So, because a lot of times people didn't think the throwaway was worth anything.
And a lot of times that came. And of course, that's the reason why songs are a certain length, because they had to fit on a 45. That's why you never really got longer songs like Scenes from an Italian Restaurant, or why a lot of Meatloaf songs got chopped down for radio. Because
edited, there's the edit version, there's the normal version, there's a radio version, and in some cases you would get the bigger 40. They call it a bigger. I forget what they call it, 12-inch or something like that. It'll have one song, but it has 3 or 4 additional minutes of that song.
Right.
Our love does not have to be 7 minutes.
There's a lot of songs out there you'd be surprised that are over 5 minutes, but the record company or even the radio station didn't want to put it out there, but because it was such a hit, they had no choice.
I've listened to Pink Floyd.
Isn't one of the longest songs probably ever written? Isn't Stairway to Heaven probably considered one of the longest songs ever written? Maybe
it's up there.
Maybe
it's got to be up there.
I don't think it's the longest, but I mean,
it's not the
it's
longest,
in there.
at least.
But it's a long one. I mean, that's what we call the bathroom songs when you're on radio. If you needed to go to the bathroom,
play
right,
you
throw on. And when I was doing radio, and the song was already long passe. But We Are the World, and someone
that was a pretty long song.
And that was a long song, and a friend of mine that listened to the station made a comment about that. Said, whenever you hear that song, it means I went to the loo. I had to run down to the loo, and I had to make sure I had plenty of time to do my thing and get back without killing myself
on the music. But I actually have 2 things. One about what Anonymous was saying. Or not Anonymous, what Phil mentioned about Rolling Stones, but then what Mike's showing here on screen.
Wow, that We Are the World is 7 minutes and 2 seconds.
And
I was going to say
real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick. I mean, I don't have a specific video for this, but I'm going to go ahead and play this one.
All right, put the money in the bag. I'll buy that for $1.
I'm happy that Anonymous has taken my
happy
advice.
Birthday, Grandpa.
He took my advice. Do everything to promote yourself, Anonymous, so you can get that spot away from Cash Money. Love it.
Hush, Phil.
Thank you very much, Anonymous. I greatly appreciate it, brother.
Yep.
Well, I hate to say it, but that video literally did make me forget my first point. Gosh darn it. Oh, the long song thing. If anybody that's ever listened to any MJ, like CDs or full albums, that dude will have like a 90-minute intro. Or, and then have like 6 and 7 minute songs are normal, and videos too. Like they even had to cut his videos down to what they would show on MTV. They would premiere, show this 12-minute film thing. I think was Moonwalker, or not Moonwalker, Smooth Criminal, maybe the first really long one, possibly.
No, the first one was Thriller. In fact,
that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, when they did Thriller, they were actually refusing to call it a music video. They were actually calling it their short film, and that was from MTV's side.
And even on the music side, it's like you could cut out Vincent Price's part, but he's so good, you have to leave it in.
No, you can't.
You know what I mean? But like as a radio edit, and there was still all this sound and ambiance before and after in the video and on the song. And that was his first album. So he did it. Yeah. He probably did it at least one song on every album was extended. I mean, what was the one that there was the big, huge MTV music premiere. Is it Black or White? And then he danced on the car for like 24 and a half minutes You know,
and then
I
you
mean,
bashed it in with a bat. Yeah, yeah.
So
well, and that's just it. Yeah, that's why when you had stations and they had their what they call their deep cuts, that's where they grabbed the LPs and they actually played the long version. So that's where you got
yeah. Or the
Paradise
nighttime
by the
show.
Dashboard. Yeah, Paradise by the Dashboard Light, and you hear the whole song then. Or
what was funny was you would hear the top 20 music videos, and again, that was determined by MTV who the top 20 was.
Right.
But it never matched or even come close to when they had Dial MTV. That was legit when they had Dial MTV. When you came home from school and you wanted to vote for your favorite band or musician or whoever, singer, and you wanted to make a vote, you would come home, pick up the telephone, and you got to do it before 5 o'clock. You dial the number and you voted on the video. And
for 99 cents.
Never matched what they had for the top 20. It never matched.
Yeah, videos and radio plays very different.
90% of when it was from about 83 to 92 when they had Dial MTV, 90% of the top 5 was heavy metal. But if you watched their top 20 at the end of the week videos, it never matched. I don't think any metal band was up there besides maybe Quiet Riot, Van Halen, and
Metallica.
Metallica at first wasn't on MTV.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, you're saying earlier.
Did you?
Kiss?
Yeah. Did you ever watch how Metallica got their start, Padawannabe? I don't know if you ever.
No, I haven't.
See them in concert. Okay.
No,
they
gosh,
started,
I wish I could.
It was San Francisco of all places, which is very interesting.
I've had that monster movie on my list forever too, and just haven't watched it yet.
Okay, I gotta correct somebody. Anonymous. It was not Home Sweet Home by Motley Crue. Hate to tell you, number one on Dial MTV, running number one was Kiss Tears Are Falling.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
But I wanted to mention, Phil mentioned Rolling Stones earlier, and it's like, and this kind of made me also realize it's like comebacks weren't new. I remember when in the mid 90s, Rolling Stones all of a sudden comes out with a new CD. Love is strong and you're so sweet. I remember getting that. I never bought any Rolling Stones. I knew Rolling Stones, but they kind of weren't around for a while, and then they come back with something. And that's not exactly, that's not exactly super hype music to get new fans, but it hit the charts. You know, they kind of, I think they had their star power. But the second thing, he's showing some Ninja Turtle stuff. I'm curious. I never got to play the last game all the way through. I only played a couple times with you guys. The Turtles, Shredder's Revenge.
Shredder's Revenge. Yeah.
There's a new one coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be based on the
newer series.
Yeah, the Mayhem. I didn't see the movie. I was like,
didn't know if you all would be interested in playing that.
I heard it's pretty decent.
Because it looks like it's a same style, 4-player melee, side-scrolling, 3D-ish. You know. Just curious.
Real quick before we get into this article, I do want to acknowledge the member chat by Jace.
All right, put the money in the bag. I'll buy that for $1.
I love that too. I never get to. I'll buy that for
that's some of my finest work. Putting that one together.
Very good. Put the money in the bag.
And now
I found that by accident. I found that by accident.
That is fantastic.
Now that he played that clip again, it makes me. I'm curious because Pacific played RoboCop, right? The new.
Yeah.
Oh, of
you
course.
Did you completed it? Correct.
Yep.
Do you hear? I'd buy that for $1. Do you hear any of those quotes?
There's a reference to it when you're walking by.
Okay. I was curious. I watched kind of during the day while I'm working. So I'm like, oh, I'll leave it running. But it's like to keep saying, oh, I have a job. I'm going to leave it running. It's so obnoxious. I do it so many times. So I just leave it running and go away. I come back and it's like, oh, you're still on or you're not. Oh, Pacific's. Go ahead.
Jay says, love y'all. And again, happy birthday, Mike. I will get the tattoo done this year for you. How many times I gotta tell you? You're gonna get that tattoo, then you're gonna look at it one day and say, why did I get this? Why?
He needs to get Pacific 414.
Don't tattoo Pacific 414 on your body. That goes for all of you watching. Don't
with the
do
new
it.
avatar. With the new avatar with the red and yellow, just like he has on there, and Pacific 414 over the front, just like that. It's awesome.
I want him to
awesome, Jason. It'd be awesome.
I want him to put it on his wiener.
Oh my god.
Why does your wiener say AIDS? It doesn't. It says Adidas.
All right, young sir. I can't believe Baron said that. Wow, Baron. I thought the Twilight thing was bad, man. This is just. He took it to a new low.
Why does it say P and 4 on it? Oh, that's because when it goes out, it says Pacific 4 and 4.
Does Baron deserve a timeout?
Anyways.
Maybe not.
Anyways, this comes from Superhero Hype, and it combines two worlds: the world of the Transformers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I know
help! I'm being repressed.
You did it to yourself, Baron.
Oh, we're losing people. What's happening? Sorry, everyone.
But this combines two different worlds: the world of Transformers and the world of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I know there are collectors out there who would probably look at this and go, "Yeah, sign me up, take my money."
Oh man!
But
Captain, take my money.
This article is by Luke Thompson. And trust me, I'm not going to do all articles on Transformers tonight. I'm just looking for things to talk about, things that, kind of get your attention.
I can relate.
This is by
this article.
Luke Thompson. It was posted on the 28th. It says, sing along that theme song you love.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That song is cool. I think the one also that Nickelodeon did was cool.
Nope. My favorite one is on the original soundtrack.
Well, yeah, the original.
Turtle Power.
Oh,
Turtle Power. That's the best turtle song. I will have words otherwise with anybody.
Words
you already have. You already have.
Forget Vanilla Ice.
I agree. You've already had words.
Baby.
Words.
Vanilla Ice. Ninja Rap.
I know all the words. I know the best words.
The best words.
Sorry, man.
I almost wish I was still out of here.
It says it's an odd mashup, perhaps, but an inevitable one. The original TMNT action figures by Playmates tried their hand at transforming figures at a time or two, but now it's official. Hasbro's newest Transformers crossover collaboration, a Robo Turtle named Party Wallop. Really?
What?
Wow.
That's the best they could come up with. This is what the authors saying. Not even Pizzatron. Transformed from Turtle Van to Robot Turtle and back. But which turtle? The answer is that you can choose. Party Wallop includes 4 different heads, belt buckles, and sets of weapons, so you can choose your favorite turtle. Or as the toy company probably hopes, buy a set of 4 or buy one and periodically switch the heads out depending on whether you feel rude, leader-like, mechanical, or party dude-ish.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna wait till
Here's the official text. The iconic party wagon from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon is now a Transformers robot. This 7-inch or 17.5 centimeters figure converts from robot mode to cartoon-inspired party wagon alt mode and features series-accurate deco and details from the classic 1987 cartoon.
So is
This
this the
pack
new
comes.
character? I'm sorry. Keep going. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I'm on mute. I'm on mute.
This pack comes with cartoon-inspired accessories, including ninja swords, bow staff, nunchucks, and ninja sai to gear up the Turtle Brothers. It also includes 4 swappable heads and a rotating belt buckle to customize the robot as either a Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo, or Raphael. Inspired action figure, Transformers robots have always been more than meets the eye. I did that on purpose, yes. I'll admit it.
I am shocked. Are you shocked, Baron?
No.
Okay, good.
Every time I
now-
see turtles, I think snapper soup. That's how I like my turtles.
And Phil, this is what Microtron is thinking right now.
Extinction to all traitors!
From Kraken, worst troll ever.
Just remember, for the record, Starscream does come back. You can't keep a good Decepticon down.
No, really, Phil? I didn't know that. You're talking to a Transformers guy. I wouldn't call myself the Transformers guy. I am a Transformers guy.
Well, he does come back.
Well, you got to remember, Phil's shocked by that because he's the GoBots guy. So
Yeah, GoBots. Leader 1.
Hey, they came first.
Yeah,
sure
they did.
about that?
They did.
What are you
Yes,
talking about that?
yes, Phil. Yes, Phil.
Yeah.
They came out in
A
North
year
America
before.
first.
Yep. Tonka Toy Company, straight from Minnesota there, don't you know?
I used to like Tonka toys. They used to make
Takara
dump trucks.
Takara did try to release their Microman line here in the States. It didn't go well.
No.
But once Hasbro went over to Japan and those same toys were rebranded as Transformers, and the cartoon came out along with the comics before the cartoon, it went off.
Never was a fan
says-
of GoBots. Either the cartoon, the card. No.
But you said you like Tonka. You should have
I
loved
did
the
like
GoBots.
Tonka toys. You remember they
Well-
used to make the big dump trucks? The big.
I still got mine.
Yeah,
made
right.
out of steel, not just plastic. Steel.
Yeah,
Got
they were
mine.
they were steel or that metal. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Tonka. When you want to play in dirt, you got to have Tonka.
But now, through the Transformers Collaborative, fans can experience these larger-than-life characters as they team up, mash up, and meet up with other characters, teams, and people who share this same special quality. Like many Transformers mashups, the price tag feels like more than meets the eye, the size, but both licenses gotta get paid. Pre-orders are up now at Hasbro Pulse for $50. Eesh.
A lot
Hey.
of promotion going on for
Hey.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They infected my game that I play, and I'm not very. Let's just say I'm not pleased, but I'm not dissatisfied.
Well, I was in a store today looking around at a few things, some stuff for the patio, and as I perused the electronics section, I also went into the toy section to see if some newer Transformers that I've been looking for are finally in stock. And I saw the crossover between Masters of the Universe and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I gotta say, I actually like the mashup.
Wow.
Looking at the figures in person.
Hmm.
I didn't pull the trigger because the adult in me says, no, you got other things you gotta take care of before you purchase anything like this.
Plus, Mom, there's a creepy man in the toy section again.
Wow, that's 2 today. Wow, man.
Well, I haven't kicked either of you out in a long while, so I think Baron's trying to make up for lost time.
You know what really grinds my gears?
So I kind of have a direct reaction because I did collect when Transformers joined with Star Wars, kind of around the same time when Lego joined with Star Wars. I was all in on the Transformer Star Wars thing. Like, I have 20, maybe 30 of them. So, like, Obi-Wan's Jedi Starfighter turns into a robot version of Obi-Wan. And a clone transport turns into some clone trooper. You know, and I have Rex and Boba Fett and Jango Fett and Dooku and so...
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Fine, I'll just keep quiet.
That was Baron.
Oh, man.
I know.
He's just going to be backstage causing problems.
That was awesome. If
Doesn't matter if he's on stage, backstage, he's going to let us know he's here.
If you could,
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. Well, you're wrong.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad he got clips from that show. I remember watching that show when, like, and I just found I found Ninja Warrior, like, for the first time. What is this amazing show? But that MXC, oh my God.
You should have seen the old American Gladiator show.
I used to watch that, but I still liked American. Well, I don't like American Ninja Warrior. It's not Ninja Warrior. Ninja Warrior to me is harder. And I liked it when Americans would go and do it. And it was still hard for them. And then they bring it over here and it's like, oh, so any guy who says he's a trainer or a nutritionist or a school teacher can do this? You know what I mean?
Oh, so you saw the episode where I was trying to do the thing with the burrito in my hand.
American Ninja Warrior's not Ninja Warrior. Ninja Warrior was cool. I liked Ninja Warrior. American Ninja Warrior is a compact, commercialized version. You know, there's people I've seen the people do training stuff, build training stuff in their backyard. That is more impressive than what American Ninja Warrior shows me.
I got all the episodes that they released on DVD of MXC.
I love MXC. MXC is so funny. That's hilarious. It's so ridiculous, but it's funny. It's funny.
And you are, Padawannabe.
It makes me... I really want to know what they're actually saying, though, because there's no way they're saying what what we're hearing.
No, it's not, because that was all, doing the Woody Allen film where they're making fun of the spy films using the overdubbing.
I understand. I watched. But there was. You go ahead. I'll finish with.
But the video, but when the DVDs would come with an episode or two of the original show, of course, one was dubbed, but the other ones were subtitled. And you know how Kenny's acting in there. Well, actually, in those, the Blankenship was the one that was acting more like Kenny, with the lewd comments and such like. I know, but it was, it's very interesting. And
well, it's only weird because we were built up to see it that direction from our perspective.
And right now on Amazon, they have the reboot of that show, the first season of that. They brought back many of the people doing Takashi's Castle. That was the name of the actual show. And
wasn't it like Antonio, Captain Antonio? Somebody else was Antonio.
Basically what it was is Captain Tennille, who we call
Captain Tennille. That's what it was.
Yeah, okay. What he is he was general, I can't remember whatever, and he was trying to take Takashi's Castle, which is where
there actually was a point to the show.
Right. So, and as you go along, as you go, you would get eliminated. As you go, and whoever would win and get survive the final battle would get, I think, 1,000,000 yen or something like that. And only 3 people throughout the history of that show won.
Could Office Space have done an episode where they ended up on MXC?
Well, I'd love them to bring the show back. I would love them to bring the show back. I mean,
my God,
it wouldn't be the same though if they brought it
I
back.
know, of course.
No, MXC. No, if they would take the old videos, like they were doing, and the
redub them
cast,
and just dub them with new things.
keep on doing with new ones. Yeah, I mean they had like 3 seasons of this show that you do, and each episode was like an hour long.
What year did this show come out?
Well, the original Takashi's Castle came out like 87 to 89, something like that. And so I mean, there was an 80s Japanese, and it was a show that kind of kicked off a lot of what we see now with like the Ninja Warrior. But obviously, that wasn't Ninja Warrior; it was average people doing this stuff. But yeah, you didn't have team; it was each person for themselves type of thing with that show. And it was. I mean, MXC is great. How they have the MXC, but it's fun watching the original. And
MXC
England,
literally, like now for America, it's a what do they call them? Those group strengthening activities. Is that what is that? Workman strength activities, something like that. That's what MXC would be. They'd be like, people, it'd be like an unforgettable one. You'd be like, oh my God, this is what we get to do? Oh, I'm all in. But it was like, I don't know if it legitimately is. Like, they make it seem like, oh, Teachers Association versus the Policemen's Union. I don't know if that's legit.
No, that's not how the show was.
Okay.
But they turned it that way. I mean, they changed the concept. When it was released, when Takashi's Castle was released in England, it was released like the Japanese. They just trimmed it down. And the voice of Craig Charles did the narration, who played, of course, Lister in Red Dwarf, Dave Lister. So that was... it's interesting to even see that one because he's kind of doing a play-by-play commentary over it because it's all done in Japanese. But yeah, so that they got how the show was in England. Meanwhile, our guys here go, hey, let's take this and do this to it.
Oh, it sounds like a Power Rangers twist.
Kind of, yeah. Kind of. And
I like what they did. I thought it was funny.
Oh, it's great. It's absolutely wonderful. But yeah.
There was a lot of... Japanese game shows. I remember there would be this one show, and it was like they did have a certain amount of contests they would have, but they were definitely if you're a female contestant or a male contestant, they are very different. And then there was kind of a low level one, which I'll describe now. Like they would have contests like for the women. It was very weird. It'd be like, okay, find all the sensors in this blanket while beating it like you're cleaning a blanket. And there'd be, so this thing would be draped down like 8 feet. And they would have this tennis racket thing, like old school beating a carpet clean. Yeah. And they have to find these sensors. And then they would go to the next game and it would be like, oh, stack dishes, this many dishes up. It was very...
Yeah, it's
slanted.
like
It was very slanted towards women, but then the men would do way different stuff. And then there was also this very athletic one where they would show like, oh, you have to pilot this drone through this maze, and then you have to do like you have to cross this like water rock obstacle course. It was it was so odd, but they were so interesting.
Oh yeah, they got all sorts of different shows like that, and some of them where you're making that's the one thing people would see these Japanese shows and think, oh, this is how people act, and that's when you had what's his name, Pauls, the Logan Paul or whatever, going over there making a complete total ass of himself because he's figuring, oh, this is how they all are, blah blah blah. It's like, no. The TV shows are different than what.
Oh, totally different. Yeah. Like you probably seen this one. I want to hear if anybody else has seen this. There's one where they stack up a foam brick wall, and then they have somebody sit on it, and like just random people they pull from the audience. It's like, okay, you're the ones that get to do this, and so one by one they get to go up and do like one punch to a brick. So it's like not pickup sticks, but those kerplunk games where you're removing stuff, but there's a person on top of this wall. And it's like, we would not have anything like that here. The shows they have there are outrageous. When Squid Games came out, I was like, well, that's not really all that fake.
No.
And have you all heard of the look at that? Nice. I love it.
He's losing it, folks. He's losing it.
And have you all
biological beings? I want to say to Mike, happy day of activation. I have it in my records that today is your date of activation. Happy activation day, Mike.
It's your creator, DJ Ronnie G.
Are you related to Osimo?
I knew it was. That was Osimo.
Are you related to Osimo?
He's wearing a white T-shirt. He got it.
I am Osimo.
Yeah, you should have kept it on, man. Come on, man.
You spoiled it. You spoiled it.
You
don't have a white shirt on, and you have a totally different background. I can't believe anything of what I see. This is an AI creation. I give up.
I'm a regular Rick Moranis.
You couldn't breathe in that thing, could you?
Just like Rick Moranis and Spaceballs.
Yeah, we had the Doomcock from Wish. That's what we had there.
Yes, Doomcock from Wish.
Well, you don't have any
how
ventilation.
are my turtles doing, and are they ready for the soup?
Oh man.
I don't know. I fed them today. They were still kicking it, which I'm glad because I haven't fed them in days because I kept running a fever. In fact, I think that's why I'm so toasty right now. But no, you guys are talking about MXC, and apparently other game shows like it. And yeah, I'm a huge fan. I love MXC.
MXC was great.
Actually,
who is that? I forget who it was, but there was an American, an early parkour guy that he was one of the early people that went over from America to do Ninja Warrior.
Okay, good.
And so he was known as a parkour guy, and when he actually did a double for Captain America, he was the guy that was doing the parkour in the first Avengers movie. But he went over and did that, and he was a real favorite. But he was like, was weird for him because he's never done like performance style parkour. It was weird because it's like, oh, you don't think videos are because he was live and the pressure sinks in. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, you can do this on a video because you get unlimited tries. But when you get one, and if anybody's watched that show, like they don't just get on the show. There's a preliminary kind of obstacle course that they have to do. And if too many people pass that, then they got to do something else. So there's a course or two before the course we see. And if anybody's never seen the original Ninja Warrior, you need to watch it. Because the new one it's not the same. That's all I'll say. It's not the same. It's not quite the same.
You know, the interesting thing with Takashi's Castle, as it was called in Japan, the guy who we know as Kenny Blankenship is what he
the MXC, like right?
Yeah, the MXC, but the actual guy who was the physical guy, he was actually I think a governor of a province or what. He went into politics. He was and he got caught in some sort of sex scandal type of thing.
Of course.
Is it really?
And of course, Takashi. Hmm?
No, is it really a scandal or just normal being a governor in Japan?
Well, it's kind of the normal thing, but I mean, right now you got a lot of stuff going on in Japan with a scandal with the kickbacks and stuff right now. It's not looking good over there. But
that was
boy,
such a Ed
one of
McMahon
these
moment.
losing it.
No, that made me laugh so bad. It's like, oh, corrupt politics. Yes.
Hello.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I just thought of that for that moment. I was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
very random.
of course, it's named Takashi because the guy who was what we call Ray Romano. That's Beat Takashi is he's known for in Japan. He was a part of a dual team comedy team, and then he went into serious roles. And he was in the what is it, Battle Royale movies that they had based off the manga.
Yeah, the Battle Royale, right? The first one.
Oh, okay. Can I? You guys have watched that. What did you honestly think of that movie?
Which one?
The original?
Battle Royale.
I liked
I
it.
never actually. I didn't see it. To be honest,
brutal. Obviously, I mean, obviously that's what I'm guessing. That is what inspired Hunger Games. Obviously,
yeah, it was.
Oh,
it was.
Okay. I can see that. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, Lord of the Flies in high school, but Hunger Games, I can see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just curious. I didn't understand the big hype because that was a movie that got kind of hyped. Okay, real quick question also. Maybe you all have seen it. Gosh, what is the one? Infection. That's not the right word.
Hold 1 second. What's in that bottle, DJ Ronnie G? I saw that bottle.
Oh no, it's medicine.
He's trying to get drunk.
He hasn't been feeling well the last few days.
Yeah, that's what
he's trying to get drunk with
having
that.
a fever. So
I wonder if you show NyQuil on screen, will the green liquid not seem like it's there?
Yeah, maybe. Probably.
I was just curious because it's liquid. I didn't know.
Yeah, let's see here. So we got this here, and if we look here, you can see that's the shade of green you're dealing with. So
okay. Well, we see that fine. We see that fine. Well, then you put it on that screen, and we don't see it. It just looks clear.
I'll get some green liquid next week and give it a shot.
Jabba's frog pond.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped the cap. I mean, the shot glass.
Mm-hmm.
I see Anonymous came with some more knowledge.
And thank you for hopping on the panel, DJ, and thank you for also accepting my invitation to be our guest next Wednesday.
Thank you for the invite. I'm sorry that I ended my joke early, but I got stuffy and I was a little delirious from all of the voices and the cacophony, but I would have been honored to play along with the Osimo joke.
See what happens when you don't wear a white shirt?
Yeah, right. It keeps me cool.
Keeps him sane.
Mm-hmm.
But look at that, Phil. For like 2 seconds. I wore silver for 2 seconds, Phil.
He's passed out. He's passed out.
I was going to ask him how it made him feel, but
I was going to ask him when the Caddyshack 2 view party is because I'm doing X-Men. I'm doing X-Men on Sunday, so if he wants to come on there.
Oh.
I am doing the Caddyshack next month. I have a bunch of people.
Oh, next month. Well, that'll be all right. I'll probably be done with X-Men by then.
I have a bunch of people that have not seen it and do. Chase wants to see it. Now you.
I hope you at least are going to watch the first one first.
No, I want pure torture. They got to watch just Caddyshack 2.
Yeah, dude. Jeez.
Maybe if they're good, if I will tell you this, if Padawan Wannabe is there, and if they're good and well behaved, they get to see Ice Pirates afterwards.
I'm not going to be well behaved. Give me a break.
And Anonymous, that was not for Dial MTV. They didn't institute that 30-day rule. There are many songs I can name on the top of my head. Here I Go Again by Whitesnake, when they did the remake in 87, that was up there, up in the top 5 for about 3 months. 3 months in the top 5. Not number 1, but top 5.
Was that the video where Tony Katane was wiggling around?
I think the video might have helped sales for that
That
one.
is a re-release because originally Here I Go Again came out by Whitesnake in 1978.
Wow.
And he changed the word.
Yeah.
In the 78 version, it doesn't say,
but it's
like,
okay.
what's it say? Like a drifter, I walked alone. No,
Right.
he says in the 78, it's like a hobo. I walk alone.
Okay, that's why I've always been confused. That's why I've been confused. And there's and the earlier one is a little bit slower.
Yes.
It's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever heard there's a song Riding the Storm Out.
Mm-hmm.
But like the original was done by a different guy. It was a similar thing with like AC/DC where they recorded a few songs and then the lead singer dies, so another guy comes in to take over. So like there's a piano version instead of a guitar, and it's the original singer. It's a tad slower. And then there's a guitar version that's doing what the piano would do, which is a bit faster, which might be the one most people know, and it's done by the new singer. So I do understand what you're saying also, again.
But yeah, that song, a lot of people love that song, but that was actually a remake. It wasn't technically a remake because it was his song.
Right, it's his song.
But he redid it in 87, and yeah, that was on Dial MTV for good 3 or 4 months in the top 5. And not just on MTV, everywhere. That was a huge hit.
Yeah, it was.
I like the original version. When he came out with the second time, and it was, I can't speak for other people, but sometimes when something gets too big, you tend to end up disliking it.
Well, I mean, that's why some people even go, with anything that's considered popular. Like somebody heard the Beatles every day, and it bothers them. Like, this is why I hate the Beatles. Like, I'm not saying I do, but I'm saying there's other people that they were played so much. Like the certain song by Journey. It's overplayed, or there's stuff on the radio. You guys, I'm sure, feel this way. Stuff that are overplayed that you go, do I have to hear this again?
You start talking about this, and it immediately makes me think of, like MC Hammer. He's a black man. He's a rapper.
Mm-hmm.
He was not taken in very well by the rapping community. He was basically a sellout. But man, was he making money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
like he's got his own story with the bankruptcy and things like that, but he could have, if he lasted long enough, he could have kind of mended some bridges in that community, because he was a different person than like an Ice Cube and those people that were bringing the black community up. He was much more of a white style rapping.
Well, I think what Cash is trying to get at, though, is what I like to call song gets Stairway to Heaven. And because everyone for the longest time just played Stairway to Heaven over and over again. And played it.
Radio stations were playing that every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then you didn't hear that on the radio for a long time. I just heard it starting to creep back into it. A song that I sit back and say is being Stairway to Heaven is Hotel California. Because
they played that one a lot too. It's a great song, but it's a great
song. I understand what you're saying, because I hear the same few Elton John songs. It's like, dude, there's like at least another 10 songs you could play that are at least as good or not better than what you're playing. Elton John, Rolling Stones, Bon Jovi, Def Leppard. Even in a radio rotation, we hear like 5 Bon Jovi songs, and it's like, dude, there's 5 radio hits on one CD. But we but all these artists, like even Madonna, it's like, why do I have to hear Borderline all the time?
Right. Well, the thing is, like, it's just like some of these other artists, like you like their 80s stuff more. It's the same with Michael Jackson, some of this other stuff. I think his 80s stuff is like the peak of, 90s. Some of his 90s stuff was cool, but
but it's they kind of limit it to maybe 6 songs, and it's like, no, he has 30 songs that should be a normal rotation.
It ought to be. That's the problem. That's where you have corporate radio, and that's the big problem.
Exactly.
And I've been sitting back saying this is what the death is you have so many companies. You have like 3 companies that maybe own about 90% of the radio stations in the market, right? Yep. So between those 3, you don't have, you do have program directors, but they really aren't program directors. What happens is the head of the whoever owns it sends down what their advisors. I'm trying to remember what they called it again. What they were called, but these are the songs you're going to play now because with ASCAP and all that. That way, it's easier for us to keep track. We have all these songs played. Paid for, and then next month you'll get the other one. Some songs will go, some songs will stay, and of course everything's been paid for. Don't go off the script.
And yes, I agree completely. Yeah, I agree completely.
We need to have where you have an actual program director going in there and programming the station.
Yes,
maybe being like WKRP, where he even trusts the DJs enough to say, "Hey, I'm going to play these songs on." Which when they were.
I completely understand.
Think about this also. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
okay. Think about this also, Padawannabe. How many Metallica songs did they only play on the radio? They played Ride of Lightning, right? They played Enter Sandman.
One.
Right. And then they played
Master of Puppets.
Unforgiven. They also played Master of
Unforgiven.
Puppets, Unforgiven. The original, right? The one from Enter Sandman, right? Yeah.
They play about as many songs as they have on one album.
Yes.
When Master of Puppets came out, I played that song over and over again for an entire week straight because I felt like no song could get better than this. So I played that song over and over again for a week, and then I listened to the next track and I realized it was the bomb. And if you know my age, I'm telling a story I saw in the documentary Behind the Music because I'm not old enough to, get that album when it was new.
We all know Metallica's story. You play it faster! Faster! You play it so fast nobody else can do it!
You couldn't buy Master of Puppets back in '86?
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to
the PMRC thing didn't happen until like 89, 90. So
his parents might have said no.
I'd be like this. I'd look like an amoeba or something like that. It'd be pretty difficult.
Well, can I buy Satan's music, Mom?
Well,
I'd be kicking my mom in the womb, actually. I think I was born in June.
I want to point out
so I'd be like, get that album.
You're bringing up Def Leppard, right? That album that came out, what's the name with that has that on there? When they first
Pyromania
came out,
or the next
one
one?
Afterwards.
The Pour Some Sugar on Me album, whatever that was.
When they first came out, their first video was Woman. And that was their first single. And when they hit MTV, it wasn't even in the top 20. And all the DJs on MTV start asking people, look, this band really worked hard. They went through a lot, 4 years. One of their band members lost an arm.
Malkoviches.
And it looked like it was going to bomb. And one of the things is, a lot of people don't know, Def Leppard was so behind the 8 ball on that album, they had to sell 8 million copies or less, or they would not have made their money, or the record company back its money. But MTV pushed hard for Def Leppard on that album because MTV used to do that. They had their favorites. Remember, and Baron can tell you this because he's pretty much the same age as me. People couldn't figure out why the Grateful Dead were so popular. Yet their albums never sold.
Well, I know why.
You know why. I know why.
Yeah.
But you could it wasn't until I think it was 87 that the Grateful Dead put one song on MTV and it was like kind of a hit. Well,
yeah.
But there were, like I said, even when they came out with Metallica, we never were going to have Metallica on MTV. Never going to have them.
That's too much. The parents couldn't have it.
And then the people
I
started
think
demanding
a lot of drugs had to do with
and
Grateful Dead.
Then they fell in love with Metallica. See, MTV, it was, and it's a video. To me, it was a video radio station, and depending on the radio station, like Baron said, why is this song only getting played once every 3 hours? Yet this other song is getting played every hour on top of the hour.
Yeah, the
because
consultants
it was controlled.
Yeah, and you know, you're talking about the
control went even into your record stores where you bought your records. You know, I can tell you, I can name you a lot of albums that sold 2 million copies. Yet
Just for that
the
song,
video was never on MTV, and if it was, they ignored it. Played it one time and done.
Right.
Yeah, one and done.
Radio stations did the
Well,
same
who wants
thing.
to see Led Zeppelin's Moose Knuckle? Jeez.
Well, I mean, the Devil's music. You're not going to be getting the Devil's music anymore, by the way, Padawannabe, because Lizzo decided she's quitting. So,
I remember.
and I was like, "Is this a joke?"
I remember Motley Crue's first album, "The Shadow of the Devil," and how they looked. And it's very Kiss-like. Let's just say that was.
Well, look at
was
the,
that Nancy Reagan's era too? So I mean, that was that was the Devil's music, and there was nothing
Glam
like
rock.
that before that. You know,
Look at also the stuff that Nine Inch Nails
Kiss on
did with their
steroids.
videos.
Oh, yeah,
or Megadeth.
I
mean,
know.
look at the covers. Euthanasia, for example. I mean, with the babies.
I remember
and the...
9 Inch Nails was kind of thought of like Marilyn Manson, but then they did Picture, and it changed. Like they're an artistic band. You know, like who was it? They did Stellar and all these, not Red Hot Chili Peppers. There's a band that came out later, and it was like, oh, there's a bunch of potheads, and then they did some album that won Grammys, and it was like, oh no, they're artists. It's like, I saw MTV Cribs. They admitted their tower in their house is for smoking weed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You had a difference between musicians, artists, and singers.
Yeah.
All right, a singer can only sing. All right, that's it. Period. End of story.
Steven Tyler.
A musician, people can play music as long as sing with music.
Ed Sheeran.
An artist really technically might not be able to do any of that. Any of that. I mean, if you don't have modern technology to help your voice in some of these recordings,
sure. Well,
I mean, how many years have you ever heard Britney Spears sing live? Not good, man. Not good.
I haven't even.
Madonna.
I haven't seen when her next concert is. It's not on the top of my list of things to hear.
I will say who did impress me though was White Stripes. When my brother and I went to go see their concert, they did two people. You got a drummer and you've got Jack White, and you know it was impressive for just two people to do all that in
the one with the sister. Playing the drums?
He used to say he's a sister. He says it's his cousin, or he said he always change it.
They're not married.
No,
that's all that was consistent. They're
was
not
just a thing
married.
that they did,
Well, that's not. You know, sometimes the record companies used to make stuff like that up. If Baron, probably, do you remember what they used to say about the Hart sisters? They were lesbians.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sometimes publicity. It didn't matter if it was good or bad. They just wanted it.
Cash with that band, I want to say it was more like they just didn't say.
Hold on.
I'm stopping.
Mike's trying to say something. Hold on, Padawan.
I'm stopping.
I just want to say thank you to Bone for the birthday wishes, and happy birthday to you as well, brother.
Yeah, Bone. Happy birthday.
Oh, his birthday as well.
Well, he had to slide that in there. That's why he's laughing.
I see that. Yeah. And you're supposed to do that at the end of the show.
Oh my God! You're like I roadblocked everybody for that.
Hello, Teague. How you doing, brother?
Hello,
Teague.
Hey, Mike.
been a
What's
while,
going
man.
on? It's been a little bit, a few ticks of the clock, but you know that I was stuck in the pattern buffer
we
of the
lost somebody.
transporter on the ship, and now it's time for Star Trek Discovery. I have that effect on people. Someone probably just was
Is
like,
this
"Oh, God,
is
Steve."
this
No, boy.
current Teague or is this some other version of
I don't
past
know.
Teague?
There's only one.
I don't know.
If you were caught in the buffer, did something else come through? I've talked to you. I've talked to you. Okay.
Unfortunately, it cleared all the alcohol and pot out of my system, so I'm doing my best.
Wouldn't that be the best?
Playing a game of catch up. Yeah, I developed that app for when I beam Tony on for Sunday nights. It just it zips the alcohol right out of his system. Oh, he's my co-host. I'm allowed to make fun of him. Have you ever heard his imitation of me? For God's sake, I mean, how many shows have we started where we?
You
just have
said
him
it was
pretend to be
great.
me? I think it is great. Hey, DJ Ronnie G, what's up, my man?
So how you been, Teague?
You know what? Things been good. I was able to rearrange my schedule so I could work. Then I did stream, and then I'm free and have the world at my feet for 10 weeks of the final season of the greatest program ever made for as far as gaining some subscribers for my channel, Star Trek Discovery by New Trek. It's not really Star Trek, but I will be doing that, and I guess I'm gonna try to do it live on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
But make no mistake. If after 2 or 3 weeks, I get an offer to make some money on Thursday, I'm just gonna go make the fucking money. But yeah, the first few weeks I'm gonna try to do it live, but not very high expectations, and I just passed 800 subscribers, so thanks everybody who joined me.
Congrats, brother. And I know
X-Men
you're monetized
90s
too.
X-Men 97 is better than New Trek.
It probably is, but that doesn't mean it's not horrible. That doesn't mean it's not horrible.
I'm just messing.
I love the fact that 2 episodes. Yeah, I love the fact that Strange New World has two episodes up for the Hugo Award. One of which is their
the Hugo Weaving Award. What the fuck?
No, the Hugos. You know what the Hugos are.
I think they're independent writing awards given to people who are allegedly some kind of independent writer, isn't it?
No, that's the science fiction awards. That's the
Star
science
Trek
fiction
should
award.
only be eligible for the Cleos. It's one long commercial to watch more New Trek.
No, it's like the Nebulas. You have the Nebulas. You have the Hugo Awards. That's the world science.
So it's like a Saturn. It's like a Saturn Award, much like the short-lived car line. People will forget it soon enough.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, no. But the fact that 2 episodes of including the musical.
Oh wait, it's a Hugo Award, so it's another.
No, Hugo, as in Hugo Gernsback. Hugo Gernsback.
The difference is I've heard of Hugos.
Freaking phone.
I can't believe you've never heard of the Hugo Awards, man.
I honestly,
come on,
you know
man.
what, Tig? I like your name. I think it's a great fucking name. You like the cut of your jib, the whole Baron thing. Why be some lower form of feudal thing when you could be a Baron, like being an admiral when you could be a captain? I like you. I'm gonna be watching you. You're my kind of. You're a real go-getter. But on this one, yeah, I can't tell you. I don't know. When Alex Kurtzman lets me know, I'll let everybody else know. What could I say?
Oh, man.
Whose birthday is it? I have to wish.
It's
birthday
mine.
boy a happy birthday.
It's all our birthdays. Everyone's
and it's not a joke. It actually is my birthday today.
Yeah, it's his birthday.
Happy birthday. I guess don't dox yourself by saying how old you are, but just give us the last 5 numbers of your social security number because I'm ordering some things off Amazon right now.
Nope.
Oh,
No. Oh no.
Just hold your credit card up to the camera for a minute and then flip it over backwards so I could just take a couple of screenshots and we'll be on our way.
He did show Cash and me his driver's license. So I did screenshot it. So here, I'm going to bring it up right now. No,
Well, I think Mike is younger than I am. I think Cash is younger than I am. Baron's older. Teague
older.
We might be
right
close, around
but
the same age, yeah.
Remember though,
but Phil
go by
definitely
the
is
idea of
older.
a Highlander.
Phil's definitely older. I mean, he learned to speak in Morse code, so.
Admiral
I'm
Teague's
older than
lore
Phil.
is I'm the only
Baron's older
immortal
than me.
Highlander in Starfleet.
There is somebody actually older than me. That's pretty
Is it?
There's one.
Phil sounds older than me, but I am older than him.
You're just watching a lot of this new Star Trek because, of course, Mike and I and Baron never finished it, and Phil watched too. And Crit. I don't know if you've ever
I'll tell you
talked to
why I
Crit,
watch
Teague,
it.
but
I
yeah,
haven't
to talk
finished it
about it on
either.
your yeah.
Not only that, but somehow, and there's something to this, right? 1 year ago, 2 weeks from 50 weeks ago, right? So 2 weeks from now, a year ago, I celebrated 150 subscribers.
Okay.
So I had a really good year, and like watch
Not
parties
too
are part of it, and expanding off of Star Trek is part of it. Well, nobody's Appion, but you know what I mean, like expanding off of Star Trek and stuff like that. But you know what, westerns, military movies, they helped. But what helps more than anything is when these horrible new Trek shows drop, and no one wants to watch them or pay for them, but there's still curiosity about what happens. So, like,
but you know what they say about curiosity, man. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, Star Trek can't be any more dead. I mean, come on, what are we gonna do? I mean, like we have like the new Trek drinking game when somebody is needlessly emotional, drink. You know, when somebody praises math and says fuck, drink. When they filmed Tilly to make her look as huge as possible, drink, although that's not as hard as it used to be. She was actually slightly okay looking season 1. If you look at the premiere pictures, not the way she looks in character. Oh, she's a custom-made ugly person until she went and like got into the role. She really grew into that part.
Okay.
Literally.
Google Mary Wiseman Star Trek Discovery premiere 2018, and you'll be like, maybe. You know, it's not anything like what you see. She's a custom-made ugly person. They put the acne on her, and they might have been padding her up early on. Now I think she had like no time to train after having children because the production schedule's all over the place. So her body was changed by the show in a way that they like. So she's now like super body positivity, but I don't think she's allowed to hang around the other cast members because now she really is ugly instead of just being made into an ugly person like a creature.
Well,
I haven't looked into this, but maybe.
Do you know what's growing? And me and Whoopo are going to put a stop to it this year. Is that poison ivy out in that Wrigley Field that needs to come to an end?
Give it a rest, Phil. Give it a rest.
Hey,
give it a rest.
come on,
give it
Phil.
a rest.
They won the game today. They're on their way to the World Series, Phil. So
you believe that? Okay.
I'm
The Yankees
happy
are
that they
4-0,
won.
motherfuckers.
Everybody
won
knows
2
the
games
worst
in a
team
row. I'm
Tri-Town
happy about
is
that.
The White
so.
Sox.
Yeah, the White Sox.
The
are
White Sox.
0-4 right
the
now.
White Sox. What president really liked them? Wait, don't say his name. Not this Irish president, but the last one.
Are you sure Kennedy liked the White Sox?
I was going to say that.
No, it was fucking Obama.
Yeah. No.
Oh, I think he was a Sox fan. Yeah.
He was. Yeah, by the way, if anyone wants to share this, just to see that Admiral Teague's not crazy, you don't have to leave it up there long, but this is her out of character.
Yeah.
I'm not saying gorgeous. I'm saying there is now enough booze in the world.
Cash Money does not like that image because it's a redhead.
She's an actual redhead, though. I'm surprised. I didn't know they still existed on TV.
I know, it's scary.
But I mean, look how much better she looks here comparatively to what we see in New Trek. And like, let me just see if I can zoom in so you can just see. Like, she also doesn't have terrible skin. She's is there a rule like when you're heavy you have?
Do you
gray
have
hair,
a comparison picture with this too, Teague?
Of her in character? Yeah, sure.
I mean, the Star Trek Online when they did her character up in there looked pretty good.
The character models for Star Trek Online do actually look pretty good. You know, they're not as old as that game is now. What is it? Over 10 years or something?
Something like that. Yeah, they need to update the.
They won't though. They won't.
I know. Well, they did the ship update. Thank goodness.
They do everything.
Spock and I have said that they
right?
need to, just give the game the Unreal Engine treatment.
No,
Here we go.
Obama is not Irish. I agree.
He actually is Irish.
Is he?
His mother's last name was Kelly, and if you look at the picture, Google Obama at beach with grandfather, or young Obama at beach with grandfather. You can see him body surfing with his grandfather. He's like 6, and he's sitting on his grandfather's back, and him and his grandfather are smiling, and they look exactly the same.
I have not
They look
looked into that.
exactly the same.
Kelly. Kelly.
Obama's grandfather was
Kelly.
an American war hero. He fought in World War II. He was in Patton's army. He freed one of the camps. You know, you don't have to like President Obama.
No, I'm not. That's not what it's about. It's,
No.
But he was Irish. And he liked
Interesting.
Star Trek.
Okay, so they did this to her, and we've seen this
This is what
done.
we see.
We saw this with Jessica Shabat. I don't know if you remember that whole controversy, Teague, with IGN, with Mass Effect 3. They've done this in gaming, and I see they're still doing this on live action as well.
Well,
because they want to make her look.
2018. It's gotten worse, you know.
That's crazy.
Aaron, is it
She doesn't
just
even
me?
look like that.
Is it just me? Did they steal that uniform look from Babylon 5?
One
Maybe
year
a
they
little
did.
bit.
Yeah, they changed
Maybe
it.
a little bit. Yeah.
I want
I
to say
think-
this. They've had Babylon 5 uniforms that were much closer than this. Much closer. They had deep blue ones with the
And
epaulets.
at the end of season 3, when I saw those uniforms, or was I don't know which season it was. I've tried to forget Discovery, but I'm
let me
pretty
spare
positive
everyone.
it was
There you go.
season
That's a
3.
lot better.
Did you guys, when Discovery first came out and you started hearing about New Trek, where you're like, oh, let's give it a try, it might be pretty good, and
Well,
is that
when
how
they
you
did the
felt?
teaser showing the ship, I was
I
thinking,
see.
okay, a new Star Trek.
I hated
series.
that part. I hated the
Uh-huh.
spinning saucer section. I didn't care for their Star Trek aesthetic, but when I heard the show is coming and I saw the first trailer, I said Sonequa Martin Green was pretty good in Walking Dead. I guess she's hot. I guess it'll be a good show. It'll be fun. How could they fuck up Star Trek? It's such a great story, and it's not J.J. Abrams. I have hope. And then I saw it.
Well, yeah.
Well, I will.
The maybe
teaser
the
they
worst
had-
piece of Star Trek I'd ever seen in my life. We blew up a room full of fucking school children, and then we had like a heart-to-heart talk and blood-splattered walls. God damn it! Like the Vulcans aren't human, but do they have to be like inhumane as well? I mean, this the stupidest episode of Star Trek ever starts them off, and then it gets worse.
Do you guys also think that Star Trek going into a more, obviously I understand it's on a streaming service. I mean, they even did more with stuff like One Piece than obviously they did in the
They're
anime.
not even as streaming as they used to be. You have to have Paramount Plus Deluxe to get them because they're only on Showtime now.
Oh, really? But do you guys think ever Star Trek should have gone in a more of a mature direction like they have with these
They
shows?
should have gotten the Tarantino movie.
Okay. Yeah.
They should know. You know what? You had a situation there at the end of J.J. Abrams where you could have fired all of those people because Quentin Tarantino wanted to do a movie. All contracts were ending. All contracts were ending. Repeat, all contracts were ending. That's why they have no cash for this movie. So, Quentin Tarantino's idea got used anyway by these people because the pitch aged out, just like the Starfleet Academy pitch was from the Gossip Girl people. So, 10 years after someone says something, they'll do
But
it.
even before the
So-
Gossip Girl people, Harv Bennett pitched the Starfleet Academy series.
Yeah.
And
so
they
they
said
stole
no.
the idea, they stole the concept, and then they had someone else develop it. You know what I mean? Like they're never going to give any one person enough. Like these people are really good at stealing.
Right. Well,
They're
the
very
other
good at
thing,
stealing.
I get that, Teague, but the one thing, of course, is like with the mature content, the way that Quentin Tarantino does it, you got the snappy dialogue. Like there's so much going on.
Right. They say fucking regular episodes of Star Trek now, so that's not a problem.
that's just
Yeah,
so
they
weird.
shouldn't
to
have
me.
that.
It's still
All right,
weird.
so you know what?
Yeah.
R-rated, because you have destroyed your franchise with Into Darkness and proved that it was absolutely dead with Star Trek Beyond, and absolutely no one has any interest of any kind whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. The only way that you're ever going to save Star Trek, and I would like to see it saved personally, is, well, now this path is closed unless they fire these people. But Quentin Tarantino's reason for walking away, according to Tom Connors, is that the Star Trek people were such an embarrassment that he scrapped the idea of working with them. They wanted it. I thought they sabotaged him. He looked at what they were doing and he said, "No way! I don't want this. You've destroyed the brand." And we would have had a Star Trek movie with Quentin Tarantino that would have been nominated for Best Picture. So, oh no, it would have been rated R, and people would have said fuck, and he would have killed a lot of people, and there would have been blood. Their contracts were up. The plan was to have them all get killed and replace them with a time travel fucking device through the Guardian of Forever. Sound familiar? That's Star Trek Discovery. We're getting it now. And send them to the fucking next generation, reboot that, and have a whole new franchise. Boom! Fresh contracts ready to go. It was fucking genius.
I mean, dude, it would have been interesting, definitely. I mean, his vision, it's just with Star Trek would have been interesting, yes.
Here to accept the award for Best Picture for Star Trek Into Bloodiness is
pretty much
Rod Roddenberry. 57 years ago, my father, who I have embarrassed and made a fool of, had a vision, and I sabotaged it, but this worked out.
Can you guys imagine the background of Quentin Tarantino in a Star Trek film, though? That would be pretty.
I wouldn't want to see Tarantino Star Trek.
You would go to a
you wouldn't want to see that, Baron?
Which one of these movies is better than the worst Tarantino movie? Out of the two movies we got from JJ, and if you want to throw in Force Awakens and Rise of Skywalker, what Tarantino movie is worse than any of them?
Well, but the thing is, it's the feel of Star
Trek. It's the feel. I get that.
I have to do my Captain Kirk. You ready? Answer the question. You don't get that now anyway. I'm talking about one movie that can fix this mess. You wouldn't. You don't have the feel now.
That's a lot of mess.
I don't want a movie. I don't want a movie.
I want a series that holds up the spirit of Star Trek.
Right.
So what you're saying is a franchise that had a Best Picture Academy Award, that would be something. You'd be like, God damn it, it's like when Jane's Addiction got too big. It's Caught Stealing. I don't want any part of this song. No. I'm not going to Lollapalooza. I mean, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're buying their bullshit line that this is some kind of Star Trek renaissance because there's lots and lots of terrible Star Trek. You would get one really good, really different outlier movie, and there's already been non-Star Trek movies. Nemesis, First Contact.
I'm not looking for a new Star Trek movie. Star Trek is best on television.
Right.
That's where I want to see it. Live
That's
long
where I
and
want to see it.
Well, there's hope for Star Trek on TV because the actual original license that includes the original continuity is the only license left, and that license is in fact now for sale. And there's also a video game license, and if you notice, the video game advertising makes a point of saying they've stopped going into the Star Trek story. Star Trek is celebrating 58 years, I believe, and they say about 55 years of Star Trek. They're very clear that they are not New Trek anymore. They have some of the ships, and they support seasons like 1 and 2 of both shows, but they're done. They can't. They said it's like nailing Jello to a wall. We can't follow your fucking story.
Well, the one thing is the Resurgence did a great job of doing Star Trek. Made you feel like made it feel like you were actually in an episode, and that's what we need.
Yeah,
to go back to the
any Quentin Tarantino.
I did
Romance.
I did. I'm not even comparing it to True Romance. I'm talking about
what part
Star
of that movie
Trek.
touches
Good Star
any
Trek episodes that
Tarantino
we have received, whether it be original series, Next Generation, all the way to Enterprise.
Right.
That's what I'm comparing it to.
And
that's what
brought
me back to because I streamed Resurgence. I did two parts of a stream. I was going to end part 2 at one point. The story sucked me in, and I kept going.
You're talking about the video game, right?
Yes, Star Trek Resurgence.
It's the best Star Trek we've gotten in years.
Yeah,
and,
seriously.
And that's how I came to be here, so to speak, because I was looking. I always do searches for Star Trek, right? So I did a Star Trek search, and I came across Appion, and he was playing that, and he was like playing.
I recommended it to him.
Oh, thank you for that, because he's been great for all of us, and great for my members. Love him. So what was the thing with Appion was he was playing the part where he had to make a choice between letting someone get hurt and fulfilling his mission, And he's like, I don't know, man. She's women screaming, kind of, very, very emotional. Got to think about this one for a second. I'm like, you're wearing a Next Generation uniform. You should do the Next Generation thing. And he's like, whoever this Admiral Teague guy might be right. Fuck your eyes. I'm going to save those people. And then, for the next 5 minutes, they're like, don't you want to go tell your crewmate you're sorry? And he's like, absolutely not. I am not fucking saying I'm sorry to this fucking person. And I was like, I have to find this guy's Twitter.
Real quick, I want to apologize for dropping out abruptly. I had to address some audio issues. Admiral Teague, Admiral, as Khan would say, good evening. And I'm going to go eat dinner real quick, but I'm going to enjoy watching you guys continue this discussion on my telephone. So you guys have a wonderful evening.
Telephone, huh? Say telephone again.
Telephone, mate. And and I drew a picture of me and Baron. Look, so it's Bear, Ron. Because it's me. It's a bear with glasses, so it's Bear, Ron, and or is it a man tag? So that's like a man tag right there because he's got muscles. So that's what I'm going for right there. I hope you guys enjoy it.
Feed your
Thank you. I'm honored.
Thank you for hopping on, DJ. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And if you have anything that you want to
here.
promote, thank you, brother. And if there's anything you want to promote, please do.
I want to promote myself to get a frickin' raise. Now, jokes aside, I'm probably going to do my 10:45 evening show tonight. I'm going to keep it real casual because, I'm still nursing a minor fever. But, we'll just hang out, have fun. And that's basically the only thing I plan to promote right now.
Turtles.
And turtles.
Awesome, brother. I'm looking forward to you being our guest next Wednesday on Pop Talk.
How does he manage to have the T-shirt not fade into the background? You, my friend, are some kind of magician.
It's the lighting. Lighting plays a... Oh, yeah, and also the sensor on the camera plays a role in it, too. But you can improvise by playing with the contrast settings and the, those parameters. And sometimes you can take a crappy camera and get it to cooperate, too.
Okay.
But otherwise, a lot of people will buy like a DSLR or a Sony mirrorless camera. But the Elgato Face Cam and the Razer Kiyo cameras have similar sensors to fancier cameras, and so that's how I'm able to accomplish some of this.
I will do a face reveal at 100. I'm going to use my avatar until I have 100,000 viewers, and then 100,000 subscribers, and then I'm going to do my face reveal. At 100,000, I figure I become a professional YouTuber.
Here's to 100,000. All right, gentlemen, have a good one. I'll catch you later.
Hey, take care, DJ.
You too, brother.
Bye, DJ.
See you later, Baron. See you later.
See you, bro.
Have a good. Talk to you soon, DJ.
But,
thanks. See you later, Padawan.
I speak Star Wars, too. I got a question for the birthday boy. Star Wars and Star Trek. First movie of each you saw in theaters.
First movie of each I saw in theaters.
Why do I feel like the answer is going to be Phantom Menace for Star Wars?
No, it was Return of the Jedi.
Was it a re-release, or you saw it in theaters as a kid?
I saw it in theaters. I was 5 years old when it came out.
All right. So, wow, you're a lot older than me. Wow. Man, you're old. The first Star Wars movie I saw in theaters, I was about 6 years old, was Revenge of the Sith.
Baby.
But I'm from, I'm from 230 years in your future, so. No.
The first Star Trek movie
I saw was the first one. I'm old. I'm older than you. I'm much older than you. I saw Return of the Jedi in theaters.
The first Star Trek movie I went to see in the theaters was Generations, but the first Star Trek movie I actually watched, it was back in 88, 89, and that was Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. That was the first one I ever watched. I've been watching the series, before then. But one day I get to school and my teacher was a big Star Trek fan. And she says, okay, today we're going to watch a movie. And she puts in Star Trek 4 and I'm all, cool, Star Trek. I know these guys.
That's awesome. Think about that teacher got paid to watch Star Trek 4 or 5 times that day. They're like, fuck, man, I'm getting paid for this. Make back that money I spent seeing it 30 times in theaters, right?
Right. And hello to File 13. Good to see you.
Oh, hello.
So, did you answer the Star Wars one? So the Star Trek one was
Generations.
The
first one
I'm sorry you didn't get a better
saw
movie.
in the theater. was Generations, but the first Star
I hate
Wars
that fucking
movie I saw in the theater was Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, okay. So I'm guessing 5 kind of understood it? Maybe? Because that's about how old I was when I saw A New Hope. I kind of understood it.
Here's what I remember from the experience. I remember the Ewoks, and I remember Chewbacca, and also Luke going to Jabba the Hutt and basically telling him to release Han Solo. And that's what I remember at 5 years old.
I remember from seeing A New Hope.
And I remember the toys. Let's not forget the Kenner toys.
Oh, those. You know what? They said, what is it? $1 billion in box office and $14 billion in merch. So that's where George made his money. And they can't sell Star Wars merch to save their lives now. It's insane. I've got 200 black figure black collection Admiral Holdos here, and I can't seem to unload them. No one seems to want to buy them. And I was going to buy a house with these. I thought Rise of Skywalker was sure to be the greatest movie of all time. J.J. Abrams, that movie magic.
Oh, File 13. I did see that. And I looked at my sister, even at that young age, I'm thinking, what is this crap?
Some of that movie's okay. I mean, it's aimed at really young kids. That's something Lucas became obsessed with. He wanted to have his Goonies. And that's why because does anyone here not think we would have been in better shape if we had just started off with Hayden Christensen? You know? And so, instead of our Dark Lord of the Sith being a fucking bumbling idiot, are you an angel? It's like, oh God.
I had both of those, the Battle of Endor. I don't remember the other one, but I had both of those recorded off of television on VHS.
Oh.
You know, I watched them several times when I was a kid, but that's when I lost them. And it's like, well, where are these? How can I get these? You can't. You don't get them. You know, not for years. Can you get them? I don't know.
Only subscribe to Disney Minus.
They were first on TV.
Mm-hmm.
They were not good. They were not good.
No,
the only thing that he ever released after Return of the Jedi and before we got anything else up until Phantom Menace was the cartoon droids. They were at least halfway decent.
That was pretty good.
I watched that every Saturday morning.
And
those early live action
older people like me and Baron, the first Star Wars, if you want to call it Star Wars New Hope, we never called it New Hope.
No.
And the original release of that didn't even have Episode 5 on the crawl.
No,
4.
Didn't have
4.
Yeah,
they still don't have Episode 5. It's cool.
No, but
good shape.
We didn't. When I even to this day, when I hear someone says that, it makes me. That's Star Wars. That's Star Wars. Just Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't call Episode 4 A New Hope. I call it Star Wars. I call Empire or Empire Strikes Back. And I say Jedi or Return.
I call it Star Wars 77 to clear up the ambiguity. What else can you do? People are going to go, which one? Every time. I'm tired of people saying which one, so I'd rather answer the question, 77, how can we call it that? Just like I'd rather answer the question, why do you call it the Venomverse and not the Spider-Verse? There's no Spider-Man.
Actually, if I remember right, those Ewok movies were actually released in the theater in Germany.
Yes, they were released in Germany and in Japan, I think it was. In Japan, Yep.
Why do they play in fucking Germany? The theater at Spandau Prison? It's like, you've been terrible men. You need to watch this movie. No, please.
They buy David Hasselhoff records. What do you want me to say?
If only Rudolph Hess had lived long enough. If only Hess and Mengele had lived long enough for us to imprison them and make them watch Kenobi over and over.
Yeah,
that would be a measure of paying them back.
I went through Kenobi once, never again.
I couldn't believe Ewan McGregor really he destroyed himself. That thing in the car where he's screaming at the fans. You were in that thing with the overcoat Leia, and you think people are being racist? You don't think it's because it sucked. You think that was good stuff. You're willing to go out there and say that shit to people about that. Fuck you, Ewan McGregor. You know Obi-Wan Kenobi. Alec Guinness is 5 times the Obi-Wan Kenobi you've ever been, and he had the most emotionally moving Obi-Wan lightsaber fight of all time. So what if it wasn't that good? I fucking cried.
I like the one that's on YouTube where they did a reimagine of that fight, and it looked awesome.
You did.
They should insert that into next special editions of the first Star Wars.
Fuck that. Don't change it anymore. Let's get the original back. But
It's already been changed. It's been changed.
You know you're going to...
They already changed it.
When they redo this story...
That's the one thing about Star Wars that at least Star Trek doesn't do. Go back and keep adding and doing something. They leave it alone. Even though the first motion picture needed all the help it needed. It needs more help.
They're into doing that now. No, I just saw the fixed motion picture, and they sabotaged Wrath of Khan, but they fixed the motion picture.
They had to release the Shatner cut of my favorite movie, Star Trek V.
I do believe that if you're giving everyone else a director's cut, you should let William Shatner do it. I mean, he doesn't have a whole fucking show. I'm sorry to say, 93 is pretty old. Can we please let William Shatner have his say in what he wants in that movie?
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
I mean, if you take a look at it...
That's my avatar!
Star Trek 2, they had their extended cut where they added scenes to it.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, it was what they put on the ABC television, but then they cleaned it up and put it into after DVD release, director's cut. They did the same thing with Star Trek 6. Actually, when it came out on VHS, almost right away on VHS, they had the extended scenes. So
it was always traditional to film these extra scenes just for television. For Fast Times at Ridgemont High, it's the scenes with Nicolas Cage.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's just like the case with the Star Trek, is the stuff that they cut out and they need them for fillers. So it's like, boom. Just like the Alan Smithy version of Dune.
There's a lot of deleted scenes from Dune 84.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, DJ Dongrees, the Dastardly, wants all our social security numbers.
How about no?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There, that's mine.
But
8675309.
Star Trek movies, and I know everybody likes to dump on my Star Trek 5. No, Nemesis is the worst Star Trek movie ever made. Awful. And I still want to meet the person that told the actor that plays
I fucking agree.
To shave
You're
his
so
beard.
fucking right. No, listen, you're so fucking right. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Nemesis and Insurrection are two of the worst fucking stories ever told. Generations, also fucking horrible. First Contact is terrible. But yeah, either Nemesis or Insurrection is the worst fucking movie. Not just bad Star Trek, but a horrible fucking movie.
I thought, and I always felt they were leftover TNG scripts that never got into the
There are
show.
TNA scripts. No. I want to know how.
Yeah,
Star Trek
when I saw
Insurrection...
Nemesis in theaters back in 2002, that was one of the few movies I actually looked at my watch to see how much longer the movie had.
I walked out. I walked out of that one. I was just like, this really is sucking ass. And I'm like, why is this Star Trek movie suddenly Picard and his weird friends? Like, why they have no dynamic? And now the gift that keeps on giving, thanks to that movie, right? The planet made them younger, right? Or whatever. The planet made everyone somewhat more vital. Thanks to that movie is the plot device for Picard Season 3, the Insurrection planet. made a 78-year-old man and a 59-year-old woman have a child. That's right. You heard it here first. New Jack Crusher conceived on the insurrection or the Nemesis planet or the insurrection. I don't fucking know.
Baku, that was an insurrection.
Yeah, that's insurrection.
So the insurrection planet is the one that like gives you like youth-like qualities and like rewinds your biology. So yeah,
old stars start to heal.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's how Bev Crusher got pregnant with New Jack Crusher. But the thing is, like, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that one for a minute. If she had that baby, she needed to fucking do some serious sciencing. They didn't make a 58, 59-year-old woman and a 79-year-old fucking man able to have a child. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to fucking hear about this one. It's just not ridiculous. You know what? Here's the thing. It still doesn't explain why she yelled at the robot ghost of Picard about knocking her up. Like, why? Hey, what's
Hello,
going
Gary.
on?
Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Gary. Hey,
if you want to hop on, the link is pinned to the top.
Or maybe it's Keith, in which case we'll get a lot of Star Trek.
Normally it's Gary.
Gary knows his Star Trek.
Yeah, he does. And Blade Runner.
Oh, yeah. Does he ever? I'm excited about his Blade Runner
brother.
project. His
I
trying
think
to do
Star
a radio
Trek should
play.
Stop. So should Doctor Who, and so should Star Wars. It's just end it. Done. Be done. They can't make anything good. Stop. Stop while they're ahead.
The fact is that you might end up being right because even though we're going to get a new Star Trek movie, I'm sorry, even though we're going to get and we are going to get a movie, it's going to be garbage. Section 31 movie. They say it's being filmed mostly without Michelle Yeoh. Well, I think they'll release it to some theaters for one day to satisfy the contract. It's going to throw Zoe Saldana in it and call it the Kelvin Star Trek movie.
You know,
all indications are this one's going to have everybody in it.
By the way,
it's really want to do it right.
It's always
give
Gary.
The actor that played Worf. I can't think of his name right now. What's his name?
Dorn.
Michael Dorn.
Hey!
Michael Dorn.
Oh, there he is.
And
there's a handsome man.
Vigilante.
It's
always Gary.
At the end of
It's
9.
always Gary.
It's always Gary.
On himself. I'm always pop culture minefield.
They need to give him his Klingon series. That if they would have listened and did the Klingon series, they might have had something. But it was all downhill from there.
Mike, did
he's
we
like
get rid of
74 years old or something?
What? Did we get rid of what?
Did we get rid of that person who was saying silly things? God.
We all are.
I think they're just
Hey,
messing
what's
around.
up, Tim?
I
I didn't
so.
see Tim out there.
Okay.
How you doing, Gary?
Oh Lord, Tim has followed me again.
Hey Gary, I remember I couldn't talk to you and Mike and Baron that one day because I had some family stuff going on. But how you doing, man?
Doing pretty good, man. I was actually getting ready to go have me some dinner. And I saw you. Excuse my language, but I saw that you fuckers were doing a show, and I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna stop by and say hi.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yes, I heard all about the whole thing with you and Baron. You're like, yeah, you know what, Baron, go fuck yourself. And I laughed.
That's right, Baron. Go fuck yourself.
Thank you. I will.
I only say shit like that to people I like, by the way.
Right.
That's right.
That's good.
I'm honored. I'm honored. I mean, it's like when he signed the one book, he goes, fuck you in there. And it's like, yeah, he likes me. He likes me. He really likes
fuck
me.
You, guys.
Fuck you.
Baron's going to
fuck
go
you, buddy.
celebrate
Fuck
after
you.
you bring the bear claw.
It's a
By the
military
way,
thing.
I want to do something real quick because we got
Happy
18
birthday,
days left of. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. But we got 18 days of this campaign remaining, and I really still strongly believe that people should back Vindicated Inc.
Got 2 new contributors today.
Woo!
Great, man.
It'll be a slow process. I'm going to be hopping on with Pops tomorrow, so
great.
hopefully going to get a few more numbers. I am getting ready to start an Indiegogo account. I didn't want to, but there's not enough eyes hitting this the website
Are
yet.
they gonna try to shun you guys again? I read about that before, about the censorship bullshit going on in Indiegogo and some of those other websites that you're trying to promote.
I don't know, because I'm going to focus on disabled veterans.
Okay.
Hopefully they won't, because that's really what this book is about.
Right.
Is disabled veterans.
Mm-hmm.
So let's hope that Indiegogo can at least insert its head from its ass for at least disabled veterans.
I would hope so, man. I
Me
don't
too.
understand these websites. PayPal does the same thing. Like if they're sponsored and they don't like your content and stuff, then they can start causing problems. It's ridiculous, man. It's like it's good for something, Gary, and then it's bad for something else. Or there has to be some headaches that there doesn't need to be. But yeah, it's
I wanted to avoid using them, and I told that to Luke and to Hojo. Hojo, of course, is one of the editors over there, and Luke, of course, created fundmycomics.com. And of course, I learned this because of our mutual good friend Mike, Comic Relief Crusader.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who suggested me using the website. And I'm like, I've seen him before. Do you think it'd be worth it? And he's like, yeah. And I went, okay, fuck it. I'm going to go read up on it and do it. And I feel like they funded me. Right now, they have fully funded me, and and what sucks is, we only get, 95 to 97% of the money.
Mm-hmm.
So right now they funded me, and now I want to fund Richard Bonk to do his chapter. And I'm hoping that if I can't get it through Fund My Comics, we can get it through Indiegogo. And on that one, I'm just going to basically add his bank account so it'll go straight to him because I don't need any of the money from that. And then later, when everything's done, I will do a fund me for the printing, because that'll be a separate situation. Because once we get to that point where the book is done, hopefully by August, September of this year, I'll be able to go straight into printing and send it out to everybody. And everybody will also, early on, once it's done, get a digital copy.
Interesting.
Guys, let me just say, you won't hear this from Gary. And
just
he
real
doesn't
quick,
like people to
Admiral.
know it.
Hold on. Yeah.
Just real quick, Phil's got to go, and I just want to thank you, Phil, for taking time to join us tonight. Phil. And if you want to talk later, we could talk later on Discord, or hit me up tomorrow. And
take it easy, Phil McCracken.
Yep.
It's great to see you,
guys.
bro.
Have a good night, Mike. Happy birthday again. And
thank you, brother.
Whatever Cash Money says to anybody, you're the total opposite.
Yeah, same with Phil McCracken. And I'm telling you, Phil McCracken is still from the Matrix. I really believe he's Agent Smith. I really do.
I just want to say real quick, he won't tell you this, but Jerry Cassell is one of the kindest and coolest people on YouTube. He's a super supportive friend. He's had just about everything to do with helping my channel take off. Doomcock helped me too. Or did I help myself? I don't know. Jerry
Okay, I just sent you that $25 on PayPal. Thanks, buddy.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen? Don't stop buying your mangas. Don't stop protesting what Marvel's doing. But here's an American comic from an American comic creator who's an American veteran. You can give it a shot. I guarantee you that my friend is going to produce you a comic worth reading. I guarantee it.
And I will tell you, all the gay stuff that's in it is done in a proper military fashion.
It's very tasteful. Very tasteful. We got a top of the line ball gag as the model for the ball gag we used. We experimented extensively with the ball gag to make sure it worked.
You know that they use a ball gag on me in on Toxic Tuesdays. They have me as the gimp, or as Bruce Willis with the ball gag in my mouth. That's fucking funny. I always laugh.
What the hell you say?
We haven't played that all night, Baron. Come on. Slack.
True.
Haven't we? Oh, I guess we haven't.
No.
I guess we haven't.
Haven't what?
Oh, played the clip.
We haven't played this clip all night, so I'm going to play it again.
What the hell you say?
I want to get the clip of the newscaster from The Simpsons going, while following people are gay.
No.
He actually said that on the show, on The
Yep.
Simpsons. And
then they had the whole list of
And-
names.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Don't we see like Lisa's teacher gasp? She's like one of the people who reacts in horror that she's going to be like outed.
Yeah.
Back when The Simpsons was good.
Well,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry, Cash. It's not
They're
good
still
anymore.
they're still trying, but they're trying more than Family Guy. But yeah, if like I said before, Baron, if the show ended, it's okay. It's fine.
Sam Simone was the true showrunner for The Simpsons that got it right.
Mm-hmm.
And this is before they decided to make Homer stupid. He, his management of that show is so much better those first seasons. And then when he left, it started dumbing down Homer, and I lost interest in it. The only thing I watch annually is the Treehouse of Terror.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the last one was pretty good. Yeah.
I think they all have something enjoyable about them.
Mhm.
Because it's one thing they don't seem to really F up. But my absolute favorite to this day, I don't know about you guys, was the one with the evil Krusty the Clown doll. And Grandpa yells,
yeah.
"That doll is evil! Evil, I say!" "Oh, Grandpa, you say that about all the toys." "I know, I just want some attention."
Yeah, I think also under Disney, and maybe also Family Guy has changed because it's been under Disney now, or at least like the last few years. Maybe more than a few years, at least more
I think
than that.
Seth
but-
MacFarlane, it's abandonware
Uh-huh.
to him.
It's Tim.
He goes in and he does his voices. We're lucky he can hire people who write funny jokes. Don't expect it to be profound like it was for that first 5-10 years.
Well, you can't do anything when you come out a few years ago and said we're not going to make these kind of jokes anymore. It's like then what happens with the show, and I'm sure
He
you,
didn't
Gary,
care
you
about
have
the
seen
show
this
anymore
too.
in my heart- in my
No,
mind.
I don't think he cares much about the show either. He just goes in there for a paycheck. But I was talking about this earlier before we went live, Gary. I think a lot of this comedy is dead, and what you're seeing now is like they recycle the same jokes at least a few times in the same episodes, and then they have all this bathroom humor that's not even necessary. It's like, how does this, add to the? Oh, it's supposed to be funny. I'm like, sometimes, but most of the time, not so much. I've seen this now with Curb Your Enthusiasm with the last season. I've seen this, of course, with other stuff. Yeah.
Think about what he had, right? I mean, does anybody remember the episode that it had nothing to do with it, but the beginning of the episode, Chris starts singing a rap song and Peter becomes convinced that he's possessed? It's the one where Peter finds out he's descended from slaves. But first they go to the museum. But first they go to the Museum of Irish History and they have a Star Trek-like society until they invent whiskey. I mean, you could never, ever do that. That's from 1999.
I love that, they show Ireland as like this technologically advanced society until the invention of whiskey, and then they're like falling down drunk and in the Stone Age, basically.
They take a Star Trek line. He goes, "We're all ready to transform our entire society into pure energy. But first, we're going to try this stuff that O'Malley invented in his garage. He calls it whiskey." And then the screen goes black. It says 5 minutes later, and they're all naked and fighting and breaking things and like falling all over the place and just guzzling. And then that's it. Ireland becomes like what we have now. I mean, it was very, very improper and very, very rude, but it's like, how many people who tell me Eddie Murphy, who's both black and Irish, wasn't rolling on the floor breathing into a brown paper bag, or dare I say a paper bag of its own orientation and choosing, the Rachel Dolezal of paper bags. I don't want to give the bag an ethnicity, but breathing into a paper bag, I think he thought it was just as funny as anyone else. I got enough Irish blood to say that was fucking funny.
I can tell that bag was Italian because he talked with his hands a lot.
Oh yeah.
Well, and that's the whole thing, guys. That when they dummy down the comedy, Family Guy, whatever. I mean, they even did a song. What was it, like 2 years ago, where Hugh Jackman sang about how bad capitalism was on The Simpsons, and it's just like, oh my god. Did this just happen?
The Indiana Jones capitalism joke is the fucking worst, right? Is there anything? I stole it from you, and you stole it from me, and I stole it back from you. It's called capitalism. It's like,
Yeah.
What's with that mole lady? It's distracting me. Like, this is a beautiful woman. It's like any girl that Indiana Jones has ever hung out with, any of them are prettier. The Lao Che's girlfriend, give me her. Give me a movie with her. Like, why wasn't Anna de Armas the chick in the Indiana Jones movie if they want this shit to work?
He is so adorable. My God. As my father would say, I need a mile of shit just to see where that came from.
Think about it. We'd be like, well, how many? We'd all own this one. Sydney Sweeney and Harrison Ford in. I don't care what the
Big
subtitle
boobs.
is. Another Indiana Jones movie. If we line her breasts up when the sun rises, and it's just like, what are you gonna do, Indy? And it's like you see like the map of the plane, and it's like, was it the Silicon Valley? It's like I'm gonna put my face right between her breasts.
It changes the whole premise of Sean Connery's statement that sometimes a woman's breasts need a good smacking.
Talk in her sleep.
Junior. Yeah, Junior.
I love when
they were like, what were they? 7 years apart, 8 years apart.
It might have been. It was no more than 12. I think it's like 8 or 9. But I love the part where we get Harrison Ford doing Connery, where he goes like, "I'm here to view the tapestries."
Oh yeah, his horrible Scottish accent. And if you are Scottish, I love that.
How dare he? Yeah, was he supposed to be having a bad? Was the accent supposed to be bad? Was that part? Was it the actor acting like he was acting like a bad actor? And was he able to draw his experience for that?
No, I just assuming he was just doing a bad Scottish accent because the German did not fall for it for a second. And if you
right. Yeah, I think that he was just mocking him. Exactly. Yeah.
But here's the thing: I can imitate my dad's speaking voice pretty well, and I'm adopted, so like we don't have a lot in common. But I can still, if I can do one imitation, it's like my own dad. Which you know what I mean? Was he supposed to be bad at it? I wonder about that in the story.
I think it was supposed to be badly done.
Yeah, he was a bad
The
actor.
best line in that film, though, was delivered by Connery when he said, "I should have sent it to the Marx Brothers."
Yeah, I love that line.
That was a great
I
line.
laughed so loud when he said that. I was just like, "Oh my fucking god!"
It was,
And within 10 minutes, he's handing
Connery
it to Hitler.
had so much to that movie, but I mean,
Is
the
that-
story is still really good.
We checked this out. It's not her, but the woman who notices them when they flip the fireplace around. We thought we thought she was Frau Farbissimo, but it's not.
No, Frau Blucher. Frau Blucher.
Real quick,
Frau Blucher
guys. Baron's got to go.
Wife.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta take care of some stuff. It's been fun, but
I
had to turn the camera on. I did not want Gary to call me a Muppet, so I had to turn the camera on. Just for you.
I soon will be a Muppet. I will be contacting LaFleur.
Well, all I gotta sit
Baron,
back and say,
go ahead and promote yourself, brother.
I'm me, and Saturday, 7:00 Central Daylight Time on Phantom Legacy. We're going to continue on our Babylon 5 talk. Other than that, I'm hanging out with you and that other guy called Cash Monet of the Phantom Hooligans. With Pop Hooligans. With Pop Talk and gaming. So they'll sit back and see what it is when it's their time. I don't want to steal their thunder because I'm just that kind of guy. I'm just, humble. I'm a humble guy.
He's a humble guy, Mike.
Very humble. I carry the show, but I'm humble.
Oh boy!
You know what? I've got a clip for that, Barrett. I've played it a couple of times already tonight. It's a soundbite, actually.
I
call
bullshit. There we go. Yeah, gotta get Carlin in there. Yeah, get Carlin. The only AI Carlin we tolerate is that one.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We always let people know it's an AI Carlin. We're not.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're not making any money off of it either. So, but happy birthday, Mike. No fooling.
Thank you, brother.
Good seeing you, Cash, Teague, Padawannabe, Geary. You gotta say Geary. Yeah. I'll be like Benny Hill.
Yeah, but I did that the other night.
You did that?
You gotta stick the tongue out.
And of course, everybody who's in the chat and been lurking on all the channels, thank you for watching. And see you all later, huh?
Yeah, later, bro.
All right.
The man named after my favorite Marvel villain and the first EU villain, a first original villain of the EU, Baron Norman Tig.
No, he wasn't the first one.
No.
Crimson Jack.
No.
Crimson Jack.
You're right. Crimson Jack, Han Solo's old partner / adversary. We get Baron Norman Tig around 12.
Oh, a
He's
lot
related
further
to-
than that. You get about
Is
into
it?
like about the issues 20.
Before
in
or
the
after
20s.
we go to the casino at the edge of the galaxy?
After the
where Han's-
After the wheel.
That's a great arc of stories.
Mm-hmm. So that was Admiral Greyshade. So
And his sister's doing Luke Skywalker. She's kind of Mara Jadish.
Yeah, kinda. But thank you all. Take care.
Thank you,
too,
Baron.
buddy.
You have a good night.
Take care, Baron. You take a regal title, take like King, Emperor, Baron. Baron is good, it's strong. When YouTube sends us his creative
Baron's a good
names,
guy,
yes.
and I'm glad he joined me on Pop Talk and doing the gaming streams with him and Cash. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we move around channels. It's fun.
I guess I have to say, since it's your birthday, just remember, Mike, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Message Spock?
Rathacon. Yeah.
None that I'm conscious of, except, of course, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We all
Yeah,
have
Rathacon.
birthdays, Mike. Why are we treating yours like a party? Oh, wait.
We all have birthdays, Jim. Why are we treating yours like a funeral?
Romulan, now, why, this stuff's illegal. What do you care? You're already practically blind. Just drink the alcohol.
I only carry it for medicinal purposes.
Yeah.
The thing is that it seems like if I did my calculations right, the Romulan Ale is only like a year old or from that year. That movie's supposed to be like 2283. It's like 2283. Boom. It's like, well, it takes a while for this stuff to ferment, Jim. I'm like, what are they trying to say? I mean, it works both ways, whether it's too soon to drink it or it just ferments really fast or what. I don't know what that conversation is about. It's fun, but some of the things are just confusing.
Yeah, but some people look at Star Trek V and they say it's a terrible movie, which it is. But
it's a mess. Yes.
Here's how I've always looked at it, especially when Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are at Yosemite. It's about their brotherhood.
True.
What they've been through together, what they will do for one another to make sure that the mission succeeds.
I believe they're dreaming for most of the movie. I think after they go to sleep in the park, they're dreaming until they wake up at the end of the movie in the park where they fell asleep because they have a shared dream, and that just explains a lot of problems. And it's a nicer story now.
I think the stuff about Bones is probably the only thing I like about that movie since I finally saw it last year. Was it? Yeah, I think it was last year.
He does a great job with that scene.
Yeah,
he's a good
I'm
actor,
very
man.
fond of 5.
Are you?
Despite some of the silliness in but you know,
it's like an
Keith and I have
episode.
talked about this that it was the executive producer who screwed him because he was pushing to do Next Generation. He wanted to get away from doing the classic stuff, and so he sabotaged Shatner in the making of that film. And Leonard Nimoy warned him not to listen to him.
Right,
and
right.
he did, and
That person.
Shatner did, and it's what messed up the movie. And the cruel irony, and I love this cruel irony, is that after sabotaging that and wanting to move forward with Next Generation, he was excluded as a producer on any of the Next Gen films. And I love that. It's like that's karma.
The
You
decision
don't
to
see
shelve the original
undiscovered country either.
That's the third time that the fans bring Star Trek back. They save Star Trek on TV once. They save it by bringing it to the movies and making that movie really profitable by seeing it over and over. And then when 5 comes out, they once again save Star Trek by demanding that there is no more. There's not a proper goodbye to James Kirk. That we need more. That we need a better movie to end off with. And we get Undiscovered Country, which a lot of people say is their favorite with that crew. So
it is one of my favorites.
Very good, man.
Khan and that one.
Yeah, Khan is great. Star Trek 4 is very good or great. I mean, it's just
3
these are
is
movies.
great, honestly.
These are unlike the JJ films, which I've seen them all, but you can't say that any of those are memorable. Like, I would love to have a question with people. Oh, I love the JJ films, but I just you can't say they're memorable, even if you enjoy them. Like, can you say they're memorable to the old stuff? No, you can't.
Well, I have them
I would love
memorized,
to
but that's
try
part
to
of my
make an argument about that.
Yeah, no, I was forced to memorize them because that's kind of what I do. But yeah, no, they were just pure bullshit. Captain Kirk did not cheat. He took the test and got a satisfactory grade. It's pass-fail. And then he asked to take it again, and he got a commendation for original thinking. And anyone who's ever gone to school has known at least someone or has tried themselves to take a test again because you could get a better grade. I've done it, and I know other people who've done it.
Some people have...
Yeah. For the mad, so people to say that Kirk cheated based on the words of some half Romulan chick who was pissed off that she couldn't kill enough Klingons when she took the test, and some fucking mad scientist who hates his father, that's bullshit. Captain Kirk's achievement was destroyed in Trek 09. I was fucking sick when I realized what was going on. The second time I saw the movie, he would never cheat. You know, and you don't get a commendation. Well, what he did was he introduced the idea that the Federation commander would be feared and respected, and thereby changed the conditions of the test. And the Klingons opted to assist with the rescue mission, and there were no casualties, and everyone was saved, with the only 100% satisfactory outcome. That's why he gets the commendation. But the fact of the matter is, he had nothing to lose by retaking the test. And because we already know from Where No Man Has Gone Before that he was the top cadet in that academy, if not the valedictorian, that he was one of the top 3 or 4 people. He was always studious. He was the smartest person there. He can read Morse code in real time. I thought that we were all going to be able to do shit like that. He's super fucking smart. Captain Kirk is he's a great character.
Yeah, he is.
He's a good tactician as well.
By the way, I wanted to point out that Harv Bennett is, of course, the guy I'm talking about. That Leonard Nimoy worked with him and didn't like him, and warned.
We see him in 3. He's in 3. He's the admiral.
That's 5.
Harv Bennett didn't work on Star Trek 6.
No, that's right. He's 5. You don't see his name in the credit at all.
Yeah, and there's a good reason for that. It's because of Nimoy and Shatner both had a bad taste in their mouth left from working with him, and so he was not invited back. Instead, they brought back Nicholas Meyer, and Nick Meyer, of course, is the one who helped bring the Navy back into Star Trek and gave them those awesome uniforms. What I consider to be the best uniforms in Star Trek history.
Yeah, I like the maroon ones.
I want one. I'm looking at it. I would unironically wear that just to get fucking lunch.
I got some Star Trek fans pissed at me one night over my criticism of Harv Bennett. And I'm like, well, you don't know his story if you don't understand what I'm talking about. You have to dig in and really look at this guy. Not just look at, oh, he's so awesome because it's like, look at how he tried to betray Nimoy. Nimoy ignored him. But Shatner loved him and thought that he was out for his best interest. And then we saw Star Trek V and know that wasn't true. And I'm glad Karma came back to whip him in the ass.
Did Nichelle Nichols dye her hair like silvery mist blue because it's dark at the roots? Her hair is so weird in that movie. Her hair is so strange in that movie. I think she just made a weird fashion choice for the future. Just like, today I'm gonna just like do it like this, because you could do it probably in a blink of an eye. Just turned on like the Star Trek makeup hair shotgun and.
Yeah, when I rank the Wrath of Khan and the Undiscovered Country, Wrath of Khan is number 1, Undiscovered Country is number 2, and then The Voyage
here.
Home is number 3.
Number 3, yeah, I think I do like.
And Voyage Home has, in my opinion, the best theme of those films because it's almost like a Christmas theme.
I just Star Trek 4 has so much good humor in it too that I just always enjoy. I still get a laugh from those jokes. You know,
I'll be honest.
Yeah,
it's 2, 3, 1 for me.
Everybody has their own order.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know,
1.
Gary, you mentioned Star Trek 4's theme, and I did a little bit of it. But I had the 25th anniversary cassette that had the different music from the movies, and I would listen to the Star Trek 4 theme constantly just because of the melody itself.
Who's
I liked
on that one.
The reason I like Star Trek 3 so much is because if you listen to it by itself, it sounds like some joyous Christmas film.
It's a
go back and just listen to it.
Star Trek 3 is still, I would say, Gary, a good film.
It's a really good movie. The story is better than what you see because the planet is basically Gilligan's Island, right? The planet's only so good. It's got 3 or 4 different biomes. Well, I mean, I like they did the best they could. I mean, today it would have just been bland and dark and murky and what the fuck. So at least we got something. We understood the planet at least from what they showed us. It was like they walk out of a desert with these palm trees into like some sort of weird like jungle, and like then next is like some other biome, and then all of a sudden it's like snowing in the desert environment, and you're like, this planet is definitely fucked up. You know, you didn't need a lot more. That's before like you get the first earthquake. I don't know.
What I love about
it was a good creepy place.
That film too is Chekhov's dialogue is just great. Could you tell us where the nuclear vessels are in Alameda? Oh yeah, they're right across the water over there in Alameda. I know that.
or my favorite one, the hell they are your whales. Like, it's just great. It's like, well, maybe that man can tell us who's swimming in the tank.
Well, I want to point something out that's very ironic that a lot of people don't look at is the reason why the whales went extinct is because the crew stole the last humpback whales.
I read that story too. That made me fucking so angry.
It's funny though when you stop and think about it.
It's funny that it's a good point.
If there was only 2 left, they were already extinct. The gene pool was too small.
Yeah, it's like by taking them to the future, they actually made them extinct in the past, and I'm like, that's actually technically true.
That is.
We have better cloning in the future, so we can have a viable whale population, and probably with
but then they need to go back in the past and repopulate them in the past.
Well, that's when they sent back Will Decker with Jillian from the Cetacean Institute, and they had their family as the cover. It was called Seventh Heaven. It's a long away mission where they bring the whales back.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yes.
And then he liked little girls, and his career as a captain was destroyed.
Oh no!
Yeah. Now it's so weird that he got in trouble for having the wrong kind of porn on his computer. The only kind of porn you can't have, really, I guess, is the way to put it. Then we can't say anymore. But now the ending of Star Trek: The Motion Picture is a happy ending because he merges with his porno program. It's like, too real. Star Trek saw the future in the wrong way.
Yeah. And then they made Tron XXX.
I think it's too early for another Tron movie. We have to wait at least as long as we did between the last one,
especially with Jared Leto. No, thank you.
I don't think Jared Leto should be involved
in the Tron movie
because he was never involved in it in the first place. They could have just continued with Legacy, but they won't. They won't do
I'm
that.
making a movie called The Jared Leto Story, and I'm not considering him because he's not right for the role. That's how bad of an actor that fucking guy is.
He's got a lot of range. I just don't think he should be in Tron.
During his heyday, he just played the worst role of a beloved character. There's no worse take on the Joker. Cesar Romero just thrown into that same scenario with those lines probably could have done better. When we only ever see the nightmare world in the future in Zack Snyder's vision, I'm so glad the Snyderverse is over.
Are you?
Yes.
You think
Deeply
James Gunn
hate
is
it.
gonna do stuff justice? I mean, he
No.
talks a lot. I'm with Gary. I just
listen,
don't
like,
see
I
it.
don't
this
trust
is like
him at
saying,
all.
I don't
I'm
either,
glad we
man.
knocked the Germans out of the war, and like, are you saying you're glad Japan's still in it? That's not the point, okay? Zack Snyder's gone.
Well, I mean, I still think, however you feel about the Snyderverse, it was more of a direction than what we have going on now. It just seems
The only thing good he brought was, and it wasn't even his choice, was
Aquaman,
Henry
this is it.
Cavill.
I know. I didn't
Because
like
Superman was
Aquaman.
done wrong, and
Right.
they should have let Henry Cavill be in control. Because if you listen to interviews of him,
Yes.
he understands who
Yes, he
Superman
does.
is.
Yes, he does.
There's so many stupid fucking mistakes in all of the movies from that Snyderverse. Go outside of that to the Patty Jenkins movie, the good Wonder Woman movie, where people said it was a good movie. Remember that?
I know
delusion?
we've had this argument before in the
A
past.
good movie with a terrible ending.
I
Well,
didn't mind that film. It's just, it felt more like the 2009 animated film to me. But
if
after,
you and I made that movie,
Actually, I
84
think the
was just-
2009 animated film was better than the
Oh
live
yeah,
action
I
one.
agree with that too.
I swear, if we made that movie, we would all sit down and be like, look, we need to find like a voice actress with an accent, because young Diana's accent is from like America, and then when she gets older, she has a speech impediment. Like, how do we explain that? Everyone else has a speech impediment, like our older Diana. And this young girl speaks perfectly. So she gets stupider as she gets older. Like, just go with that.
Well,
I mean,
it's just
you couldn't find like an Israeli voice actress who was like 13 to dub the voice, and so many stupid mistakes that's quality control. I mean, the man was incompetent. So what if you put pretty pictures on the screen? That is story incompetence right there. And if you didn't notice it took you out of the movie, you will now.
I have mixed feelings about Zack Snyder. There's things I like, and then when I saw Batman vs Superman, the extended cut, I was like, "Oh, I don't like this movie."
I loved Watchmen.
coolest
I
looking
loved.
I liked Watchmen too, Gary. I thought that was close
300.
to the. Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
it was close to the book, and it
300 is a
changed the
good
one thing that
movie.
always bothered me. Which
At the
is
end, right? With
the Twilight Zone alien thing was so dumb.
Okay.
And I'm
gotcha.
like, the greatest threat is in your fucking comic. I don't like Alan Moore. I think he's a fucking idiot.
Well, his politics are crazy, but some of his
He's
ideas
just
are interesting.
he takes other people's stuff and makes something of it, but he's not really creative. And he takes a really bad byproduct of creating an alien when he's got an actual creature in his book that is one of the single most dangerous fucking things ever in the history of humankind, and that is Dr. Manhattan. It's
Dr.
so they
Manhattan can literally destroy the world, right? Exactly.
and he's full of ennui. He's unhappy, miserable. So he just wants to leave. So they make him happy by forcing him to leave, because now he's the greatest threat. And I'm like, that is so much better than what they did in the comic. Everything else about the comic I enjoyed.
If he's so good though, why is every movie? I mean, maybe he made a couple good movies, but every time he makes another movie, there are less people defending
Look, he
him.
can't.
Wait
Look,
till
he
the
doesn't know how to
supercut of
tell a
Rebel Moon
story.
comes out.
Teague, just
Yeah,
I'm going to put it to you
that's it.
simply. A director is only as good as his screenplay. Ridley Scott, if he doesn't have a solid script, makes crappy movies. And I'm a big Ridley Scott fan, and I will say that, and that's why I've had opportunities to interview him. He knows who I am. I've worked with some of the
That's
people that know him.
amazing.
I'm the reason why Drew Struzan did the cover to the Blade Runner special edition, final cut. I introduced to a lot of people. I'm interconnected, but I have opportunities to interview Harrison Ford and Ridley Scott. Harrison, because I heard he's a curmudgeon, I really didn't want to have him ruined in my mind. So I skipped ever interviewing him. And Ridley, because if I ever talk to him, I'm going to say what I think about his filmmaking, that he doesn't understand story. He doesn't understand themes. He doesn't understand irony. I mean, he makes a movie called Black Hawk Down, subtitled Leave No Man Behind. And what does he do at the end of the fucking movie?
We leave a guy behind.
They left a guy behind.
Oh, that's right.
And
I
I'm
still like that movie a lot, though, Gary. I mean,
I do too.
understand how
I'm
you
a fan
feel,
of that film.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that is stupid.
They were
That was
cheering
so
in the
stupid.
theater. That's the one movie I saw where people cheered through the entire fucking movie, through the entire showing of the movie. People
It's
cheered
fairly
and cheered
accurate,
and cheered.
too. Very
well,
truthful.
no, I saw it on September 18th on a Friday night in New York, and people just wanted some fucking payback, and it was like watching a Yankee game, but like a winning playoff game. People just cheered through the movie.
Kill those motherfuckers! Yeah, you know.
That was basically the kind of stuff getting said. Yeah.
Well, there were. I mean, around that time, there was a lot of cheering going around with these war films because of what was going on with Iraq and other things. Like I heard a lot of cheering. It's like, wow,
Well, Black Hawk
came out of
Down
nowhere.
failed. That might be the move. That might be the only movie to go up week 4, 5, and 6.
And you know, I got to say, I served when Black Hawk Down took place, and I knew a handful of guys that served over there in Mogadishu, and none of us wanted to do it. But back then, our nickname for those guys were skinnies. That's what we called them, because they were so starved and poor, and because those crime lords were taking their food and trying to control. UN would drop the food, and they show it in the film. UN would drop the food, and the criminals would take control of them, the crime lords. So yeah, I was still in the army when that shit took place, and I was glad I didn't go there.
I think the last stand.
That's
of the
understandable.
Snipers, the last stand of the snipers and Durant's defiance at the end when he just keeps shooting until he's got nothing left. I was just like, God damn, I'm proud to be a fucking American. These guys were tough as balls. I mean, that's a rough movie.
Well, if those
don't really
two
win.
special forces guys volunteered, they're Delta Force.
Yeah.
They volunteered to go down there knowing it was a suicide mission. They're going, you have to say, you understand, you're not coming back from this. And like, we got to go.
They're like, we'll be damned if we're going to let one of our teammates go down like this. They're going to regret this, if nothing else. Yeah, I want that guy having my back. And then, you can't win. We're going to do the right thing just because it's right. Wow.
What's your favorite war movie of all time, do you think?
War film or combat film?
War film.
There's a difference because, like,
I know.
Black Hawk Down's not a war film; it's a combat.
Film. Combat, yeah. War film for me, Patton.
Stevens in the audience called me gay. At least I don't play Fortnite.
Oh, don't get him started on Fortnite.
I played one night with him, and I said, "Man, I can't do this." And he goes, "What's the matter?" And I'm like, "This game is too gay for me. I can't do it. I'm just not gay enough for this game." And then I make fun of him because I play Call of Duty, you know, and they started Fortniting it, starting to have people run around in cosplay. And I will notoriously team kill people that are cosplaying on my team. You got to wait so long because I play hardcore, and they got that ricochet, and you can't shoot them within the first minute of the match. But then after that, you get 2 kills before your ricochet happens. So I will kill like everybody cosplaying around me. Like, fuck, man, I fucking hate that. It's a military game. What are you doing?
Yeah, right. That's a tough. I'd probably just say a war movie or a combat movie, but we'll just go with war movie.
Well, I got to tell you, Black Hawk Down is like one of the top favorite combat films ever made. Ridley Scott put a lot of effort into that.
Oh, yeah.
People always expect me to do Saving Private Ryan because my boss, Dale Dye, was the senior military advisor on it. And I'll go, no, I really don't like that film. I have problems with it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Steven Spielberg. It just pisses me off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Dale directed all the combat scenes. Dale Dye directed all the combat scenes while Steven Spielberg sat in the director's chair playing his little handheld game device, planning out Medal of Honor. True story. That's a fact.
Interesting.
That is a fact.
Didn't know
okay?
that.
And then Spielberg would direct all the other scenes.
Oh,
and
wow. I respect the Medal of Honor gameplay a lot more
anytime
now.
he did military stuff, he would screw it up. Having guys walk up a ridgeline. I'm like, first thing you're taught in the military, never walk up a ridgeline or along a ridgeline because you make yourself a silhouette, an easy target. Don't ever do it. They do it. First time you see them leaving the beach, it's what they do.
Yeah.
Got their poster moment right there.
I still love that movie, Gary, but I understand like how, especially since you were actually in the military. So those things definitely would bother you more.
And I would go with other veterans. I don't go to military
course,
films
of
alone.
course.
I always go with my military buddies. And we went to see what was that? We saw Green Zone and just made fun of it. We were like, it was like MST3K while we were watching that movie, just making voices, making fun of that film. Green Zone was so stupid with Matt Damon.
Well,
And then
go ahead.
The EID movie. I love that guy, Jeremy Renner, but man, that movie is so fucking stupid. And it's like when he talked back to his senior NCO and then gets away with it, I'm like, whatever. He would have smoked him right there. Just smoked him in front of everybody.
When we're talking about embarrassing war movies or whatever, I definitely put up there Pearl Harbor. That was quite embarrassing. That movie was just
if
now
you can
there's
edit
a
out the
movie
love
that was
story,
really...
edit out the love story, it's a good film.
His accent.
That's true.
He can't act. He can't act. You have to make him from like New York or Boston. He can't. That accent is laughing through the whole movie at that. Every time he speaks, I start laughing. And the Doolittle raid was unnecessary and portrayed better in what do you call it? In Roland Emmerich's movie Midway, the remake. It's actually really good.
I haven't watched that. I've watched the original. I like the original.
It's really... Listen, when they go do the family stuff and Roland Emmerich thinks he can make his little version of We Were Soldiers on the home front, that doesn't work so great. He tries to bring the weight of We Were Soldiers to it by showing the home front life. And Mandy Moore is a good-looking lady, so you won't be that bored. But yeah, the home front stuff just doesn't work as well as We Were Soldiers by any long stretch. But
by the way, We
the
Were
combat
Soldiers is on my
great.
top list too.
Yeah, no,
that's my favorite Vietnam movie.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one of my favorite combat films, not a war film, but a combat film, is the one that used real Navy SEALs in it called Act of Valor.
Oh, I've heard of that.
I saw that in theaters. Okay. I saw that movie.
It was live action Call of Duty is what that movie was.
Yeah.
Well, even Call of Duty has become
SEAL.
Yeah, even Call of Duty has become goofy, where
I make fun of it all the time. I did it a few minutes ago.
Make fun of.
It's just the whole they've tried to Fortnite it. It's frustrating because my girlfriend Anima, her Anima Confusa. Yep. She and I talk about. She watches me play. She goes, "I like to watch you play because you kill people so good."
But getting back to We Were Soldiers, I went and saw that.
Nuts every time I watch.
Yeah, I do. I dick shoot people a lot.
Yeah.
Because I crouch
preferably.
and I aim straight ahead.
Like to shoot people in the dick.
You're always aim straight ahead in the game, and
90% accuracy.
And he goes right in the dick.
With my special cock-seeking bullets. If you were your own superhero, you would have
what were you going to say, Mike?
Ready to say something.
I was going to say I went and saw We Were Soldiers when it came out, the weekend that it came out back in 2002.
That's a rough film.
And yeah, it is. And at the end, I just started crying, and my friends all, "What's wrong?" I said, "I'm thinking about my uncle right now, who was a Vietnam vet, and some of the things he went through."
Yeah, my brother Stephen went to Vietnam, and my grandfather died in Vietnam back in '68. And Vietnam it's sort of like the Pacific. The only veterans I think that understand what Vietnam vets went through are the guys that served in the Pacific during World War II, because it's very similar kind of combat with an enemy that's hard to understand.
I had a next door neighbor who was there the day of December 7th, at Pearl Harbor. He was in the Navy, and he didn't want to talk about it too much.
Well, there are a lot of veterans who don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. And there were times where he would talk about it with my dad, because my grandfather on my dad's side was a B-17 pilot during World War II.
Yeah, I had an uncle that flew PBYs, and my cousin Bud. They're both named Bud. Yeah, unoriginal. My cousin Bud and my uncle Bud, and my cousin Bud flew B-17s during World War II.
Yeah, you were right about Masters of the Air, by the way. Those last 3 episodes redeemed it. I was wrong.
I love that show. Yeah, you were misunderstanding stuff because
I think
they were fairly accurate in everything they depicted there of how they operated in those planes during the war, when they would have the masks on and when they would have them off. Your ball turret gunner, when he was in that ball turret, had the mask on at all times.
Mm-hmm.
I accept that. It was that, you know, that they lost some of their like individuality, and it got a little confusing for that part. But
I guess for
7,
some
8, and
people, not for
9
me.
were
I
better.
had no
Yeah.
trouble knowing who was who watching that film by where they were sitting.
You cleared it up with That's War. I knew some of them. Like, I knew which radio. I knew the navigators. I knew who they definitely were. With waist gunners, it started to get it got nebulous. Pilots, I was pretty good with which pilot was which.
Not to mention, you know, look, if I were gay, man, that kid that played Elvis, yeah, I'd swing that way. Boy, that dude is sexy as fuck. And the way he fucking talks on that show, Masters of the Air, he's like really low and he's got that way of talking. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm getting a boner just listening to this guy talk.
Yeah, and Spielberg's kid earned his. I thought Spielberg's kid.
Yeah,
was
the kid
okay.
did really
Sawyer
good.
Spielberg was fine.
Him and
He was
Kate
fine.
Capshaw's boy.
Yeah, he did. He was good. I was like, first of all, after the first episode, I was like, it wasn't obvious to me which one was Steven Spielberg's son, so I had to go look at the cast pictures. I was like, oh, that guy was fine.
Yeah. But as far as war films go, I'm discerning because I've had people recommend war films. You need to see American Soldier. This is great. I just stopped talking to that guy after I saw it. I was so
really?
angry.
Oh, okay.
In fact, it's what led to me becoming friends and working for Dale Dye, because I was so angry about that fucking movie. And I won't watch anything by Sidney J. Furia ever again after that. I'm like, that guy doesn't understand soldiers at all. And this is the way I describe it. People making and writing about soldiers in combat that never served is like a virgin writing a sex book. I know you want to write your heroes and stuff like that, but if you don't understand the way soldiers think, what are you doing writing about them?
Right.
Because we do think very differently from other people. We're trained to think differently. We are altered by that training permanently and forever.
Yeah,
And
I get that, man. Yeah, that's. It was called American Soldier, not. Okay.
It's really bad. I'll find it here and I'll share the link in the private chat.
Alright,
It's
that's,
so bad.
It's insulting, man. Yeah, I agree. On the set, you've got to have people on there who were actually in war. It's just, it helps a lot. Because then don't base it on something. Just this is my mind and some nonsense they do. So yeah,
So,
I can
here
understand
it
that's
is. I'm going to share it in
frustrating.
the private
Okay.
chat. And here's what pissed me off the most.
Okay.
One, it's supposed to be Iraq. It's clearly fucking Canada. Clearly not Iraq. Two, they have a U.S. Army combat medic like me,
right,
in an all-volunteer military, pissing and moaning about his fucking job, taking care of soldiers and keeping their morale up. Because that's your job.
Yeah.
Taking care of those guys and making sure that their morale is good. I joked all the time. That's why I was a good medic. I would just fucking cheer people up saying the fucked up shit that I do still. You see the stuff I say now? I've always been doing that. Always said fucked up shit. I get my soldiers just laughing with the fucked up shit I would say. And that's part of lifting the morale of your guys, man. And this movie has this main character, a combat medic, pissing and moaning in front of his guys all the fucking time. Take my job. That was back there time. Like going to go fucking back. You volunteered, you dumb shit.
Right.
So I fucking hated the movie.
I gotcha.
Represent. You need to, when you're making a war film, you're representing people. You better make sure you represent them honestly and correctly. That's why De Palma's film Redacted failed miserably, because he wanted to talk about one of the worst incidents during the war in Iraq. One incident. It's like you've got thousands of good things that happened, and you found one that was bad, and that's the one you chose to make a movie about.
Of course.
And it's the second time he's done it. He did it before with the film with Michael J. Fox and Sean Penn, shitting on Vietnam veterans. And I feel bad. Dale took the job trying to make the soldiers look good as much as he can, because that's always been his goal with Warriors Inc., is to make soldiers be respected. And he tried his best, but that film still pisses me off to this day. I fucking hate Brian De Palma because he's a card-carrying commie. He's absolutely a communist.
No shit.
Yeah. Go read his politics. Go look at what he does. He loves to shit on the military. He hates the military.
But Gary, you talking about watching some military films and seeing things that you guys wouldn't do reminds me a lot of my late father, who was a California Highway Patrol officer, and he would watch Chips and he'd go, "No, we would never do a maneuver like that."
Well, yeah. First of all, Chips don't ride in pairs. There was something they started the show with. He was on probation because he got in trouble, but then it continued for years on the show. And I'm like, I don't understand how they did that and why they did that. But the show, they only pulled their weapons out 11 times, I think, during the entire series. And I'm like, that's not believable. It was a family show. It wasn't really meant to represent, but it did honor the California Highway Patrol. But it was just kind of silly.
Right.
It was, and that's what bugged my dad and a few officers. One of them, who was a motorcycle officer, who, because of his donation of his own blood to me some 46 years ago, I'm still here.
That's so cool.
Well, yeah.
No, you go ahead, Mike. I'll
go ahead, Mike.
Well, I'm saying
I thought you were going to say something.
If it wasn't for this particular gentleman, I wouldn't be here. He was one of the ones I'd said to my dad, "What do you need?" And he said, "Michael needs a blood transfusion." So he said, "All right, no problem."
And now I was going to tell you, is the actor who played Eddie Haskell on Leave It to Beaver became a California Highway Patrol officer, and he was shot in the chest. He was wounded. Well, he was wearing his vest, but survived being shot. But he was a real California Highway Patrolman.
That's crazy.
Does anybody remember that guy, Eddie Haskell, the jerk friend?
I totally remember that. And it was
I think so.
Ken Osmond, I think was his name. Ken Osmond, was that it?
Yeah. Wait, no. Well, the character was Wally, right?
It was Wally Cleaver was the brother, but I think the actor's name was
he's
Ken
Eddie Haskell
or
that's
something
right, Eddie
Osmond,
Haskell.
something Osmond. I think it was Ken Osmond that played Eddie Haskell, and his career waned as an actor, so he found something else to do, and he became a cop.
Wow.
Which puts a new turn on those who can't do it, teach. Those who can't act, cop.
Well, yeah, I can see that. Well, it's also funny how I found this out years later about how the LAPD felt about the first Die Hard movie and how they did not being treated like that. That was very interesting to me. They felt they were insulted. They did not appreciate that that Die Hard movie insulted them like that. Except like one.
I can't even remember. What did they make them look stupid? Was that?
Yeah,
it?
They made them look stupid. Yeah, they said we would never do that. Like it was very offensive to them, and I didn't know this until years later. It's very interesting about. But you can understand how people feel that way. I'm like, you guys are portraying me in a movie like this. How dare you? Like it's just, I can definitely see how that would be offensive to people.
Yeah, some people just don't like it.
No.
Veterans don't like it when they're made
No.
to look stupid or
Right.
like they don't know what they're doing in movies.
Right.
It's just like that's not believable. That's not realistic, and that's
Mhm.
that would never fucking happen.
Right.
The thing we make fun of with what was that IED movie with Jeremy Renner? What was that movie called? Hurt Locker.
Hurt Locker.
Hurt
I went
Locker.
to see that with a bunch of my vet buddies, and we laughed at some of the shit going on in that film.
Oh,
It's
I'm
like,
sure.
it was so stupid.
Yeah, my brother loves that movie. I don't know if I've ever watched all that film.
Nobody would go outside the wire without permission.
Oh, I'm sure they
Ever.
wouldn't. I understand what you're.
Only if they are leaving their post, like we know one guy who did that
Mhm.
and got some soldiers killed when they went looking for him, then got captured. Remember that guy? Got traded for a bunch of actual murderous terrorists to get him back. That piece of shit.
Bergdahl? Is that his name?
Yeah, Ed Berg. Yeah,
He's a fucking
Bergdahl
asshole.
piece
He
of
deserves
shit.
to be named for doing that. I'm sorry.
That-
That's disgraceful. What kind of idiot was he? You're not supposed. How you're that unintelligent? How did the army fail to detect that this man was so stupid?
Oh, I don't want to get into it. Modern
No,
military.
we don't have
That's
to
a
get
whole
into
other
it.
show.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
But
It
anyway,
boggles the
yeah,
mind.
just I was looking to see if Fat Steven said anything else, but no, he didn't
No.
retort to my fucking
He
insult.
did not.
I sent him the link, but he
he's like,
said,
"Fuck
I'm
Gary."
calling it for a night.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
just speaking of that, I got to go too because I've got to get. I've not eaten tonight. I prepared for Don's show because I was on Don Ecker's Dark Matters Radio tonight with KGRA. I'm the co-host on the show, and we did 2 hours talking about Ebekli Tebi and all these ancient societies and how all these societies around the globe have stories of these giants that came from heaven, from American Indians to the Middle East and Polynesian islands, all have this similar theme stories that they tell. And it's not an accident. It's like you got to stop listening to established science and start focusing on fringe science when it comes to this shit, especially when it deals with archaeology. Physicists are more open-minded, except for Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he's not a real scientist. He's not. He's never done any research. He's never written any papers that are of any port.
Mm.
I'm absolutely a science nerd, and I don't like him.
He's an
a mouthpiece.
astrophysicist who wants to. Right, I can see that, but he's like denying real biology too, and we've seen that recently. It's ridiculous.
Well, I loved it when he says, "Why do you care?" When they were talking about it with what's that dude? He's a dipshit himself, but he's occasionally even a monkey gets the right block into the right hole.
You talking about Bill Nye, the weird guy?
No, Marr.
Oh, Marr.
No,
You talking
Bill
about Bill
Nye. Don't
Maher?
even talk to me about Bill Nye. That guy's an idiot.
You're talking about
I'm an engineer. That makes me a real scientist. Fuck off.
No,
dude.
it doesn't work like that, dude.
He's a doctor of education or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's just I don't even listen to him.
Engineer, yeah.
But Tyson was talking
He's a
with
BA in engineering.
Bill Maher, and Bill Maher said something about biology, and it might have been Joe Rogan too, and it was Joe Rogan. He says, well, biology this, and he goes, and then Joe Rogan cuts him off. He goes, no, this is absolute scientific fact. There are only two
it
genders.
is.
And he goes, Neil deGrasse Tyson has the fucking unmitigated gall to say, well, why do you care so much? And the response to that is, why do you care about physics? Why care about string theory, which is really you can't even test string theory. It's impossible to test. And yet they spent 40 years on this, 45 years on string theory. It's like, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't, you can't prove it. You can't do any test on it. And yet they spend all their time doing this. And we've had zero movement on string theory. Zero.
The last thing I heard was when the scientist who came up with it said, "Oh yes, Interstellar is a very good illustration of what it'd be like." Yeah, so I'll be floating behind a bookcase. Okay, yeah. All right, great.
I like that movie, but I understand what you're saying, Teague. It's just
movie's not too terrible.
it's just supposed to be entertainment. It's not. It doesn't always have to be based on science or real this.
No,
but,
I'm more
yeah.
with
Well,
it
it
as
depends on
from
what
your
science
point
you're
of
referring
view.
to.
Exactly.
Because,
I agree.
like, there was one episode of Strange New World that I actually hated, but liked the science in it.
Okay.
Which was the episode where they're trying to hide from the Gorn, and they go into the edge of a black hole, the event horizon, and hide.
What's up, Tim?
And
Yeah.
one of my buddies said, "You can't do that." I said, "Actually, according to new research, you can. You need to keep up on your science." That is one of the theories now that what they did in that show that you could actually do, because they actually had a physicist working on the show at that point. Not a great physicist. She was hired because she was a woman, not because she was a great physicist. And again, part of the problem, focusing on hiring people for identity politics, not because they're the best at what they're talking about. And that's the opposite of what Gene Roddenberry would do. Opposite. Gene Roddenberry didn't care about identity. What he cared about was getting the best writers.
Yeah, that's
the best researchers.
That's what anyone should do, man. I don't care if you identify as a helicopter. Do you believe in the same vision as me? That's what should matter. Can you do the job? That's if you can, then great. You know?
Yeah. And Joe Rogan, despite being a guy that I think he's moderately intelligent, I really do.
I don't think he's an idiot. No, I think Joe Rogan does have a brain.
You know, I think that he has a cursory understanding of things, and that is what makes him so good at what he does, because he has a cursory understanding, so he can have a conversation with anybody. And but he had a physicist on. I just forgot his name, and I'm trying to look it up. That is one of the anti-string theory guys, and Eric Weinstein, Dr. Eric Weinstein, is the guy who has his own theory. And I think his theory is also a little off kilter, but he's one of them that's trying to fight the string theory and say, stop focusing on this. We need to start working on other theories to understand how things work.
Yeah.
Because we've gotten nowhere with string theory. Nowhere. There's been zero growth.
Yeah, it's they push that a lot in the Big Bang Theory, you know, with Sheldon and the string theory.
Oh,
and so on, even when
but that's popular theory, you know,
right.
and it's like guys that only read popular comics.
Gotcha.
You know, I only read this. Well, that's the most popular comic. That's such a shock. What are some of the other comics you read? Did you ever read Jonah Rex? That one didn't sell much. Did you read that? You know, it's like I hate it when people only like the most popular stuff or talk about the most popular stuff. And it's the same thing with physicists. They do the exact same thing in that community, and they protect that. There is a force field around string theory that you're not supposed to talk about anything else. You're not supposed to focus on anything else.
Wow. That's ridiculous, man. There's so much different science that, man, you're limiting yourself.
What's that episode of Joe Rogan? Look it up. Eric Weinstein is on there. Eric Weinstein, Joe Rogan. You will find the video. It's amazing when he starts going after string theory.
Interesting.
And he said that he's terrified of the guy that's kind of the god of string theory right now. He's like, I want to go, debate him, but at the same time, I'm really terrified of this guy.
Wow.
Because he's a god of physics, man. But another thing about physics, it goes up against natural sciences, because if you listen to a real physicist, a researcher,
sure,
there's something out there. There's an intelligence out there, and we came from something. It's not just an accident we happened, because if it was an accident, just a chance that the Big Bang happened, then it would have happened again.
Interesting.
There's zero chance it would have only happened once. And if it happened again, we would have been undone and started all over again. So
is that not what they call that big crunch theory, where they're trying to say, it expands and then crushes back down to the size of a pool ball, right? Everything, all mass in the entire universe down to the size of a pool ball, and then re-explodes again. So we've all been together before in another way, like, you know. Take a
Yeah,
part
I
of me to be a
remember
part of you.
when we heard back in the 80s that they had found the sound of the Big Bang, you know. And so I did a cartoon for the school paper. And the cartoon had these scientists standing around. It's like, yes, Dr. Otto here has recorded from beginning to end the Big Bang. And it's taken years, and he's finally gotten it. And he's getting ready to speed it up and play it back. Are you ready, Doctor? All right, everybody silent. In the final panel, it just has the words, "Let there be light." And that was the Catholic in me that wrote that. It's like, even though I'm agnostic now, I do believe that there is an intelligence out there that we don't understand, that we call God. And I don't know what it is, but I still find myself praying to him. Like, yeah, I hope you don't invade us and kill everybody. But I look back, and when you look back at the Bible, man, these are borderline Stone Age people looking at things that they don't understand. So you really have to stop and wonder. And that's why I like doing the show with Don Ecker, because we talk about shit. Tonight, we had 2 hours of talking about, you know, everything from ancient ruins to, because like there are sites in this world that don't make sense, ancient sites that are carved out of stone. Buildings carved out of one stone. How is that even possible in that time period? Ancient. That had perfect right angles. Perfect right angles.
Would it not be because they had DEI? I mean, we lost
Well,
it over the years.
there's
It was
a belief.
secret.
There's a belief. Now you're saying DEI again, but no, it's like the belief is that there's really a potential that humanity is older than people think, and that we have been reset numerous times.
It's possible.
Which is why there's signs in India and in Africa of cataclysmic events, including what appears to have been an atomic blast in India. An atomic blast that was either caused by a supernova or an atomic bomb. Nothing else would leave that signature. Nothing else. Nothing crashing. No natural occurrence of fusion. And this is something, because I'm good friends with Dr. John Brandenburg, the physicist that worked for NASA and the Department of Defense, that found out the same thing on Mars, that there was a nuclear event on Mars 2.5 million years ago that could have only been caused by either the sun exploding, a supernova, or an atomic blast. Nothing else would leave that signature. It's horrifying to me. I'm horrified by science.
Now,
and yet I still keep getting up every day hoping that we haven't been invaded and reset.
That means that out of all the sci-fi and apocalyptic writers ever, Terry Brooks is the one who came closest to getting it right.
Isaac Asimov too. Also Arthur C. Clarke wrote on some of this stuff with the whole 2001 series of books that he wrote.
He started talking 2010 book, 200,001 Lost.
2010 was good. 2061, they're all really good books.
The one where they resurrect Poole, I couldn't follow. It was too weird.
I don't even know if I read that one. I think 2061 was the last one I read. And the whole point was that intelligent aliens gave up on us and decided to restart on EO, or I'm sorry, Europa.
Well, if the aliens are around now, Gary, they're gonna be like, "Oh, fuck,
yeah, they were
I'm
right.
out. I'm out."
I mean,
these people,
we know
humans
something's
already
going on. We know something's going on.
Yeah,
that's
Cash Money's right. I mean,
we don't know if it's from
now.
alternate universe.
Yes.
We don't know if it's from a dimensional thing or if they are extraterrestrial. All we know is that they're non-our terrestrial, and that these things move in a way that our science says can't do yet. We can't do
Looking on
this yet.
Amazon for an obelisk that I can put my hands against for a few hours a day in the attempt to get a little smarter.
It's like I'm glad you said obelisk instead of monolith. Because they're two different things.
There is no monolith in the Arthur C. Clarke or Stanley Kubrick movies. It's an obelisk.
Yeah, it's in the book. It was an in a short story.
Yeah,
it was an obelisk. But in the book, when he wrote 2001, it was a monolith. He changed it from his original short story on the moon.
Sorry, yeah, it's in one, not the other. And they go to a different planet in the book, do they not?
No, it's Jupiter. It was Jupiter, and the only thing different really between the book and the film is, I just forgot his name, the astronaut, Frank Poole and the other astronaut. I forgot his name. Dave Bowman. Dave Bowman actually, when he goes into the monolith, realizes it's a gate. It's a gateway, is what it is. It's a gateway. He's the first one to depict a gateway. Not
Don't
Arthur
you
C.
have
Clarke,
to maybe
but Stanley Kubrick.
Is the gateway not coded so that when you've made it a couple of steps in evolution, then you go through? But if you're only a monkey man, you put your hands on it and get a little smarter. You know what I mean? The gateway, you're not ready to
Well,
pass
it depends on what they want to do with it, because it goes both ways.
First, they want to.
So they gave
you to
information, but
5G
I had a point. I wanted to make, which is when he goes into that monolith, the only thing that's in the movie or in the book that's not in the movie is when he says, "My God, it's full of stars." And when they did 2010, they added that back in because it's important that he said that. My God, it's full of stars, because it's the gateway.
Yeah, it starts the movie. It's the first thing we hear.
And it actually was at the ending before he ended up in that world. And there's a lot of misinterpretation of what was happening to him in that universe when he got in there and he's like aging and then catching glimpses of himself as he changes. Oh my God, I love Stanley Kubrick, man.
The end of the book is even weirder. I mean, they describe the same approximate things, but
it goes into more detail of what's happening.
Yeah, I had to watch 2010 to understand the 2001 movie, and 2010 is not a 2010 movie of the 2010 book. It's a 2010 movie that's a sequel to the 2001 movie to explain loose ends and to its own detriment, but it's still a very good movie and very watchable. But it's just
it is, and it's I would not call it a proper sequel, but I would say that it's a very good film and a nice adaptation of the actual book. They did a fairly good job.
And someone
look, the director
tells us what happened in so many words. You know,
the director of that film is not a real science guy. He likes doing science fiction, but he's not a science guy. And so he does this stuff, and thank God he actually had a physicist that worked with him on that film, because he kept him from doing too much stupid shit in the film. But I am a big fan of the film 2010. I thought Roy Scheider did a really good job as Haywood Floyd. The gentleman that played Haywood Floyd in the original film was still alive, but he was sickly, and he was dead within a few years, like 3 or 4 years. He was already getting old and sick. So recasting with Roy Scheider was a smart move. A really good actor too.
Yeah, that movie is enjoyable, and when we get the payoff of exactly what went wrong with Hal, and someone spells it out in so many words, you're like, I didn't realize that. And also the amount of time passing from the time I'd seen the first movie to the second one is like, my understanding of computers advanced somewhat. So I'm like, I understand now. Yes, they gave him a program that didn't add up. It went like the M5 computer, and it's like, holy shit, it's a Star Trek episode.
Yep. Our whole life is Star Trek.
We'll rabbit hole your conversation. I promise next time I'll try not to go down a rabbit hole of Star Trek jokes with Tom.
Well, Mike, I'm assuming you've done almost 5 hours of stream tonight.
Yeah, I'm getting this. I'm getting ready to wrap this up. I'm already prepping a few things.
Wrap it up. I'll take it. Remember that song from the 80s? Wrap it up.
Mm-hmm. But Gary, please go ahead, promote yourself, brother.
Mm-hmm. I am Gary Cassell, and I'm a certified dick.
Okay.
I'm such a dick. It's my middle name, Richard. My name is Gary Richard Patrick Cassell. It's true. In fact, my two middle names, when shortened, become Dick Pat. True story. So I'm a professional comic book artist and illustrator. I work in the film industry and in comics, and I've got a graphic novel that's out there right now. You can go find it on fundmycomic.com as Vindicated Inc. And it's about disabled veterans being heroes and fighting crime. So, and past that, I'm on Toxic Tuesday, and you can catch my shows throughout the week on Pop Culture Minefield. That's it. That's all I got to say.
All right. And Admiral Teague.
Oh, hey, thank you. My name is Admiral Teague. You can catch me sometimes with Gary on Fridays, sometimes, and on Saturdays doing the movie watch. That's always a lot of fun. And I'll be delving into Star Trek Discovery on Thursday, where who knows who could show up. Anyone might drop by. We'll have the Cosme, and I think this Thursday we'll be doing it when it drops to celebrate the end of this abomination. We will all celebrate the end together as I continue my job as a Star Trek CSI and pray for a license to be sold to a better Star Trek creator. Hopefully, this is the end of New Trek.
Yes, please.
Please.
You
And
can
well,
only
of course,
hope.
when Section 31 comes out, I'll cover that too. But look for them to try to wrap all Star Trek together to make it too confusing for anyone else to use, because these people are spiteful and they're going to want to get paid. They're not going to give anyone a clean ending, which is why there's no point to Star Trek Discovery Season 5, and I'm not researching Season 4 because I don't give a fuck.
Okay. In that order.
They're not true to their
Nothing
own
wrong with
canon
that.
anyway. We have seen them just buy back things that they have said on that show too many times.
That's true. And Cash, what do you have coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
Well, right now I'm working on some videos, getting some more game info out there, getting some more other info out there. But right now we're 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Friday. We're going to be playing some more Warhammer Vermintide 2 with Mike, Baron, and Anonymous. So that'll be fun. I enjoy doing these gaming streams, and then of course, when I'm not working on my own channel and building up my own channel, the Phantom Hooligans, Phantom Space Hooligans, because there's a Phantom Hooligans one word, which is funny, but that channel hasn't been used in a while, but it just kind of makes me laugh. I'm going to be with Mike and Baron on Pop Talk, and then when I'm not with them, usually on Thursdays, I'll be with Jace on 540. So yeah, just working on stuff, trying not to keep myself busy and having fun. So yeah.
Hey, check your chat.
I will do that.
Happy birthday.
Well, before
Little
we
donation.
get out of here, I need to make this appropriate. So,
but I'm glad I finally got to talk to you, Gary. I was hoping to be there that 1 week, and I wasn't able to talk to you, but we got to talk again soon, man.
Yeah, anytime, man. And if you want to join our PCM group where I put invites in for people to join, I'll add you to the group. Just give me your Twitter handle.
Oh yeah, I will.
Do it in the private chat. I'll grab it.
Yeah, I'll do it because we're in the same group. You're in the group with Mike, so the Pop Talk group.
Yeah, I added both Gary
Mhm.
and Keith to the Pop Talk group. And the reason why is because anyone who's been a guest in the last few months, I added them to the group.
Outstanding.
Sweet.
But real quick, I do want to acknowledge this.
All right, put the money in the bag. I'll buy that for $1.
Is Norman Toggin as SpongeBob?
It's just
God, that looked like him.
Oh, it's funny. It's Baron found that clip, of course. So you know.
Yeah, so it's he made that. That's him.
Yep.
I'm just telling you.
But Admiral Teague with a $4 super sticker. Thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate it.
Well, you had me on to help wish you a happy birthday. It seemed only appropriate to give you a little something. One YouTuber to another. You're doing a great job. You're making great content. I'm a big promoter of your show, and you've been a friend and a colleague. So, it's like, it's $4 lousy bucks, all right? Go buy 2 Snickers or 1 Coca-Cola and a pack of gum. You're a great guy, and I think
coming
you deserve
from,
it.
Teague, that's
part
almost like a
Scottish.
compliment. It's
Yeah,
almost
I know, right?
Yeah.
You just never know with Teague.
It's almost there.
It's almost.
It's a true compliment, and you're a great host. Thank you for having me.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you got to be a little clean on to be on this show. let me find the clip. Let me find the clip.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Love that clip.
Christopher Lloyd's still my favorite Klingon.
Oh, you're gonna share it now? Okay, I was figured you showed after the show. So this is making the rounds.
More?
Shh, Teague, just for a second. So this is making the rounds today from Trans Day visibility thing in DC and everything, and so I had to be a dick about it, and I wrote, "I love this scene from Batman Returns."
I see it. I definitely.
And then Script Doctor says, "Me too." When they start putting tomatoes and cabbage at him, it's great. Like that clearly, how can nobody else have made this fucking joke?
I see
That
it.
looks like Danny DeVito is the Penguin.
It does. It really does. It's funny.
And I hate making fun of another person for their looks, but oh my god, that is come on, that's begging to be made fun of.
Well, they spent money to look that way. Those were a series of choices. You're not making fun of how they were, born or made. You know what I mean? Like they made themselves into what we saw.
Yep. So they have input to make that change. I mean, they're changing something clearly.
Bing.
But that's a healthy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you end up looking like Oswald Cobblepot, it's bad.
And before we wrap up tonight's stream, I want to thank everybody who stopped by, everybody who hopped onto the panel. Thank you all so very much. And as far as what's coming up on the channel, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll be playing more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And then on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back again with another edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. And on Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll be streaming more of Mad Max.
Okay.
But I lost connection. I lost connection.
So.
My expression made it look like you caught me doing something.
Yeah, I know. It did.
But before
why do I look like I just got caught playing with myself?
Oh boy.
That's why I keep an avatar up.
But before we get out of here, Admiral Teague, thank you for joining us tonight. Really appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Tim Stock, thank you for stopping by.
Tim.
Appreciate it. Steven, thank you, brother. Really appreciate it. And in case anybody didn't know, it was Steven who designed the new avatar that I've been using.
I am shocked.
That's Steven. It looks like one of his.
I had a feeling. Yeah. I had a feeling. It's great, by the way.
Yeah. He has a very specific way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
I helped him a lot in the beginning, but he took off on his own because I'm a graphic designer, and I showed him a few tricks, and then he just took off.
Nice.
Did his own thing, and I love it.
Yeah, because there was one time I was watching his stream, and he's all, "What are you guys still doing here watching the stream when I'm doing graphic design?" And I said, "Learning how to do it."
Well, yeah, because it's just and like Twitch is so much different because everything's live streams, and it's cool when you can even learn how to do thumbnails. Like it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when you learn how to do them, like, man, this is cool. Yeah.
Susan Eckstein, thank you very much.
Gary, by the way, if you ever get a chance to, Mike, you need to ask Keith what he thinks is the best combat film. His favorite is Black Cock Down. True story.
I think I have the novelization of that. It's a pictorial.
You can end the show, Mike. I'm sorry.
Oh man,
It's all right. No, yeah, you know what you're doing? You're filling in the place of Barrett. He's usually the one that likes to crack the jokes and make it so we're here just a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
But Gary, seriously, thank you for hopping on.
You bet,
Greatly
buddy.
appreciate it.
It's nice talking to you, Gary.
Nice hanging out with you guys.
And DJ Don Grease, the Dastardly, thank you for stopping by. File 13, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Whoopa, always good to see you, brother.
Absolutely.
Bone, always nice to see you too. Thank you for stopping by.
Yep.
And of course, that crazy Norwegian
Mm-hmm.
Fox from 540 Studio.
He's my buddy.
Yep. Jeez, Jesus, crazy.
And you know
In a
what?
good way.
He's gonna hear this and he's gonna roll his eyes, but I don't care. Anonymous.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Anonymous.
It's just great, man.
He should have never told me that he stopped by Clobber in Time stream. And that's exactly what Clobby said when he saw him. Anonymous.
Oh man. Low Spec. Yeah.
Low Spec was here, and of course Phil McCracken was with us, and he was also sorry on the panel.
Remember, one
That's
penguin
Sparks.
enters, 2 penguins are in the arena, and
True. Low Spec's one of 2 of our favorite penguins.
Yes.
But Jet Sparks, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Greatly appreciate it, and thank you for hopping on the panel. Kathy, it was great to see you. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, me too.
And of course, Tim was here.
Fuck Tim. He messages me so much during the day I have to mute Facebook.
I've had to do that to people too. It's like, don't bother me right now. And Zuru, 87, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And Four, good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
The part where I'm a serious pundit is the April Fool, and then I guess my real identity is the April Fool. You'll never know who I really am.
Okay.
I know who you are. You're Doomcock.
Ah.
In disguise.
Mm.
And by the way, I love memes, by the way, that he sends me. It's just he gets so loud. I'm trying to have a conversation. I hear bloop, bloop, alerts. And I'm like, mute. I'll check them out later. But happy birthday again, Mike.
Thank you very much, Gary. And Paul and Phantomology, thank you for hopping on. I'm sorry you were having connection issues, but next time there's an open panel, hop on. And Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000. T-Gap Steve, that was a very interesting addition
As
to
always.
Beverly Hills 414, but I never know where that story's going.
Me either, man. It goes all over the place.
DJ Ronnie G, thank you for stopping by and hopping on the panel.
Yep. Always good to see DJ Ronnie G.
And Lorenzo Sleestack, thank you very much.
That well-dressed flea stack around town.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And 4 popped in again. Oh,
yep. I'm getting to that message right now. How's
I
everything?
just
Long
followed
stream.
you, Cash Money.
Well, it's a special birthday stream, so sometimes these tend to go a little long, or if I'm doing a gaming stream, I tend to go a little long, just to try to get as much accomplished as possible. But everybody, your support of this channel is greatly appreciated. Whether you're in the chat, on the panel, lurking, listening, I greatly appreciate it. And just remember one thing on this channel: don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Have a good night, everybody.
Autobots, transform and roll out.